Hi there, everyone. This is Jessica Schaub, also known as Jessica Mystic, and I'm here interviewing Andrew Basiago, who has physically teleported to Mars and also to the past, to the Battle of Gettysburg, and the future, 2013. I met him at James Gilliland's ranch. We were both speakers and presenters, and so I'm very pleased to have you all meet Andrew Basiago.
I appreciate that.
So we have so much to talk about. Where do we start?
Well, I was thinking today that we could talk about the fact that my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, which I published in 2008, which is the first work of science or literature to prove that Mars is an inhabited planet, has a very interesting provenance. In fact, there are data points that relate to the paper that go back to my childhood and the involvement of my late father, Raymond Francis Basiago, who was an aerospace engineer and an electrical engineer who worked for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, but also did work for the U.S. Defense Department, to include the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy. And as a result of our project experiences on DARPA's Project Pegasus, there is a linkage, a very profound linkage, that the public deserves to know about the recent discoveries of life on Mars that I've made and information that was in the possession of the U.S. government even 40 years ago, not just establishing that Mars is an inhabited planet, but that 40 years hence I would play a role in developing human understanding about that fact. So let me just explain the different incidents in my childhood that link to my discovery of life on Mars just recently in my late 40s. The first incident that I can remember occurred around 1967 or 68. I was about 6 years old. I had been born in September of 1961, so I'm just estimating based on how old I was when this particular event occurred. What happened was my dad was working at that time for a subsidiary of the Ralph M. Parsons Company called Parsons Jordan Corporation. And the research that I've done over the last 10 years into my experiences on Project Pegasus and my late father's and that of others who were attached to the project showed that Parsons Jordan was a company that was created by Parsons to really implement one contract, which was a copper contract that it had with an engineering project involving copper development that Anaconda Corporation was doing in South and Central America, most especially Chile. But my research showed that it was being used as a cover for U.S. time-space research, namely the development of time travel technology on behalf of the U.S. Defense Department, which is in fact what the entire thrust of Project Pegasus was. And so I was enrolled in a public grammar school in New Jersey, not far from my home, and just living during my conventional life in New Jersey, a fairly happy and conventional childhood, growing up in a post-war suburb. I was the youngest of 5 children. And one particular evening after dinner, we had eaten dinner, but my dad was delayed in coming home. Frequently we ate dinner with my father. And he came home around 7 or 7:30 that night, and he had been drinking with some of his friends from work. And so he was slightly inebriated. It was as if he had had several drinks. My father was certainly not an alcoholic, quite the contrary. He was a very, very responsible and disciplined man. But like many people, including myself, occasionally he would enjoy taking drinks socially with colleagues or at some special event. And this was one of those incidents. And so he was in a festive mood, a playful mood, and somewhat of a disinhibited mood. And after he ate, he gathered us around and he said, children, join me in the living room. I have something very funny to share with you. And he said, this is what this guy has written about the first discovery of life on Mars. And he was reading it as if it was maybe a comedic essay or opinion editorial out of a newspaper or something like that, kind of a Swiftian essay in which the conceit of this work of literature was that somebody was describing for the first time life on Mars. And what he was reading, I now realize, because I've written the paper, was a summary of some of the most fanciful, even farcical passages from my 2008 paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars. Now, this was 40 years before the paper was written. And he found, it's clear to me that the passages that were taken from the paper in this particular incident seemingly must have been passed along to my father to deceive him or to only partially inform him about what's in my paper. I mean, I wrote the paper in a way in which I would prove that Mars is inhabited, and I would write a solid work of natural history that would contain as much evidence as I could to prove my major premises of the paper. But in some portions of the paper I wrote, for example, when I was naming life forms, or I was describing some of the ground drawings that are found in NASA image PIA 10214, which was taken from the western edge of the home plate plateau, looking westward in late 2007, and then posted on the World Wide Web in 2008. So in some portions of my paper, I wrote in a Swiftian way. So, for example, people would enjoy reading the paper, but also that, for example, so that children could identify with the life forms and the fact that Mars is inhabited, and that's something that we shouldn't be afraid about. But in fact, we should engage as a remarkable new discovery of the way our cosmos actually is. And so my dad was reading these passages and becoming hysterical. And he read, I would say, for about 15 minutes, and my mom ultimately asked him to stop. She said, "Ray, you have to stop. He was just laughing too hard." And she was worried that, he was. And so right as he concluded reading these passages and almost falling out of his chair laughing, and it was very funny. We were laughing with him. I ran over to where he was, and even though I was a very well-behaved child, a very obedient, and socially appropriate child, I grabbed the file out of my dad's hand that he'd been reading from. It was a manila file, and I opened it up, and on the top of the paper it said Central Intelligence Agency. And then there was a caption where I saw my name, and I saw something that read something like Passages from the Discovery of Life on Mars, 2008. And my father suddenly grew very stern. He was not only inebriated, but he'd been essentially laughing substantially, quite vigorously. And he grew very serious, and he said, "You don't do that." And he snatched it back from me. But I remember that incident because I realized that he wasn't reading something out of the Sunday newspaper that a colleague had passed along to him. He was reading a kind of a bowdlerized synopsis of very limited passages from my 2008 paper. I think I could probably go into the paper tonight and identify what passages they are. They were the passages that were the most Swiftian, that were the most fanciful. So that was the first data point in which the quantum access capabilities of the U.S. government entered my reality in the context of Mars and showed me that 40 years before I wrote my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, the U.S. government had it. It had it because it was already sending personnel forward in time via Tesla-based teleportation technology that both my father and I would become substantially involved in as team members in Project Pegasus. He as an engineer for Parsons, who had reporting requirements to the Central Intelligence Agency. And in fact, during my investigation of my experiences in Pegasus, I was consulting through an historian, a university academic, to the CIA and the Office of Naval Intelligence. And when we explored my father's background for the intelligence agency per se, not just as a Defense Department engineer, the word word that came back from CIA is that we can't release any information to the family members of living or deceased CIA personnel, which was essentially a tacit admission by the CIA that my father was listed in their personnel files. We also found my name listed at some of the defense labs that I had been to when I was in Project Pegasus, to include the Los Alamos National Labs in Los Alamos, New Mexico, and the Alamogordo, New Mexico Air Force Base, where I took part in one study. Okay, so the first data point was this incident that seemed to show that around the time that my dad and I first started teleporting to New Mexico, from the teleport at the old Curtiss Wright Aeronautical Facility in Woodridge, I think just because this is kind of like a set piece here, where I went back after I wrote. I've been investigating my experiences in Pegasus, as I mentioned, for really from about 1998 or so to 2008, maybe 97 to 2007. Over the last year and a half or so, I've kind of relaxed about the whole thing and not done so much research, because I've got everything down on paper, and I'm going to be able to probably complete my book by the end of the year, certainly during next year. But when I wrote The Discovery of Life on Mars, which was a legitimate work of natural history, I wasn't given the paper by the government, and I wasn't told what to write. I mean, it's based on my original research, and I'm the only person who was involved in actually authoring the paper. But after I finished it, I went back, wait a minute, there were all these times in my childhood where I was kind of tipped off that my destiny held this role of being principally associated with the discovery of life on Mars and human exploration of Mars. So the first incident was this very kind of strange incident where clearly my dad had been drinking. Maybe he took the paper from work where he had been provided it. Maybe it was given to him at a bar, which is a way that the Central Intelligence Agency sometimes works. But clearly, by the time he had had several Jack Daniels and had read what was in that file, he found it hysterical. And he was reading it in a very funny way, and we were laughing also. But he gave us no clue that, in fact, it was my later words that he was reading. Well, okay, and I thought, well, there was another incident involving Mars and Martians. About a year and a half later, I would say in the 1969-70 time frame, so I'm now about 8 years old, 8 or 9 years old, probably around 8. My dad used to give us crew cuts up in a study up on the top level of the house. He had built a third level to our house in Jersey that one side contained a bedroom that I shared with my two older brothers, and the other room was a study that my dad had built, and he had built 5 desks for us to do our homework there. My dad really loved us, and he was really a great man. He was not only a very gifted engineer, he was a brilliant mathematician, he was a brilliant carpenter, and he really cared about us and was a great father. And he built this study where we could focus on our homework after school. But I guess because it had a wooden floor, that's also where he would give us our haircuts. And so he called me up there, or we walked up there for me to get my haircut. And he had a kit and everything that he would do the haircuts with. And before putting that apron over me to cut my hair, he took an envelope that he had taken up there with us. It was a manila envelope that had a red wax seal on it with one of those tie strings. But he was able to just open it up because the seal had already been broken. And the purpose of this function was just to show me the photograph of this Martian.
So he had some kind of, future understanding about you as well.
Well, he had clearly been briefed by that point that I was going to be associated with the discovery of life on Mars. Now, I'm being kind of careful here because I have laid claim to the idea that I am the discoverer of life on Mars, but since that remains a controversial claim, I think it's fair to say that I'm principally associated among the discoverers of different things on Mars, both ancient artifacts and, in my case, living life forms that establish that Mars has been inhabited for eons and is inhabited today. So clearly, the U.S. intelligence community knew who I was, and they had my future Mars works. Because in this instance, well, let me just tell you what this photo was. This photo was a humanoid on Tsiolkovsky Ridge, which is a ridge that NASA claims is about 100 feet across, that you can see on the left side of NASA image PIA 10214, which was taken by the NASA Mars exploration rover Spirit in November of 2007, beamed back to Earth, and posted on the internet in January of 2008.
I'm sorry,
I studied that.
Andrew, I'm sorry, can you just hold on one second? I have to close the window. It's thundering outside, and it's really loud.
Okay, so this photograph you showed was an image that I extracted from NASA image PIA 10214. The humanoid is standing in a cluster of rocks, an artificially assembled cluster of rocks. In fact, one of the rocks has an elaborate carving in the side of it, very much like when we draw an image of the sun and personify the star at the center of our solar system as a human face or as a man. And so this humanoid being the photograph is in my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, and in fact, it is the first picture of a humanoid living in its natural state on another planet to ever be published on Earth. So it would make sense that because the Central Intelligence Agency and other alphabet soup agencies in the U.S. that my dad was associated with, to include DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, to include the coordinating military agency responsible for U.S. intelligence, which is the U.S. Navy. My dad was one of those Cold War era engineers that had a secret military rank as a major in the U.S. Army that allowed him to get on and off of military bases. In fact, he was taking me on and off military bases throughout my childhood. But in this instance, he had a very significant photograph from my paper. And in fact, I wrote a series of later monographs just focusing on this particular detail from PIA 10214. It's the first photograph of a humanoid like us on another planet. And in that sense, it's a very historically important image. So they had it, and they not only had it, but they let me see it when I was 8 or 9 years old. In a secret context, a very domestic situation, my dad's giving me a haircut. He opens up an envelope and says, look, you find this, 40 years from now. Actually, he didn't tell me then when I would find it, but he did make it clear that this image of a Martian is something that I personally would discover and publish.
Do you feel that they may have known also about other people's future as well? Do you think that
they
have that?
The way to put this in context is they were sending personnel forward in time on a limited basis to both just gather artifacts spontaneously, like the day's newspaper, and take it back. And also, I know others were involved in going forward and taking microfilmed summaries of intervening events between, the early 1970s and the year in the future that we were visiting, and we were taking those back to the present. So I think the way to look at this is that they had isolated what they were calling persons of interest. Before the War on Terror, a person of interest was not a member of Al-Qaeda or some other terrorist organization. A person of interest was somebody who in some way would do something significant in the future. Now, I could go off on a tangent here and talk about how when I was in college, I met a young Barack Obama, and we discussed the fact that he had already been briefed on the fact that he would become the President of the United States. So I think in a similar way, it's clear that because they knew who I was, and they were literally sharing elements of my future Mars research with me, my own publications, that they had identified me as a person of interest relative to the disclosure of life on Mars and the other things that I'm destined to do as a figure in the disclosure movement. Because they were clearly, I wouldn't say they were grooming me to become the discoverer of life on Mars, but they were just using the quantum access capability that they had to make sure that I knew what my destiny was, even on an unconscious level. Because as I'll show in these other anecdotes regarding the Mars data points in my childhood, it's not like they sat me down and did a lot of extensive discussion for hours about the fact that when I was 47, I would discover life on Mars and write about it. These were just like little memento moris from the future that they were dropping in my past, in my unconscious almost, because they were very limited incidents.
How old are you right now? And how old are you right now, Andrew?
I'm still 47. I'm going to turn 48 in September.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. So I did get extensive training in Pegasus. We were being trained on these speed learning machines called tachistoscopes that my research showed were developed at the behest of the Office of Naval Research to work with gifted and psychic children in specialized education, advanced education. Mm-hmm. In my case, I was given, in 3 years of grammar school, in my third, fourth, and fifth grade, I was placed in a learning laboratory where I was given sort of a university history program in everything involving society and science in particular, science and applied technology, applied science, from the year 1450, which would be the High Renaissance, which we would associate with, for example, Galileo. In fact, the name of this curriculum was Galileo. And the machines had been developed at the instruction of the Office of Naval Research. They were designed at one of my father's former employers, which was the Thomas A. Edison Research Laboratory in West Orange, New Jersey. No connection to Edison. This, in fact, was a defense R&D think tank-like engineering company that was founded in around 1950. But it was actually physically adjacent to Edison's old labs in West Orange. In fact, it shared a common doorway that was always locked with the old Edison labs that Mrs. Clinton refurbished and made into a national park when President Clinton was president. And she realized that Edison's labs had been laying fallow for decades and had been ignored by the American people and government. So my dad was working at the Edison labs from 1956 to 64, and during that time, these speed learning machines for gifted students were actually constructed at the Edison labs. And they had taught us how to photo read. So we were getting all this history of society and history of science and technology crammed into our heads during those 3 years of grammar school. And in fact, there were U.S. Army field hospital cots in the learning lab that we used to collapse onto and fall asleep because we were so exhausted after, let's say, 2 hours of standing there and doing all this saturation learning.
This is at age 8?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, this was at age 8?
I was in the learning lab from fall of 1969 to spring of 1972. So that would have been, I was 7 going on 8 when the third grade began for me, which would have been fall of 69. And I remember around October, I would guess maybe around October 5th of 1969 or so, I signed my security oath on U.S. Defense Department letterhead. In other words, we started school in September, we were placed in the learning lab, and right away there in fall of 69, they let us know that we were in a U.S. Defense Department, classified research and development program. We were being trained for it. So they had us sign a secrecy oath, kind of a loyalty oath, and they began immersing us not only in the speed learning, but in parapsychological testing and training. And very quickly, they began to involve us in very far-out stuff that was going on off campus. And so I can describe that a little bit later in this interview. But so this showing me that this Martian and telling me that I was going to be responsible for discovering it on the surface of Mars was pretty heady stuff, but it was the kind of stuff that was going on in my life around that time. I had already been dropped into Pegasus. I'm guessing this was probably after I'd been dropped into Pegasus. It might have been the summer beforehand. It might have been, let's say, summer of 70, but it was around that age when I first started receiving the specialized education that I was given by the Defense Department to later be involved in the quantum access activities that I would be over the course of those next 3 years. But they definitely had the Mars data because my dad showed me that very photograph of the Martian that's in the paper. Now, the third Mars data point that I've recollected is around 1970. This was definitely after my father had showed me the picture. My dad's, and after we were already teleporting from building the teleport in building 68 at the Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Woodridge, New Jersey. We were always jumping through a device there to the state capitol complex in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So after I had already done that with my dad once in 67, 68 when I was 6 years old, and then after I'd already been doing it during summer of 70 with the kids in my learning lab who were by that point attached to Project Pegasus and actively, if you will, time traveling. At least we were already teleporting back and forth between New Jersey and New Mexico. My dad said on a Saturday morning, I'm guessing, this might have been around spring of 70, or actually no, it had to be after we were already teleporting as a group. This must have been around fall of 70, because I know it was after we were already, I had already teleported with the other children in the program in summer of 70. So fall of 70 or thereabouts, my father says, come on, Andy, we're going over to Curtis Wright. And I get in the car, and I'd always been, I'd been trained how to keep project information secret, so I waited to get into the car, and he closed, his door. And I said, Dad, are we teleporting to New Mexico? And he said, no, I'm taking you over to Curtis Wright because there are some Martians there that I want you to meet. And again, I had forgotten the earlier incident involving reading the passages from the paper and him showing me the photograph. This was another unusual event in my childhood in which he was bringing Mars up. And I said, what do you mean Martians? As we drove over from our home in Morris Plains, New Jersey, to Curtis Wright in Woodridge, New Jersey, I really couldn't get my mind around what he was talking about. And my dad got exasperated, which was very unusual for him. He was a very thoughtful and intelligent man, and he was really an ideal father in terms of being patient with children and educating us about things. And he always used a very advanced vocabulary, and he would always explain things very thoroughly and very patiently. But I had asked for most of the 15-minute trip over to Curtis Wright, I said, what do you mean, Dad, Martians? I don't get it. And he pulled the car over to the side of the road, and he said, Martians, son, they're human beings like us, except they're from Mars. And he had, lost his patience. So I said, oh, okay, I get it. So we drove over to Curtis Wright, and we didn't enter Building 68. We entered a different building. And this building was like an Air Force hangar that had a huge concrete loading dock that we actually walked out onto as we entered this big building. It was like a huge Quonset hut over a concrete loading dock. And I looked over to the right near the edge of the loading dock, and you could see that maybe twice as far beyond that. Maybe the loading dock was about 150 feet of concrete from the door to the edge of the loading dock, and there was maybe another 100 feet of concrete that went out to the tarmac there at Curtis Wright. So it was one of those big Air Force hangars where they put planes. And over on the edge of the stage, or this loading dock-like platform that we were walking across, there was a small silver metallic spaceship. It wasn't circular. It wasn't a flying saucer. It looked teardrop-shaped. It looked basically like a silver flying Z-type car. What is that, a Honda Z?
Something like that.
Like a flying Camaro or Suzuki or Honda Z-type automobile. In other words, it was an aerodynamically designed spaceship, but it wasn't a flying saucer. It was bilateral, but it looked more like an automobile without tires than a flying saucer. And something that clearly hasn't been depicted very frequently in the UFO literature. And it was just hovering there, and I could hear it going put, 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 like it was riding on a cushion of air. And we went into an office that was right adjacent to this huge, cavernous aircraft hangar. And there was hardly anything in it. I mean, it was just this big, empty concrete space with this silver ship hanging over there, and there were these big lights that were illuminating the whole hangar. And there was a brief discussion with these three men in a small conference room with just some basic furniture, almost like those little briefing rooms you see the astronauts being briefed in before they then walk across the tarmac and get into the space shuttle or whatever. It was just a small little utilitarian briefing room where people would get coffee, who were on the project. And these men were essentially human, but for one thing, they were speaking in a very high-pitched way, with very high-pitched voices, almost as if they were straining their vocal cords and yet had very high voices. And they were just talking shop, and I didn't understand hardly anything they were talking about. They were talking aerospace. And then they said, well, I guess it is time for us to leave, or maybe some kind of attaché came into the room and told them it was time to leave, or whatever. So we walked out of this little room and back into the hangar area, and I turned, and my dad turned, and these three guys walked right past me. And the best way I can describe how they looked to an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old from New Jersey of that generation. And I've written it. I've written how they reminded me of or looked like any combination of 3 of the 4 Three Stooges. 2 of them were bald, and one of them, the 2 were about 6 feet tall and bald. One was about 5, 6, or 7 and had essentially a bald head with a fringe of brown hair around his bald pate. And they didn't look particularly athletic, but they were rather muscle-bound, fairly muscle-bound. And they looked, for example, like human beings would look if they were the result of a more keen struggle for survival on their planet. In other words, they looked almost like natural athletes, even though they didn't have really striking physiques as bodybuilders would. But they looked very fit physically, and they looked highly intelligent. The 2 of them looked like were bald guys with big heads, as if they had really substantial intelligence. And the shorter guy looked like a professor. He was a very distinguished, intelligent-looking person. But they looked essentially like us. And they walked past me, and they were wearing these tight-fitting silver spacesuits, kind of like neoprene wetsuit type, form-fitting jumpsuits. And the chest was covered with a blood-red crest. And then on that crest was a single emblem, which was a yellow lightning bolt going from the top to the bottom, with the jagged edge of the lightning bolt at the bottom of this 5-sided crest on their chest. So this was apparently the astronaut garb of the indigenous Martians. These were the Martians my dad was telling me we were going to meet over at Curtiss Wright, and we met them. And as they walked past us there on the loading dock to get into their ship, the one who was walking third turned to my father, and in a very intelligent and courteous way said, "Well, Ray, it was a pleasure visiting your beautiful planet again, and a privilege to be with you again. And thank you so much for introducing us to your young son, Andy," because my dad had introduced me in the room. And my dad said, "Well, it was great to see you 3 again, and I hope we can meet again." And my dad was just being very, very diplomatic, almost as if he had worked with these 3 gentlemen but didn't really know them that well. Like he would be polite to colleagues in the aerospace community that you were on a project with, but weren't best of friends with. And they walked down along the edge of the stage there, the loading dock, and they got into their ship, and they closed the hatch, and they went putt, 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 putt out across the floor of the hangar, and then they started to do a big loop around the tarmac. We could see from the hangar. We were standing in the hangar and kind of following them, but we were still in the hangar, and they were out in the tarmac. And the engineer standing next to me was one of my dad's colleagues there I would say at Curtiss Wright, because my dad was already working for Parsons. But one of the engineers who was there said, "Now watch this, Andy, you're not going to believe this." And as the Martian ship completed its loop and got to kind of the home stretch, it was only going about, I would say, maybe 20 or 40 miles an hour, not really that fast, but it was making this big loop. And then it hit the straightaway, and it just, in 3 very sudden pulses of speed, just took off at an incredible rate of speed horizontally across the tarmac, and then shot up at a 45-degree angle and disappeared. And that was the most striking display of high technology I've ever seen before or since.
Wow.
That craft went from about 40 miles per hour to 4,000 to 8,000 to 12,000, so that by the time it got out of my field of vision and I could see it shoot up, it was a blur. It was literally a blur. So we know from this event that by around 1970, the U.S. Defense Department, including engineers like my father, were in liaison with human beings like us on the planet Mars. Now, what had my father done for the U.S. Defense Department? Well, I'm in possession of his 1964 resume, which is an ancient document under the law of evidence that's self-authenticating. And what his 1964 resume shows, I mean, that was written, 44 years ago. So it's more than 20 years old. It shows that he had worked on the ramjet engine.
you're so fascinating that I don't, like, I want to have you continue speaking at the same time I have all these questions, but I'll save them for later.
Okay, I just want to narrate all the Martian data points because I think it shows that the U.S. government was definitely prioritizing Mars and the Martian presence there, and its quantum access activities were definitely focused on Mars, even when I was on Pegasus as a kid. Because here we find, my father had been working for Okanite in Paramus, New Jersey in 1952, and he explained to me one time, and this is again validated by his 1964 resume. He'd been working for a civilian engine, company, an industrial company, and he narrated for me one time how an army attaché showed up at his desk at Okanite and gave him orders to report to Curtiss Wright to work on metallurgy on the Ramjet engine project. The Ramjet was a high-performance jet engine that by pulling either molecules of oxygen or later space dust, even in outer space, across a pressure differential and ejecting it at a high rate of speed, would be able to achieve supersonic speeds in our atmosphere and near-Earth environment in space. And my dad was essentially conscripted into the Ramjet project at Curtiss-Wright by the U.S. Defense Department because he had a background in metallurgy, and they wanted him to find an alloy that the Ramjet hull and engine could be made of so that the plane wouldn't melt from friction in our atmosphere. And he did, as I recall. But it was a very stressful part of his career there in 1952 to 55. In fact, he was at Curtiss-Wright when he worked on that. His resume from 1964 also shows that he was principally involved in the B-70 development project, which was the strategic bomber from World War II that the Defense Department wanted to put a nuclear reactor engine on so that it could travel in an unlimited way, both to bomb the Soviet Union if we needed to, and to protect ourselves from the extraterrestrial presence. As I've talked about it, there were really two concerns that the U.S. Defense Department had at that time, and they both had color. It was basically the grays and the reds. They were worried about the extraterrestrial visitations that were occurring and the abductions that were beginning that had already been documented. And they were also concerned about, believe it or not, a land invasion of North America by the Soviet Army. Okay, so they wanted to have a strategic bomber that they could repel such an invasion with that wouldn't have to refuel in flight. So my dad had been on some very advanced and sensitive aerospace projects, and I think it's in that context that he must have been consulting with these Martian aviators at Curtiss-Wright, because they were clearly there for some kind of technical meeting and were leaving. And my father just had either been asked by them or been instructed by the U.S. government to take me over on that Saturday morning when they were leaving so that I would meet these human beings from Mars and know that Mars has at least one humanoid species on it, very much like us. Now, who could these beings have been? Well, we know that in 9500 BC, years ago, there was a cataclysm in our solar system. We believe that what happened is that debris elements from the Vela supernova explosion entered our solar system and destroyed a planet that created the debris that it now is the asteroid belt, which is located in our solar system where mathematics indicates a planet should be, and then pummeled Mars very severely, squishing Mars into an oblate spheroid and actually fracturing the planet Mars, which may be another reason why we were in liaison with the Martians. Mars is fractured. And then also pummeled Earth. In fact, it was that event that ended the great maritime civilization on Earth that built the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx. We're not living in the original civilization on Earth. We're living in a second civilization, a successor civilization to the previous civilization that reached its apogee around 9500 BC. And that civilization centered in Cairo, Egypt, which Cairo means Mars, and it had a space launch platform in Lebanon, at Baalbek in Lebanon, which is a huge stone platform there that we believe they were using to reach. The whole pyramid complex itself at Giza links to Mars. For example, every year on the same day, the passageway to the King's Chamber focuses on the planet Mars and creates a red orb on the wall across from the sarcophagus there. So Cairo was the center of a world civilization 11,500 years ago that was either a colony of Mars or that had a colony on Mars. My own particular speculation is that Mars was a colony of an Earth civilization. And I say that because the Great Pyramid at Giza and the Sphinx are much more substantial ancient monuments than what we're finding on Mars. The evidence that I found on Mars is much more scattered and fragmentary. And of course, Earth is has a much more bountiful natural environment to sustain life, including human life. So my suspicion is that life started here and had a colony on Mars. Now we know that, for example, Nefertiti, as depicted in that famous, the iconic bust of hers that the German archaeologist Ludwig Borchardt found at Amarna, Egypt in 1912, was the royal consort for Pharaoh Akhenaten, who was the sun god. And in my investigations of Mars, I would find not only that the surface of Mars is littered with dark turquoise rocks and also with drab green and blood red colors that are on Nefertiti's famous, conical hat on that bust, but also I have found artifacts on Mars with an identical headpiece. So I think it's fair to conclude that the sun god, as he was called, Pharaoh Akhenaten, and his queen, the royal consort, Queen Nefertiti, were the monarchs who were in power during the time of the pharaohs when that ancient Egyptian civilization reached its zenith and reached Mars and placed artifacts there. In fact, my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, goes into this at considerable length. But in any case,
wow,
these men...
That's so cool. Okay, sorry, continue.
So these three men there at Curtiss-Wright were Martians. They were Martians like us. In fact, if today a Han Chinese individual can marry somebody from, Mexico, and their genes haven't seen each other, haven't been in the same baby in 6,000 years. Presumably, these Martians, who are only separated by 11,500 years, could possibly members of our own species. They could possibly reproduce with us because they were men, and I could tell they were a little different looking. But as we'll later see, we have a good estimate of the gene pool on Mars, and so there was a reason for them being a little homelier and a little bit more specialized than modern humans on Earth with all of our genetic diversity. These were probably Homo sapiens who are literally our long-lost relatives on Mars who could probably reproduce with us if they haven't already developed a unique speciation as a result of being isolated from us for 11,500 years.
They probably already reproduced with us.
What the case was, I would say these were probably Homo sapiens who have an identical or very, very similar DNA structure to ourselves. And in fact, my dad was emphatic. He said, they're human beings like us, except they're from Mars. Okay, so apparently by 1970, the separation of those two cultures, which was traumatic, and in fact, the Mayan elder Barbara Hand Cloud has talked about how that event created catastrophobia in our culture, where we're phobic about Mars, phobic about space, and fearful of a repeat of that kind of solar system cataclysm, because human civilization on Earth wouldn't recover until around 3000 BC. And I was schooled on the fact in Pegasus, in these yellow book sessions that we were having about extraterrestrial issues, that the civilization that we're living in, the successor civilization to the ancient Egyptian one, began in ancient Sumer around 3000 BC with intervention by an advanced extraterrestrial species. Certainly not the creatures on Mars. This was an advanced, intelligent hominid species from outside our solar system that came here and reintroduced things like mathematics and writing. And that's why we've been developing as an international culture since around 3000 BC. That dichotomy also explains all these more ancient relics of the previous civilization that we're still finding when we hack away at, for example, the jungles of Central America. So there was apparently some kind of priority that was given to making sure that I went over to Curtiss-Wright that Saturday morning with my dad and met those three Martians. In fact, they knew who I was, which is, I guess, because they had been told that, one of the sons of one of our project engineers is going to play a role in normalizing relations between our planet and yours, and we would like you to meet him. He's only 8. I think something like that must have happened, because the Martians were nothing but kind to my father and I. And they didn't question me or anything. He simply sort of said, and thank you for introducing us to your young son Andy. And he kind of like looked down at me and nodded and smiled. So these Martians were nothing but considerate, intelligent people. But that wasn't the only data point from my own Mars writings that was shared with me as a child. Because after that event, and this event I can date, my mom had permitted me to go out and trick-or-treating, and I know this just from family lore and my own memory, when I was 10, in the fall of 1971. I would have turned 10 in September of 71, I did, and during Halloween, even though I had a severe case of bronchitis, she let me go trick-or-treating, and I got even more sick. And I got very sick. In fact, I still have some respiratory sensitivity that crops up every once in a while from that case of bronchitis then. She really shouldn't have let me go out because I was very sick. I got even sicker, a higher fever, more profound bronchitis. And as I was recovering from that case of bronchitis, I remember one Saturday morning, Sunday afternoon, whatever, it was definitely a weekend because my dad was home from work, and I could hear some of my relatives meeting with my folks down in the living room. I think it was probably my Uncle Richard and Aunt Edith were visiting from Long Island because there was a lot of laughter going on. And I was a really lucky kid because I had a really great family. Both my immediate family and all my relatives were really wonderful people. And I think that's, in fact, one of the reasons why I was selected for Pegasus as a child is I was really from a strong family, not a weak one, and a really secure upbringing. And so I could hear the laughter downstairs, but since I'd already gotten sick going trick-or-treating, my mom had kind of, quarantined me in the sick room, as it were. And my dad came into the room. And every time to get us out of our sick beds when we were kids, he would always buy us a big Hershey bar just to motivate us to, get back into the swing of things and enjoy it. But so I thought, he's coming into the room here to try to get me out of my sick bed. He's got a Hershey bar. But he had an envelope instead. Again, one of the ones with the red wax seal and the tie string and some kind of routing document or label attached to it. And he opened it up and he said, Andy, I've got something for you to read. And he handed me a paper, and I said, what is it? And so he hands me the paper, and it was my 2008 paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars. In fact, it was a copy of it in which the photos came out really well. So presumably, it had to be a document from at least 40 years or so in the future, 37 years in the future, because it's 1971, and he's handing me a copy of my 2008 paper that I could have printed this morning at a local Kinko's. I mean, it was a quality version of the paper. So we know it was accessed via time travel from some time after I published the paper in 2008. And clearly by this time, by 1971, now about 3 years after the original incident involving Mars, where my dad was laughing about what was in the paper, he had clearly read the paper because he had already opened the envelope, and he was handing me the paper somewhat reverentially. In other words, this meeting was not a time for laughter at all. It was a deadly serious meeting in which he was being very respectful with what he was handing me. And I said, what is it? He goes, it's a paper. It's a paper you write. Look at when you write it. And I looked down at the copyright declaration at the bottom of the paper, and it said 2008. And he said, how? Yeah, I said 2008. He goes, how old are you going to be then? And I said, 47. So he said, yes, you're going to be 47, and look what you write. And I said, what is it? And he goes, it's the first paper to prove that Mars is an inhabited planet. So, that's why I kind of laugh when I think how I was beat up morally so much when I published my paper, not only by conceited skeptics in the world of science journalism, almost all of them former or present NASA employees, but even by some of the top figures in exopolitics. I mean, I didn't get a very convivial reception of my paper by people who should have appreciated significance and who had been given all the data, because the data is right there in the paper. instead, there was a kind of a resistance to my paper and the notion that it is what I purport it to be, which in fact it is. It's the first paper to prove that Mars is inhabited. Not to contain photographs of ancient monuments on Mars, not to speculate that Mars might be inhabited, but to demonstrably prove that Mars is inhabited by showing life forms, both humanoid and animal life forms on Mars, describing what they are, and including an analysis that shows that there's abundant evidence just in that one NASA photograph, PIA 10214, in which we can now conclude as a civilization that Mars is inhabited. Well, of course, I knew that Mars was inhabited because of these childhood events where, as a result of the quantum access capability of the U.S. Defense Department, I had been tipped off, as it were, as to what I was going to do. But nonetheless, when I wrote The Discovery of Life on Mars, I was simply trying to frame a proof in natural history. I was writing as if it was a long briefing document for the National Geographic Society. In fact, after I published the paper on December 12th of 2008, I sent it to John Fahey, the president of the National Geographic Society, and asked him to consider consulting with me to publish the data in National Geographic magazine, because I believe the paper encompasses an important breakthrough or discovery in natural history. And I think in the future that will occur. In fact, I kind of see that cover of National Geographic. I think that the Geographic Society will come to appreciate what is in that paper and will want to do a special edition about the discovery of life on Mars.
And not cover it up. And not cover it up.
And not covering it up. And one of the reasons I sent it to them and why I was so careful about publishing a work of natural history rather than either a work of autobiography that went into all the past Mars data points in my life or that was a work of science fiction is that I wanted to do a paper that would stand the test of time. And I also knew that our public institutions, like the U.S. presidency, like the National Geographic Society, even some of the university-educated figures in exopolitics and ufology, they're not just resistant to the idea that Mars is inhabited. They weren't just resentful of my paper. They weren't just disparaging and unfair of me. They are involved in a cover-up of the fact that ours is not the only inhabited planet in our solar system. And I believe that human beings on Earth, as part of the natural heritage of humankind, have a human right to know the true history of our own solar system. And that includes Earth's dealing with Mars, and also the fact that Mars is very much unlike Earth in its biosphere, but is an inhabited planet with its own unique and also similar human and animal life forms. And so I wrote the paper as a work of serious natural history, as almost an environmental planning paper, where I went into describing and included photographs of the humanoid beings, the different animal species, the carved statues, and the built structures on Mars to show that Mars is inhabited. And so, nonetheless, I knew when I wrote the paper that, and was beginning to remember these previous incidents in my life in which the Defense Department, the U.S. intelligence community, as it were, had apparently decided not to bring about the event where I would discover life on Mars, but just take that data from the future and use it to influence the past, to channel the present towards beneficent or beneficial outcomes based on a knowledge of future events. I call that quantum enfoldment. In other words, when I was on Pegasus as a kid, they had decided to not play God and change future events as a result of being able to detect them or visit them. But they had decided to engage in contingency planning, as they described it, for future events. So one of the forms of contingency planning that they've engaged in is to identify persons of interest like myself, a discoverer of life on another planet, persons of interest like Barack Obama, the first African-American president of the United States, somebody who I'm very proud of, and in fact is a contemporary of mine. We were born about a month apart. And I know based on my meeting with Barack back in 1982 that, like he had gotten these briefings by intelligence community officers throughout his life, because by age 20 he already knew he was going to be president. Not that he wanted to be president, like somebody would want to pitch for the New York Yankees. He had been briefed on the fact that he was destined to be president. So in a similar way, I was not just briefed on the fact that I would play a principal role in the discovery of life on Mars, but that I would write the paper. I would write the landmark paper that would herald the fact that Mars is an inhabited planet. But of course, when I wrote the paper, there were these incidents in my childhood in which that destiny was revealed to me. There was also an episode, a very minor one, when I was in New Mexico on the project, where my dad came back to the La Hacienda restaurant where his long-term friend, Mary Constance Chavez, was working. Around that time, she was working as a cashier at the La Hacienda. And Connie was kind of my mother away from home when I was in New Mexico after teleporting there when I was attached to Project Pegasus as a child on behalf of DARPA. And Connie, or Pilly, as she was sometimes known by her best friends, and my father had met in 1953-54 when he was in New Mexico at White Sands when they were flight testing the Ramjet engine. And one time, she'd been babysitting me sort of at the restaurant. I would sometimes just sort of hang out at a table there, and my dad would go off and have some meeting, and Connie would just, serve me an iced tea or a soda or something. I would just hang out at one of the tables there. And my dad came back from a meeting, and he was almost ashen-faced with distress. And he had just been briefed about something I was going to do in the future. I suspect it may be my rollout of the information about the fact that presidents are being briefed on their presidencies based on quantum access. It was something clearly politically provocative like that. My dad was quite distressed what he'd just been told. And I didn't find out what it was. He didn't say it directly to me, but I heard Connie say to him, well, does he do this, Ray, before or after he finds all that stuff up on Mars? Okay, so we'll start up again with a new tape?
Yes. I was trying to figure out how to do that.
So Connie said something regarding my discovery of life on Mars, just in passing at the La Hacienda restaurant one day in Old Town Albuquerque.
All right, and done. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm on a roll.
Yeah, you are. I'm battling between I really don't want to interrupt you, but then there's other times, I have a question, and I may forget it. So what I've started to do is write down all the questions, and after I'm just going to let you talk and just get it all out and not interrupt, because I know that it's a lot for you to get it all out. So after that, after everything's out, then I'm going to ask questions, and then I'm also going to make it interactive where other people can come in and ask questions, like write me questions for you for interviews to come in the future. You're talking about Connie?
Right. So I was at the La Hacienda restaurant where she worked one day. My dad had been at some meeting, and I would often, when I was in New Mexico, having teleported there either with him or with some of the other children in the project, or even by myself. I mean, I was going over to the teleport at Curtis Wright, just jumping through there, ultimately with the casualness with which somebody would get onto a public bus, to go across town to go to school. So on this particular afternoon, I found myself at one of the restaurants in Old Town Albuquerque, where Connie Chavez had not only been born and grew up, but where she lived her whole life there in Old Town Albuquerque. And my dad came back to the restaurant, and he was troubled about something he had been briefed on. And she found out what it was, and she didn't seem as concerned as my father was. And it may have just very well been my efforts within the disclosure movement to bring about public awareness that the U.S. government achieved quantum access based on time travel technology from around 1970. It may have been literally the moment when he discovered that I was the principal whistleblower on Project Pegasus, because he was disturbed by what he had found. And Connie said, just in passing, well, does he do this before or after he finds all that stuff up on Mars? And because she had revealed some of my future destiny to me in an uncontrolled way like that, my dad looked over and scowled at her as if to say, you're not supposed to talk about Andy's future in front of him. Because every time they shared future data with an individual like myself in Project Pegasus, there had been a decision to do so. They weren't just sharing information about people's lives willy-nilly. That data had entered intelligence reports that they were reading. And there had to be a command decision to release specific data to a specific person. As, for example, my father did in fall of '71 when he showed me my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, that clearly had been acquired from the future and taken back to the early '70s, so that was in his possession. It was literally in his briefcase from work. So my dad looked over at Connie and scowled at her because she was sort of letting the cat out of the bag, and you're not supposed to do that, because the danger of that is that the person might not implement their destiny as a result of having already learned about it. In fact, every time my dad shared some aspect of my destiny with me, he did it in a way where I talk about it being a double green light. He would sort of make it a positive thing. He would say, well, see, this is what we're telling you you're going to do, so be sure to do it. Sort of like that. They didn't want to dissuade anybody from avoiding their destiny as a result of learning some aspect or aspects of it before the fact. So that was another instance where Connie knew, this longtime companion of my father's, one of his best friends in life, and this woman that he had known for 20 years at that point, or almost 20 years, was aware that part of my destiny involved the discovery of life on Mars, discovering life on Mars. So those were the data points in my childhood before adolescence. We then moved to California in 1972. I was in the 6th grade, and I had fairly normal experiences in junior high and high school. I was certainly not attached to Project Pegasus. I had a normal Southern California adolescence. And, wrestling in school, playing saxophone in the school band, swimming in swimming pools, going to the beach. I had, a very ordinary teenage years there in Chatsworth, California. I went off to UC San Diego for my freshman year in 1979-80, and then in the fall of 1980, I transferred to UCLA. Beginning in the summer of 1981, the U.S. government put a CIA officer in my life. Now, unless you've been subject to this, it's really hard to explain how this is done. Basically, you're given a mentor who has conversations with you and shares intelligence community tradecraft with you, and even specific information, but sometimes when you ask them questions, they don't answer. So this was like the cigarette-smoking man that they put in my life, who I knew really for the next 20 years until he had a stroke in the early 10s. His name was Courtney M. Hunt. He was one of the Orange County, California cousins of the Hunts of Texas, being the dynasty associated with Haroldson Lafayette Hunt and his sons Lamar and Nelson Bunker Hunt. Courtney Hunt was from that family. He was their California cousin. He looked sort of like Richard Helms, the former CIA director. He was a tall, sort of Scottish landed gentry kind of person, and kind of a bald head. Kind of looked like Hunter Thompson or Arnold de Borchgrave, kind of thinning hair. But he was a chain cigarette smoker, and he was career CIA. In fact, he had joined the CIA during the Korean War when he did jumps behind enemy lines via parachute. So he had seen some very serious experiences as a CIA agent. Courtney lived in Chatsworth and had semi-retired in his early 50s in the early 1980s. But he was still working for CIA. You never really leave the U.S. intelligence community. And he was placed in my life as sort of a mentor who was trying to recruit me for CIA as well. Now, I rebuffed that recruitment attempt just like I had rebuffed my father's attempt to have me apply and be admitted to the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis when I was in high school. So this was the second attempt to get me back inside the military intelligence community, if you will. I had been in Pegasus as a kid. I had performed well as one of the children in the project. In fact, I had jumped through all the hoops and had been one of the children involved in jumping through the Stargate at the Cerrillos Cultural Center outside of Santa Fe to access the year 2045 and then bring back via teleportation to the radio antenna array, the microwave tower called Continental Divide in southwestern Colorado, near the Lobo Overlook site associated with the area north of Pagosa Springs, Colorado. I had gone to the future via the Stargate device at Cerrillos and come back via southwestern Colorado and provided the U.S. Defense Department summaries of future events, what I call in my book the history of the future. What these were microfilm canisters with hundreds of feet of tape on which were digitized so they couldn't be detected if these devices were lost. They were digitized summaries of intervening events between 1970 and 2045. Imagine microfilm, hundreds and hundreds of feet of microfilm of, issues of Time magazine. I don't think it was Time. I think they were actually, I had been told they were historical summaries of particular events and people, and photographs and technologies and so forth, and world events, and encyclopedic and biographical information about people that had been prepared in 2045 and were being sent back on a tactical basis to give the Defense Department information about the future to basically allow the U.S. government to engage in contingency planning for the most serious events. One of the things the U.S. Government, more specifically the Central Intelligence Agency, was concerned about in the early 1970s was the prospect of a new ice age that would destabilize civilization. The concern about that and some of the data that we collected in Pegasus, by the time I was no longer attached to Pegasus in 1972, or by the end of 1972, was their concern that there would be a mass flooding event, either before or after a mass ice age type of cataclysm. So I clearly had been identified as a person of interest when I was on Pegasus, because my father ultimately became angry at me when he learned that I was destined to be the chief whistleblower about the quantum access capabilities that Project Pegasus achieved on behalf of the U.S. government. So there was a concern that they'd get me back within the realm of secret government operations. The first attempt was when I was about 15 or 16. My dad sat me down and said, "Let's talk about your application to Annapolis." And I said, "My what?" And that even got as far as a scheduled meeting with our congressman, who was Barry Goldwater Jr. Admission to the military academies in the United States require an interview by your congressman. And so I had an interview scheduled with Representative Barry Goldwater Jr. that I didn't go to. In fact, his secretary called me and chewed me out for standing up a congressman for an interview to get into the Naval Academy. I basically balked because I didn't want to be bossed around again like I had been in Pegasus. I was not treated kindly when I was on Pegasus. We were treated basically as young military personnel. And we were bossed around and told to do things and told to buck up and tolerate whatever they were asking us to do, just like we were, private first classes in the Army. Privates first class, I should say, in the Army. So we were yelled at a lot. I mean, in some instances, we had experiences that were tantamount to torture, or at least to averse treatment that was designed to either make us comply with authority or engage in military activities or espionage activities as part of the project. And then ultimately, in my case, to make me forget what I had done on Pegasus. So I wasn't really happy about how I had been treated as a child on the project. In fact, as I describe in the book, I had made several attempts to sabotage the project by, for example, leaving a note in the Bataan Memorial Building in New Mexico, in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and also by leaving a toy at the old school site in Lamy, New Mexico, where we were being tested after we teleported there. So, here it is. I'm 15, 16 years old. I've only been out of Pegasus for about 5 years. And my dad's telling me, "Look, you're going to the Naval Academy." Well, why was that? Well, I recall a conversation that took place between my father and the defense attaché for Project Pegasus, who was a young former congressman named Donald Rumsfeld. Don Rumsfeld would be destined to become defense secretary under Gerald Ford and under George W. Bush. But to me, he was just the guy from the Pentagon who was attached to Project Pegasus. And I remember one day we were sitting at a bar, and I was drinking a grape soda, which is what my dad would always order for me, or a Coke. And Rummy was having his martini, which was then his drink. I believe that he's a teetotaler today, but during those days he was still drinking. And Rummy was talking about how they had decided in the project that when the kids graduated from high school, they would be admitted to the Naval Academy, and that would be quote-unquote used as a pretext to involve them in future project activities. So my experiences in Pegasus connect to the whole notion of a secret space program or a secret Navy in space, because they were clearly intending by 1971-72 to send us to the Naval Academy when we were of age and train us and involve us in later time travel activities. So in any case, whatever my dad shared with Connie, it was disturbing. She seemed a little bit shocked. I think it was the information about me being the whistleblower on the project. And she let slip about the fact that she knew I was destined to find some very curious objects on Mars, and for that to be historically significant in some way. But, okay, so I have an ordinary adolescence there in Southern Cal. They put Courtney Hunt in my life in summer of 1981. Now, for many years, I had been blocked about everything that happened that summer in my interactions with Courtney. But what I now remember and I now know is that throughout the summer, he was asking me a question. When he was training me, different aspects of how the U.S. intelligence community operates, I mean, he was clearly grooming me for a career with the CIA. I don't want to mince words about that. That's what my interactions with him were about. I didn't go on to a career in the CIA, but I was involved in some U.S. intelligence community activities in Los Angeles from roughly 1981 to 1986. So I did end up becoming implicated by them in their activities, but I was never hired by them. I never became a full field agent, if you will, but they did manipulate me into doing some things for them throughout the early 1980s. And those are largely irrelevant to the whole story of Pegasus and Mars. They were just pretty much conventional intelligence functions in Los Angeles when I was in college. But in any case, Hunt was essentially training me for the things I would do for the CIA from 1981 to 85. And they didn't involve domestic spying, by the way. I was just basically an errand doing different things in Los Angeles. They could trust me to be an errand because I had been a much higher level errand as a child, and they had sent me to the future to recover information. So they were happy to send me around Los Angeles to transmit information to people. But in any case, Hunt was working with me beginning in summer of 1981, and he was an exceptionally forbidding and cynical person. He was, like I said, the classic cigarette-smoking man from the CIA. He would grow moody sometimes. You'd ask him a question, and he would look at you like he was angry, and his eye would begin quivering. You know, it was kind of like interacting with a pirate captain sometimes. He had a very brutal side to his personality where he didn't want to be intimidated, and he didn't want sensitive information to be extracted out of him. He wanted to share enough information with me to train me. But the question he kept on asking me throughout the early summer of 1981 is, so do you want to go to Mars? Yes or no? And I was saying things to him like, oh, go to hell. I don't want to work for the government again. Or I was saying, I don't even believe you. I think you're on LSD or something. I don't believe we're going on to Mars. Or I said one time to him, how am I going to go there? A spaceship? Spaceships, I don't want to get aboard a spaceship, no, and take off like a rocket. And he looked at me like I was crazy and said, you know how we get there. You did it right here on Earth. And of course he was referring to teleportation. So he was essentially pressuring me out throughout the summer of 1981 to agree to go up there. So I finally relented, mostly because, when your dad is an engineer for the Ralph M. Parsons Company who has spent a career basically as the $1-a-year man on teleportation, and you were in a black project with him, the black project in which teleportation and other quantum access technologies were developed, and if you told your mother or your brothers and sisters or your best friend what you had done as a child, or who your dad really is, who he's really working for, and that now there's this CIA guy in your life, people simply don't believe you. In fact, I told everybody at the dinner table one time that I was under recruitment by CIA, and my dad made some dismissive comment, and everybody thought I was crazy. But Hunt was in my life. They already had a CIA agent in my life as a mentor. He was already training me by summer of 1981. But the difficult question he kept on asking me in the summer of 81 was, come on, I need an answer. Do you want to go to Mars? So I finally relented. In fact, he had me meet with a young person my age who had been up there, and after listening to that guy, he said, yeah, you just go into this elevator-like device, and it opens up on Mars, and you step out, and there you are. Okay, so I met with Hunt once, at which he explained how the teleportation to Mars was going to take place. And it's exactly how it did take place. It was very minimal training. You would think that we would go through 3 months of NASA-type, astronaut-type training to teleport to Mars. No, the CIA people like Courtney Hunt, and for that matter, even my father, who were consulting engineers to this teleportation capability that the U.S. intelligence community had, they gave me minimal training before going up there. And so let me describe what happened and when I did go up there. Hunt drove me in his automobile after briefing me at his home in Chatsworth. He lived in an apartment with his wife, Linda, in Chatsworth. We had a briefing session of an hour or two. It was a very basically brief session where he just told me what was going to happen. We drove to an office building in El Segundo, California, down where there are a cluster of buildings that are defense contractors. And there was one building that was entirely operated by the CIA. He drove me over there in his private automobile. We went up to about the 5th floor in the elevator. We stepped out, and the whole room was just one big counter. Like when you have a law firm and there's a Ephesian suite in the middle, and you have a secretary who's working for all the different lawyers in separate rooms around this central console or counter. It was just a big console like that, big counter. And Hunt, the guy laughed that Courtney had shown up again. We walked over to the counter. He said, Andy's going up today, and he wrote my name in a ledger. And he said, okay, Andy, you want to go back and step into the elevator? And I said, I'm not going to Mars? And he said, no, you're going to Mars. And I said, in the elevator? And he said, yeah, that's the teleport. And they laughed kind of derisively. People in the CIA are very cynical, and they often spend a lot of time laughing at you even while they're training you.
Probably because they know, and they
right,
just
because, yeah.
They don't want
because they're insiders and they know things that ordinary people don't know, and they know how foolish almost everybody is ultimately. So he said, no, the elevator is the teleport. So I walked back into the elevator, and as he explained how the teleport would operate, the whole room would go there to Mars. So over the intercom, they said, are you ready, Andy? And I said, as ready as I'm going to be. You know, I think I made a joke. I said something like, light this candle. Because I had been in the colloquy with Courtney Hunt about how I didn't want to get aboard the top of some rocket ship, because I thought that was inherently unsafe. And if you look at the Challenger and said 5 years later, I was right? So I didn't want to go to Mars via rocket ship. But once he explained that it was via teleportation, indeed that the identical technology I'd been involved in so substantially in childhood, I ultimately agreed to go. And Hunt explained how the whole room would go there. And that's in fact what happened. They said, are you ready? And I said something like, as ready as I'm going to be, light this candle. And lights above in the corners of the room where you could see through like this panel started blinking. And I couldn't really feel like the room was accelerating. But I could tell that the room was kind of wormholing because the room got more oblique. And I felt pressure. And I had to kind of steady I had to steady myself as I was standing in the elevator because the corners of the elevator were kind of becoming more oblique. As if the elevator was literally a teleport where the room went with you somehow. Now, how that was done, I have no idea. I mean, I have some ideas how the teleportation worked that I was exposed to in childhood, but this involved literally entering an elevator-like device. Indeed, it was the elevator for the building that they then sent up to a few flights higher. They sent me up to about the 7th or 8th floor, and I teleported from that position in the building to the facility on Mars that Hunt had very briefly described. The doors opened up in that facility. What it was basically a big concrete bunker on Mars. I found myself 1 story below ground in like this utilitarian concrete bunker under Mars that was literally a secret U.S. defense base on Mars. It was a portion of it. I stepped out of the elevator, and as instructed, there was a concrete stairwell over on the right, a set of concrete steps. And I walked up the concrete steps on the right, and the steps reached a kind of a landing, almost like a baseball dugout. It was like this cylindrical landing. And that cylindrical landing was behind the eye sockets of a head that was on the Martian surface.
Whoa.
So I had been told. He said you're gonna find yourself coming out of the elevator, or the teleport, walking up the stairs, and you'll find yourself in kind of like this bunker. And the bunker is the area behind this head that's on the surface. And you can get egress to the Martian surface there by walking through the eye sockets of the head on the surface, which is what I did. It would be like if you had gone from the clubhouse of a baseball team in a major stadium and then walked out from out from the showers or whatever, the locker room, and into the dugout. And instead of having a baseball diamond in front of you, there was the back portion of a head that was on the surface. And so then I just walked out of the dugout directly through the eye sockets of this head on the surface of that location on Mars, and there were just a couple of humans like us standing around. It would be like meeting a group of people in their 20s standing around a hamburger stand in the San Fernando Valley. Now, I had been given a crystal helmet with a respiration device and a communication device in it, but no specialized clothing. I was wearing like a white T-shirt and blue jeans and my sneakers or something, maybe boots. I don't even remember what was on my feet, but I didn't have any kind of specialized spacesuit on, but I did have a crystal helmet on. So I walk out of the, I had been provided that by Hunt before I got in the elevator back at the building in El Segundo. And so I step out, and there are these young people. They were a little bit older than me, but in 1981, I was 19. And these young people were like 23, 25, 27. There were three of them. There were two men and a woman, and they were very young people, presumably because I was arriving there as a 19-year-old. So this was a kind of an acclimation trip to teleporting to Mars. And I felt very odd. I mean, I felt strange to be on another celestial body. It was a very alienating, kind of weird, hallucinatory kind of experience. And they were standing around, and I was yelling, I guess, even though I forgot that my helmet had a communication device. And I was saying, can I take my helmet off? Because they didn't have any helmets on. And they said they were laughing and saying, yes, you can breathe without your, you can take your helmet off. Okay, so I took my helmet off, and I quickly breathed in, because I found the air on Mars hot and difficult to breathe. The best way I can describe it is if you combined the kind of labored breathing you can get in a smoggy city like Los Angeles at the end of a hot summer day with being at a high altitude. In other words, I could breathe, and I didn't start hyperventilating, but I felt like I was in an environment of diminished oxygen, and it was hot also. So I just stood there for about an hour, and I interacted with them a little bit, and I remember I felt kind of so threatened by being on a foreign planet that I wasn't crying, but my eyes were sort of kind of cheering up, because it was just strange to think that I'm on Mars, It wasn't some joyous experience of exploring Mars. But I just stood around that skull with several other humans, and these were humans. These were U.S. personnel. The guy even said to me, so you're the guy Courtney mentioned or something. So they were just apparently sent there from wherever they were living on Mars because somebody was coming up to get acclimated to teleporting up there. And then I said, after about an hour and a half, I said, look, I'm going back. And I said, you can if you want, or you can hang out some more. And they didn't stop me. I walked through the eyes of the skull, down the steps, and into the teleport. And I said something like, beam me back or something, but then ultimately I was standing in the elevator for like 10 minutes. In fact, I walked a couple times in and out of it because the door wasn't closing. And I thought, oh, shit, Hunt has set me up here, and I'm going to be up here forever, or up here for hours, or going to have to sleep here, or whatever. So because there had been times when I'd kind of been left behind in time-space when I was in Pegasus, these kind of emotions from childhood where I felt I had been double-crossed and I was going to be set up for a more stressful experience were kind of going through my mind. My thoughts were kind of racing. And so I just sat in the corner of the elevator, and then finally the door closed, and I teleported back to the building in El Segundo. And on the way home to Chatsworth, Hunt said to me in the car, I remember one thing he said, next time we send you up there, we want you to walk around the surface some more. And I said something like, if there is a next time. Because I simply didn't want to go to another planet, okay? But I was trapped because I'd been trapped in the cult of intelligence since I was a kid. I couldn't go to the police or the FBI or my uncles or my mother or my counselors at school or my school principal or my teachers and say, look, I've been stuck in CIA activity since I was 6 years old, and now they're sending me to Mars. I mean, I had no out short of killing myself, which I didn't want to do. I mean, I was a happy, well-adjusted person. But when I had these interactions with the U.S. intelligence community, like when I was doing project stuff with my dad, or when they put Courtney Hunt in my life, beginning around when I was 19 there. That was it. I mean, I had no way of refusing what they were asking me to do or in any way extricating myself socially from interacting with them and tolerating the requests that they made of me. So I said, but nonetheless, being, sarcastic at that age, I said, yeah, if there is another time. He said, well, there's going to be another time, so I want you to deal with that emotionally. Obviously, it's stressful for anybody when you first start going up there. It's another planet, but you did well. Okay. So Hunt dropped me off at the corner of Mason and Devonshire, and I walked home to my family's house. The next time he drove me over there, he went in the elevator with me, and we both went up there together. And we walked out the skull again, but there was nobody there. And we roamed around the surface for, I'm saying 3 to 4 hours, but I always felt so pressured when I was up there that it could have been maybe like 2 hours, but it certainly felt like 4 to me. Okay, so we roamed around. The first thing I remember happening is he said, there's a guy living over here not far from here that I want to check in with. So we walked up to a house. The best way I can describe this house is if somebody made an adobe rock house outside of Tucson, Arizona, with indigenous rocks. It was like a rock and concrete adobe pastiche. And as we walked towards the front door of this tiny little house, and we could tell it was a house, not because it had windows. It didn't have windows, but it had a front door. This creature was sitting on the front lawn that was a hybrid. Now, the house didn't just look like some old adobe house outside of Tucson. Everything associated with the human presence on Mars looked execrable. It looked like project stuff that had been built in a simple way and then neglected for years. So there was for example, when Hunt opened the door of this house, the screen door was ancient and it fell off in his hands. So clearly there had been human construction on Mars going many years back. Maybe the guy was living in a house that Martians had built and that he was just occupying. But as we walked onto the property where this house was, the identifiable lawn, and it wasn't a grass lawn, it was just a yard, like a zero-scaped yard with rocks on it and paraphernalia laying about. This creature, I think it was partially on a leash. I mean, it reached us, but basically it was a man with a bald head and the shoulders of a man, but he was sitting like a dog sometimes sits with its paws forward, and the lower part of his body was sort of grub-like, almost like a person looks when they're standing in one of those sleeping sacks, or throw pillows or whatever. And when he saw us enter the property, this creature came bounding across the yard, snarling and barking at us simultaneously. The best way I can describe it would be if you had a vicious dog who knew some English. It was like, he was like making this very intimidating bark and snarl at the same time. And just instinctively, when he got to us, I thought he was going to actually bite us. I stepped behind Hunt, and when the guy got within about a foot of Hunt kind of flinched at him like he was going to attack him, and this thing turned around automatically and then undulated back. He undulated towards us by kind of snapping his body. He didn't have legs. Snapping his body and running on his front, on his hands simultaneously, kind of. But Hunt flinched at him, and this thing turned around and with this woeful bail, kind of retreated in a cowardly way, kind of like baying like a cowardly dog, kind of howling. So we then entered the house, and we walked in, and there was a man about 45 years old. He was a Caucasian man with not a beard, but stubble on his face. He had a suntan. He was wearing grimy clothes, and he was almost at the point of total insanity. He was one of the Mars colonists who had been there for months. And when we entered, he started backing up in his house like he thought Hunt was there to assassinate him or something. And then Hunt said, we're just here to find out what's happening with you. How are you doing? And this guy came forward and calmed down, but he was still jabbering. He was very agitated. And he was talking about several project personnel who'd been lost to predators on the surface of Mars. He was saying, like, remember Bob Smith? I don't know what name he mentioned. Well, you met him. Remember when you were up here? Well, yeah, Plessy, he's dead. he's dead. And he started almost like crying. He was almost like crazy. He was somebody who was suffering from an advanced state of adrenal exhaustion as a result of being through a prolonged exposure experience. So I'm just assuming that he had been on the surface of Mars for many months. For all I know, he was somebody banished from our culture, maybe somebody who had committed a crime, and the CIA had required that he be some kind of permanent, personnel on Mars. But this man was not happy. He was just, he was holding on to his sanity by a very thin thread. But you have to admire him because he was living on a foreign planet, another planet, and he was able to communicate what had gone on. But he was very, very agitated. And so Hunt just kind of listened to him, and then he said, well, this is Andy. I'm taking him up here. He's been up here once before, but I'm going to show him around a bit. And the guy actually shook my hand. So anyway, he was somewhat of a pudgy white guy. He had a little bit of a pot belly. I mean, he wasn't in great shape. He was slightly overweight. And as I said, very tan. He had a 3 or 4 day growth of beard. Didn't look like he had shaved very often. But he was very, very exhausted emotionally by the circumstance that he found himself in. So we then left his house. There was some further discussion between him and Hunt, but I can't, under the stress of the event, I can't really recover now what they talked about. But he did mention that who I was and that he was going to be showing me around here on my second trip to Mars. And we just walked around, and I got a sense of the rocks on Mars. There are some very beautiful dark turquoise rocks. The soils run from ochre through rust red to drab green to blood red. There were certain life forms that were non-predators, just like the creature on the guy's yard that sort of attacked us, that he was pointing out, and I'd say, are they dangerous? He would say no. And I remember as we were leaving to go back to the skull, I remember how night was falling, and it was different than dusk on Earth. I think it happened quicker than I expected. I'd have to consult with an astronomer to really reconstruct how I experienced night beginning to fall on Mars, or at least it was getting darker. And as it was getting darker, we walked past this group of these hybrid creatures on the crest, and they were barking in a friendly way, kind of like seals or sea lions. And I said to Hunt, something like, is that some more menacing noise from them? And he said, no, in fact, they're saying goodbye to you. But they were kind of up on a crest of a hill going, almost like a dog barking to you because they recognized you. It was like a happy sound. And then we got back to where the skull was, where we had to get, egress back to the teleporter, 1 story below the surface there. And when we got about 40 paces from the skull, I noticed there was this boulder over on my right that I didn't notice when we'd walked out of the skull. It was about 4 feet across and grayish, kind of a mottled grayish tone. And then when we got about 30 feet from the skull, I saw it move, and I saw a head on a periscope-like neck lift up from this boulder, and then as we moved closer to the skull, turn its head. And I said, Courtney, that's an animal, isn't it? And he said, yes. And I said, is it a predator? And he said, afraid so. And I said, oh shit. Is it going to attack us? And he says, it might. And so he then said, okay, when we get to about 20 paces from the skull, I want you to run like hell and dive through the eyes like you're diving into home plate. Can you do that? I said, yes. And he said, on the count of 3. And by then we were like 20 paces from the skull. And he went, 1, 2, 3. And we just ran like hell to save our lives. And as we were diving through the eye sockets of the skull, this creature closed on me. And actually I heard it kind of groan as it smacked its neck and apparently its face against the eye socket of the skull. Now, when I remember my training, that is to say, the little bit of information that Hunt shared with me, both before and after I went up, one of the things that he described is that the human civilization on Mars only comes out on the surface occasionally, but they left their predators on the surface. He didn't tell me why. I believe they did to eat their dead, because if you're stuck in an underground civilization, you want to biodegrade your dead individuals from your civilization on the surface. So that would be one explanation why they haven't exterminated these predators on the surface of Mars. Another reason would be to just secure the surface of Mars from invasion by, for example, Earthians like ourselves. But I remember he said that the skulls have been built both by the Martians and by the U.S. Defense Department to indicate to intelligent humanoids on the surface where the access points are to the underground civilization. But the animals are too stupid to really figure out what the hell they are. So they just see a form, but we see an articulated form like a skull, and we know, hey, I can go there to seek shelter or to go under the ground. You know, to basically to do both, like we did. So we dove through the eye socket. I remember kind of catching myself inside. I kind of smacked my leg, and this thing was right on top of us, but it smacked its face and head, kind of just hit the eye socket and then groaned and backed off. And then we scrambled down the steps. And when we got down to the landing where the teleport was, I said to Hunt, so it's a carnivore, huh? And he said, you betcha, that thing has teeth all the way down its throat. So this begs the question of why Hunt would have exposed me to predators on the surface. I think he may have had some kind of device to repel predators, and he was just running me through an exercise so that I knew whenever I was on the surface, I had to watch my back because there are predator species on the surface of Mars. Was this affirmed by my paper in 2008? Yes. My paper shows evidence not just of predation of humanoids by reptoids on Mars, but mass predation of humanoids by reptoids on Mars. In fact, in 10214 and in 11049, I've isolated details of reptoid creatures literally, in one case, eating a human, and in another case, guarding a recently killed human. So humanoids are not on the top of the food chain on Mars, and that's another aspect of Martian ecology that's going to be difficult for human beings on Earth to accept. But Mars is essentially like life on Earth would be if the carnivorous reptile species like plesiosaurs, or let's say even the smaller dinosaurs, survived so that occasionally, or rather frequently it would seem, they eat humanoids. So that's now been established by my experiences on the surface, and if people don't choose to believe that I was on Mars, which in fact I was, I'm telling the truth. We have had a capability that has been placing people on Mars via teleportation since at least 1981, because that's when I went up there. More recently, we have the claim made by the brilliant young researcher David Wilcock that there are 600,000 personnel on Mars, from Earth. I have no reason to discount that because I was sent up there 28 years ago, and we got there in about 5 minutes from this jump room at this particular CIA facility in El Segundo. So I don't doubt David's claim because we certainly had 3 decades now to place U.S. personnel and potentially chrononauts from other nations on Earth on the surface of Mars, and I'm going to continue to tell the truth and share what I know and bear witness to what happened. I have been on the surface of Mars, and I was there without specialized clothing, and during the latter half of the first trip and during the whole second trip without any kind of specialized breathing apparatus. Mars has an atmosphere. It has both humanoids like us and humanoids unlike us, and it has a variety of different animal species, both animals that resemble animals presently on Earth, or animals that used to be on Earth and that are now extinct, or animals that have never existed on Earth because they're hybrids of different existing Earth species. The plesiosaurs, for example, that are on Mars, such animals did not survive the KT extinction on Earth. So what we can begin to derive in terms of our understanding of biology on Mars is that Martian life forms are both similar to and diverge from life forms on Earth, which may be an important paleological finding in the sense that it shows that life forms on both planets seem to have emerged from a common origin, but that at some point, excuse me, in prehistory, the 2 planets diverged, and yet modern humans are on both planets, but there are species on Mars that are extinct in our age on planet Earth. So that was 1982. That was 26 years before I wrote The Discovery of Life on Mars. The question is, well, why didn't you talk about the fact that you teleported to Mars when you wrote your paper? And that's simply because the fact that I had been on Mars was irrelevant when I wrote the paper. If you look at the structure of the paper is a work of natural history that seeks to prove a single postulate, and that is that Mars is an inhabited planet. My subjective claim, or anybody else's subjective claim, that they've been placed on Mars via the advanced teleportation capabilities of the permanent secret government, the U.S. intelligence community, the U.S. military-industrial complex, as President Eisenhower called it, is irrelevant to the case I make in the paper that Mars is inhabited. The reason I wrote the paper the way I did, and I didn't talk about, first of all, I didn't want to blend or just alter the story based on a narration of the fact that the very story I was telling I had been told about when I was a kid. So I couldn't do that. That was off the shelf, off the table. And then I pondered whether I should talk about the fact that I had been on Mars, and I thought, well, look, people are going to have enough difficulty believing the case I'm making in this paper that Mars is inhabited. I won't talk about myself or my experiences. I'll talk about what the evidence shows. I'll make a legal case, a natural history case for life on Mars, which is what I did in the paper. So
I find your personal story more interesting.
Well, I know, and it may be more significant, but the value of the paper, and the reason I structured it the way I did, is it's basically a work of natural science or even belletristic literature in which I present the photos and what the photos mean. So separate and apart from any subjective claim I would make that I and others have already been to Mars, even somebody skeptical of that position can at least embrace the data. They can investigate the data in my paper and say, I think this author did prove that Mars is inhabited. So then I can now that paper has been published, I can now share with others some of the backstory of the fact that I was not only aware of my destiny as the author of that paper, but in fact, I have been on Mars because the U.S. government has been sending people there for decades. Now, the reason I think I was sent, I think, Jessica, I should just address why I was sent, and then maybe I can field some of your questions. The reason I think I was sent is not they were planning for me to be permanent personnel on Mars, or become an astronaut or whatever you would, I guess chrononaut is the term I've been using, because our space personnel or CIA personnel have been getting to Mars via teleportation rather than rocketry. So we're really not astronauts. We've really been chrononauts. Without these breakthroughs in time-space physics, we simply would not have gotten there yet. But anyway, the reason I think I was sent up there is for the same reasons that I was briefed in childhood about the authorship of the paper. They wanted me to be familiar with the data. Because when I was up there, for example, I interacted with humans up there. I had met human Martians as a kid at Curtiss Wright, but I met U.S. personnel up there. I met the hybrid. I saw some of the other hybrids that are up there. They're actually, I show in my paper the Scorpion Man, who's a hybrid between a human being and like a Helgermite or scorpion. And we had an encounter with a carnivore, namely a plesiosaur. Now, whether that was a setup or not, I don't know, but at least that taught me in a very frightening way that there are predator species on the surface of Mars. Now, the last Mars data point that is relevant to my publication of the paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars in 2008, dates from 1997. This is already, God, I can't even believe it. This is already 16 years after I was on the surface of Mars as a 19-year-old. After I completed my law school and graduate education, I had attended Northwestern School of Law of Lewis and Clark College up in Portland, Oregon. I had studied urban planning at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and earned my degree with distinction. And then I had spent a year studying environmental law and policy under the tutelage of Malcolm Grant at Cambridge. So I then came back to the U.S. in 95, 96 timeframe, and I was studying for the Washington Bar, which I only passed in July of 1996. Around that time, my mother, in 1996, 97, my mother developed breast cancer, and I began to take care of her beginning in 1997. And from that time until around 2003, I was really invested substantially in taking care of my mother and doing things for her and also protecting her. And one of the things I had done was I commissioned the building of 2 gates on the left and right side of her home in Chatsworth. I wanted the original gates that had been there to be fortified so we could lock them and lock the backyard so that a burglar couldn't get access to the back of the house when she was there. So we commissioned some carpentry from a friend of mine. I don't want to identify this person by name, but he's somebody who is a brilliant U.S. academic. I don't even want to give his field, but he's a brilliant U.S. academic who, because of his birth and upbringing in a sensitive European capital, had been offered, in the mid-90s, had been offered the station chief position in one of Europe's most sensitive cities at that time, in the mid-90s. Again, I don't want to say what city it was because I want to protect this individual. He helped me a lot, and we had an agreement that I wouldn't reveal his identity. But he was studying his social science field at a California university, and he was recruited for CIA as the station chief for position for this particular European capital city because he was conversant in the language of that country and English and French. And so he was highly sought by CIA. And when we were finished, and he helped me build the gates to my mother's house, which again, nobody would, besides my late mother, would know who he was, because I don't even think he gave us a receipt when we paid him. But anyway, we went down and had lunch or an early dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Chatsworth. And when we went out to his car, he said, "I want to show you something." And he said, "Get in the car." And he reached behind his seat, or in the glove compartment, from the car, he pulled out an envelope. And he says, "I'm going to show you several images, and you may find them quite disturbing." And the one image that I remembered he showed was of the object on Mars that in my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, I named the grotesque, excuse me, I named the grotesque humanoid skull. This is one of the skull-like objects that are on the Martian surface, very similar to the one that I and Hunt walked out of on the Martian surface, but definitely a different object. And this skull is in my paper, and in fact, I showed some of the Martian humanoids, the more ET-looking Martians with the large heads and the spindly bodies, the rather bulbous heads that can be seen sort of recreating outside this skull. And he showed me, in other words, another detail from my paper. Just as my father had shown me the humanoid on Tsiolkovsky Ridge, there was apparently project continuity, at least within CIA, because now he's showing me another picture from my paper, the one of the other humanoids on the surface of Mars. And he said, "You may find this somewhat disturbing." And I said, "Well, what is this?" And he said, "These are ancient artifacts and life forms that in the future you're going to include in a landmark paper that you write about your discovery of life on Mars." And he didn't even give me the title. He just said that. And I said, "You're kidding me." And I said, "No." And I said, "When do I do this?" And he said, "I can't tell you." Now, at this point, I had already forgotten these Mars data points from childhood. In fact, in the late 90s, after all that college and graduate school and law school education, I wasn't even thinking about what I had done in childhood when I was attached to Pegasus. I wasn't even thinking of having gone up to Mars in 1982. This is already 16, actually, let me think, this is 97. This is 15 years later. 15 years later, I've gone from age 19 to 34. A lot had happened. I mean, so I said, "You're kidding me." And he said, "No, you're going to be writing a very important paper in which you show that Mars is inhabited." So, and he says, "But we want you to see these images, not necessarily so you remember them, but because we want you to take CAD/CAM training." In other words, he was instructing me on behalf of CIA to get schooling in computer-assisted design and computer-assisted manufacturing, basically computer-assisted drawing. Because he says, "We know that you use some kind of sophisticated extraction technology to take these as excerpts, to extract this data from NASA's own images from Mars, but we don't know how you do it, or we presently don't understand how you do it." Well, that was because the technical data in my paper involved several technologies, including the names of computers and computer programs and so forth, from 2008 that hadn't been invented yet. So here the CIA was concerned in the late 90s that I learn CAD so that I have the technical skills to extract data from NASA's photographs after I find life forms in them and artifacts and need to drop them into my paper. So this was a kind of, again, what I call quantum enfoldment. They were again working with a person of interest, making sure that he was briefed about something that the future would hold, so he would do it. In other words, they've been using quantum access for contingency planning as a channeling function, to channel things towards the outcomes that they want to make sure happen, or happen correctly. Like they want to, they've been going to our presidents to tell them, look, you're going to be destined to be president of the United States someday, and we want you to know that just so you can psychologically prepare for that. In a similar way, here they were trying to make sure that I took specialized schooling, so that I learned CAD, so I could actually author the paper in the way that I did. Because they were blithely assuming that by 2008 you couldn't do such work on your laptop. In fact, I did. All I did to drop the photographs into my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, was open the full-resolution JPEGs of the original NASA rover Spirit photographs from NASA's archive page on the internet, open them in my paint program on my Hewlett-Packard Entertainment PC model 6700 DV, and simply use the cutting tool to take out small details of the photograph. I just basically used an extraction technology that anybody with an extra hour on a Saturday afternoon could teach themselves. I never did take CAD CAM. But by 11 years later, by 2008, you didn't need to. You could do that kind of stuff on your laptop. So those were the data points in my past regarding Mars and my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars. As I mentioned earlier in this interview, the paper is my work. It's my original work. I wasn't given the data by either my father or this liaison for the CIA. In fact, he told me that he never joined CIA. He'd been offered that station chief position when he was in graduate school earning his PhD, but he has a family and he decided not to join. But he did have friends at CIA. He had a contact with the CIA through one of the professors in his department, and he had a longtime friend in Los Angeles who was a lieutenant commander with the Office of Naval Intelligence. So he became my liaison to the intelligence community in the late 90s when I began my research into Project Pegasus. So those were the Mars data points that were shared with me from age, 6 or 7 to 34. I mean, I'm trying to think of how many they were numbered. There were my dad came home with the intelligence file, and then there was the picture he showed me of the alien, the Martian when he was giving me the haircut. And then there was the Martians at Curtis Wright. There was Connie Chavez's statement when we were in Albuquerque on a project basis that she knew I would discover stuff on Mars. There was my dad giving me the paper, right? And then there was the teleporting up to Mars, and then there was this last briefing. So there were 7 briefings of one kind or the other that took place between 1968 or so and 1998 or so, during those 30 years, so that 11 years after the last briefing, they were as certain as they could be that when I got motivated in 2008 to study NASA's photographs, I would participate in the unfoldment of my own destiny and discover life on Mars. And so I think it's valuable to go back and narrate this as I have, kind of at length, because it not only shows how the quantum access capabilities that were developed into Project Pegasus in the early 70s under a DARPA-directed program were focused on Mars and the discovery of life on Mars there, but this also becomes somewhat of a kind of a seminar or a set piece kind of lecture about how the U.S. intelligence community has been working with persons of interest like myself. In this case, they were making sure that my discovery of life on Mars happened. They helped me to let it happen. But I didn't do it for them, and the paper was written. I have the drafts of my paper. I was emailing them back and forth to Alfred Lambermont Weber colleague in Exopolitics when I was writing the paper and sharing my findings with him. So the paper was truly an original work and not something that had been passed along for me just to release to the public. But there were these 7 briefings, and now there's an historical record of what they were.
So if they know that, then why are you still being repressed?
Well, I'm not being repressed. I mean, I certainly could have been assassinated at any time in the 40 years since I was a 7-year-old on Project Pegasus.
Oh, for example, speaking and Exopolitics and so forth.
Well, I just think that, like any great discovery, I'm being treated the way that Galileo Galilei and Nikolai Copernicus and Giordano Bruno were treated when they advanced such heretical notions as the fact that the Earth rotates around the sun. I think what we've seen here is a social lag effect regarding the fact that Mars is inhabited. You know, Alfred and I, in our original lecture, we were lecturing about this. There are really many reasons why there is this official denial regarding the fact that Mars is inhabited. In fact, the academic who briefed me in 1997-98, that was the last of the 7 briefings that I got, he briefed me on the fact that my announcement that Mars is inhabited, that was going to occur at some time in the future, was going to engender substantial public fear, ridicule, and even hostility and contempt of me. And so part of the purpose, I didn't mention it, but part of the purpose...
That's what I was referring to. But
yeah. Part of the purpose of the briefing in 97-98 was to let me know that when I decided to move ahead in the future and make my announcement of the fact that Mars is inhabited, embodied in my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, and my later research monographs that I'm currently writing, and the public lectures and the public position that I'm taking, he was warning me that, look, when this happens in the future, you're going to be subject to withering contempt. So you just have to keep your chin up and know that ultimately, especially with the improvement of better photo resolution of your images and images by others, your case is proven to an historical and a scientific certainty. So I was really given not just data from my paper that I published in 2008, I was given the kind of quantum coaching that the U.S. intelligence agencies have been engaging, at least the CIA has, for 40 years now. They were reaching out to me again as a person of interest and making sure that I would psychologically survive the contempt and ridicule that would be lumped on my head when I published my paper. And I was aware of that by the time the paper was published, because I was having discussions with Alfred about the fact that I was recovering these memories of the briefings. Now let me just, because it's come up, let me just give you some ideas as to why I think my announcement of this simple discovery in natural science or natural history has been met with such negative responses by both university academics, science journalists, and figures in exopolitics and ufology. I think the first is probably groupthink. And so the criticisms of me and of the data, I think, are being made in defense of the establishment scientific view that life cannot and therefore must not exist on Mars. In other words, it's just the consensus wisdom that Mars is not inhabited.
Like the planet's not hollow.
Huh?
Like how they say, I'll save it for the next tape. Okay.
Yeah, like they're focusing on just the fact that we've just been to the moon and not Mars. That Apollo has, put 12 human beings on the surface of the moon, but nobody's been to Mars. The group consensus is that not only nobody from Earth has been on Mars, but that life doesn't exist there because it's too cold or too barren or what have you. But in fact, my paper shows that Mars is inhabited because it has pictures of humanoids in it, and I didn't Photoshop them into the paper. Their original data from NASA proves that Mars is inhabited. All I did is I was observant, and I found that data, and I packaged it in a way that made a convincing argument of that fact. Okay, so groupthink clearly has had its impact in causing this negative reaction to my announcement of my discovery of life on Mars. Another factor I would cite would be brainwashing. if you look at a lot of the criticisms of me, like some of the blanket criticisms that were made in chat rooms anonymously, it seems to be actual government disinformation that was scripted to reinforce the public's brainwashing that Mars is not inhabited, and at the same time suppress my data to the contrary. So I think it's difficult to reason with brainwashed people, but unfortunately, all of us were brainwashed even in our schooling that Earth is the only inhabited planet in our solar system. So that's very difficult for people to overcome that brainwashing.
It's also the same with the Earth.
Yeah, so certainly if our good friend Dr. Brooks Agnew is successful in launching his expedition to the inner Earth, we might learn, for example, that, as many people have long alleged, that the Earth itself is hollow. But these kinds of ideas, that the Earth is hollow, that the Moon is hollow, and that Mars and possibly other planets in our solar system are inhabited, go against the grain of the brainwashing that the public has been subject to, and that was being reinforced in the government disinformation that was being directed at my discovery of life on Mars, both in science journalism that was being written and in anonymous blogging where I was simply being criticized personally in a groundless way by obviously some members of the general public, but also undoubtedly government disinformants who were just attacking my character.
They're paid to do that.
My discovery.
They're paid to do that.
Yeah, and some of it was so very superficially, obviously, government disinformation. The third factor I would cite as to why such a positive event in natural history and in our exploration of the solar system, which was the original purpose of NASA. You know, NASA's original mission, the first objective that it was charged with under the NASA Enabling Act of 1958 was to foster the expansion of human knowledge about space. So unfortunately, my doing so went against the grain of how NASA has actually been functioning, which is to study what's going on other planets, but then suppress their data. So brainwashing is certainly a large part of it. The third factor I would cite would be fear. The discovery of life on Mars evokes fear of different things, of the new. People are generally afraid of new things, what they might mean. The unknown, could this be a threat? And the strange. And certainly when there's the discovery of something new, anything new carries with it a possible threat. So I think that it was clear that some people were reacting, not hysterically, but certainly phobically, out of just mere fear about the notion that there could be life on the planet, which every 2 years, you know, Mars supplants Venus as the planet that comes closest to our planet. It's literally our celestial neighbor.
There's probably life on Venus, too.
Well, there may be. Certainly we know that the surface temperature of Venus is about 600 degrees Fahrenheit. We do know that life forms exist near volcanic vents that are very hot in the ocean. So since life can survive at 600 degrees Fahrenheit, there might be primitive life forms on Venus, but there could even be, for all we know, advanced life forms that can survive at a higher temperature.
We always think about life forms being in a physical 3D form, but there's, you know, many different dimensions of life forms as well.
Right, and Venus also might be inhabited in other dimensions where the temperature isn't 600 degrees.
That's
where
right.
It's 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Parallel realities.
That's the case. So I do know this. I know that Mars is inhabited with indigenous life and also with human life from Earth because we have personnel up there. The fourth factor I would cite is mere frustration. I mean, I was able to derive really quality data with the technology that I have. But in preparing that data and then publishing it, I found that there is no standard of visual resolution on the internet. So some people who have been criticizing me simply don't, they simply have inadequate technology. They're assuming that if they can't see it on their screen, it's not there, and I'm crazy or lying. But that's not the case.
But, you know, we only use 30% of our eyes, so there's a heck of a lot that we're not seeing. It's just so silly that people, you know, respond or think like that.
Well, that frustration is both technical and it's perceptual. On the technical level, I used an excellent set of technologies to get high-quality images. When I, for example, show my images on my computer screen or in a PowerPoint demonstration to the mass public. 3/4 of the people who attend my lectures agree that they see what I see in the pictures. So that's a kind of a focus group that establishes that it's not my perception that's seeing what's in the images. It's a common human experience to look at my data and see what I'm saying is in it. The other 25% who don't see what we see in the data, I think that frustration isn't technical frustration, but probably perceptual failure. The ability to see discrete forms of a new kind, or new kinds of forms, in new data is a human ability that varies like any other human ability. The ability to remember things, the ability to articulate things verbally, the ability to learn foreign languages efficaciously. Okay, so the ability to look at new data where important new evidence of life is located on a foreign planet, is something that the individual person or individual people don't possess the same level of skill to do. There are people who, just like there are people who have phenomenal memories, there are people who are keenly perceptive. And likewise, just as there are people with terrible memories, they can't even remember what they ate for lunch yesterday, there are people with terrible perceptual skills. What is invalid is to say, because I can't see what you see, it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Because that puts the onus of perception on the worst percipients, the worst perceivers. And we don't use that standard in any other area of science. We don't say, for example, because the common person, the lay person, can't understand the mathematical formulae that are used to describe advanced new discoveries in physics, the discoveries haven't been proved. They are deemed to be proved if the peers of those physicists decide that the data, or that the formulae describe the breakthroughs in physics that the discoverer alleges have been achieved. So what was invalid, what has been invalid, that's been going on the internet regarding both technical frustration and perceptual frustration regarding my data is, one, there is no standard of computer technology that everybody can agree to the very image that's being imaged. In other words, the images themselves vary because the technologies vary. And two, the ability of people to look at that data and see what the percipients see is not available to some people. Some people can't see the data. They can see the data if they're sighted, but they can't make sense of the data and say, aha, I see the plesiosaur, or I see the humanoid, or I see the grotesque humanoid skull that you're pointing to.
Do you think that might also have to do with What the Bleep? Have you seen What the Bleep? Do we know?
I don't believe that it's a question of quantum fluctuation at the level of subatomic organization. I believe it's being driven by some things like the fact that I had specialized training by the U.S. Navy in perception when I was in Pegasus, and I'm also the person who extracted the data and wrote about it and decided how the photos would be enlarged, how they would be captioned, what text would be used to illustrate them. And so I'm familiar with what's there because I've studied it for several thousand hours. And I studied it for several thousand hours as someone who had been trained in childhood to be an observer, to be a trained observer by the U.S. Navy itself. Okay, so I'm a very good perceiver of things. I'm capable at, or very capable at pattern recognition. But I'm still amazed at how, for example, I'll show somebody the photograph of the grotesque humanoid skull, and they'll just see a rock because it looks like a skull. So some of it is the phenomenon. I don't think of the notion that there's quantum variability at the level of perception, like the idea that two people will look at the same orb that's been captured, the same orb of light that's been captured by a digital camera. One person will see the face of a Sasquatch in it, and one person will see nothing in it. I don't think that's it. I don't think it's a question of quantum indeterminacy or variability. I think it's a matter of perception, but I also think it may be cultural and social as well, in the sense that we have the example of when Western ships began visiting the New World, some Aboriginal people couldn't see the ships because they had never seen them before.
That's what I was referring to from What the Bleep.
Oh, right. Okay, that idea from What the Bleep I would definitely think has been operating here. People have had difficulty seeing life on Mars because they've never seen it before. And the Scorpion Man, for example, is as clear as any slightly blurry image of Mickey Mouse. I mean, it's a fully formed creature, but still, people can't see it. This has required some growth on my part, some spiritual growth, because um, people's frustration factor. You know, as a lawyer, I became a lawyer because Abraham Lincoln and Mohandas K. Gandhi were lawyers. I mean, those are the two figures in history that I admire the most. I was interested in using the law to try to bring about true democracy between people, fundamental justice, and the derivation and defense of the truth. That's why I was inspired to become a lawyer, by lawyers like Lincoln and Gandhi. And I always used to think about their character and how so much of leading ultimately becomes tolerating other people's limitations and your own. But this was one of those challenges to me because I was leading efforts to bring about public disclosure of life on Mars because I had to tolerate people who didn't believe it, people who were going to criticize me, who were going to condemn me for making that claim, who were going to tell me, look, I can't see what you see. So I had to strive to be a bigger person and tolerate the fact that not everybody in society was going to agree with my discovery, the surmises that underlie my discovery, and also some people were going to very, very unfairly attack me. And I've just decided to absorb those blows and move on, because I know ultimately that my discovery will be validated by other researchers and indeed accepted by society. The other factor, this is a critical factor, Alfred and I discussed this, and we really think we're identifying something that really hasn't been discussed at all in exopolitics or ufology. And that is that since the post-war saucer flap began, since, let's say, 1947, and through the motion pictures, for example, the 1950s and 60s about alien visitations to Earth, the mass media has been used, and I would say through the movies of the 1970s, like Close Encounter of the Third Kind, and then E.T. the Extraterrestrial, even the best movies about extraterrestrials coming to Earth have been used in a way to condition the public to expect that first contact by human beings will forever remain an inevitable possibility that will never occur. Okay, so such moments have been dramatized in films like E.T. or like the very excellent film Contact. But the net assumption of such films and the way that mass media has been used to condition the public is to describe such an event, but also postulate it as a possibility that is both inevitable to occur and that will never occur. And an example of that was, in fact, E.T., where, what do you know? Henry, the human child, finds an E.T. in his backyard, but by the time E.T. is leaving Earth at the end of the movie, they've used an extraterrestrial's experience to do a retelling of the Gospels, telling of Jesus Christ's experience on Earth. And when E.T. is leaving Earth, his ship looks like a Christmas bulb, and they're leaving a stand of evergreen trees and going back to his planet. So E.T. has the extraterrestrial leaving planet Earth in a stand of Christmas trees in a fanciful environment, not in Henry's backyard with a swimming pool in Southern California. Okay, so if you look at the way that these films and other works in mass media have been architected, they both introduce to the public or reify the meme, if you will, that one day first contact will occur, but they also ultimately do a kind of a lateral placement of the event so that they position it in the mind of the public that it also will never occur. And we basically have identified this basically as a form of social conditioning to expect first contact, but also the fact that it will forever remain inevitable and never become dispositively so. Well, the problem is that first contact with extraterrestrial life forms began in January of 2008 when the Mars exploration rover Spirit that NASA placed on the home plate plateau of Mars in the inner basin of the Columbia Hills range of namely the West Valley of the Columbia Basin of Mars, began sending back images that contained dispositive evidence that Mars is inhabited. My paper basically summarizes or analyzes that dispositive evidence. So I still think, though, that people are having an inability to overcome the notion that Mars is inhabited because they've been conditioned to believe that first contact will someday occur, and that day will be never. Okay? The other issue, obviously, that's plying on some people's minds is their own religiosity. I mean, life on Mars, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know which, definitely undermines some people's belief in God, not my own. I mean, I believe in a personal God. But, if you look just at one of the monotheistic religions, namely Christianity, Jesus himself is quoted in the Gospels as stating that we live in an inhabited universe. When he said, "My Father's house is vast, and there are many mansions in it," Jesus had to be talking either about different realms of existence that we access spiritually over multiple lifetimes, because we know in his statement about Elijah that Jesus endorsed the notion of reincarnation, and that was de-emphasized in Scripture as a result of the when Christianity became the state religion under Emperor Constantine. So we know Jesus was an adherent to the doctrine of reincarnation. We also know he makes this very interesting statement. I think it's almost the fundamental statement in exopolitics, when he said, if he existed, or alternatively, if the character in the novel of the New Testament makes this statement, he says, "My Father's house is vast, and there are many mansions in it." I think he only could have meant that there are different realms of existence that God has ordained and created for spirits to move through, or that God's house, which is the universe itself, has many planets in it. But certainly that's a metaphor, a parable that an ordinary person can understand, that we don't just live in this one inhabited planet. And then there's also, finally, there's the issue of catastrophobia that I mentioned that Barbara Hand Clow has written about, that, when our civilization was utterly devastated by the solar system catastrophe of 9500 BC, our ancestors had to rebuild civilization by literally pounding stones together. They went from being an advanced civilization that had its headquarters in Cairo and had people on Mars, and to literally being in a Stone Age existence where they were making flint objects to kill game with and try to survive. So we see evidence both of that advanced civilization and the rebuilding effort since 11,500 years ago. And that's sort of the great archaeological mystery that we've been trying to find answers to for the last 150 years. But now we pieced it together, and we know that we live with a legacy of fear of Mars, because Mars was involved in this catastrophe that so sundered the civilization that our ancestors had built. So those are the many factors that I think can help us understand why, when I published my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, I was subjected to very little intelligent criticism and a lot of very unintelligent criticism. But, Jessica, I've been speaking at considerable length here. I know you have some questions, so how about if you fire away? I'd like to field some of your questions.
Okay. Have you heard of Borsica, the Mars child?
I'm familiar with Borsica, and that that he's from Russia, and that he was interviewed by Project Camelot. But tell me more about him. I haven't watched that interview yet.
He basically is just a boy that remembered living on Mars, and he just started telling his family one day all about life on Mars and what it was like. And as he's been getting older, he's been forgetting more of it. But he's like, more and more babies seem to be able to remember where they're from, what planet they're from, and what it was like.
Right. In fact, that is relevant to my experience, because as a human child in this life, before age 7, I did remember a number of my past lives. When I would be dreaming, I also remembered one life on Mars, and I was accessing those dreams, those lucid dreams, as I've been writing my papers. So, as I mentioned to one individual who wrote to our organization, the Mars Anomaly Research Society, or MARS, I do believe that some of us have lived in the civilizations on other planets in our solar system. In my case, I remember walking through some of the underground cave-like chambers or rooms that are underneath the Martian surface. And then, by the way, 4 days after I published my paper last year, I got a call from a woman who was a psychologist for DARPA who had interacted with me when I was a child on Project Pegasus. And she went on to a very extensive career with the CIA. And she talked with me about my paper. This was like a post-hoc after the paper came out. And knew I was going to be getting a lot of notoriety as a result of my Mars discoveries, and just wanted to see how I was doing. I assumed for the CIA. And she just volunteered the fact that there are about 1 million humanoids in the underground civilization at Mars, and they're of several different species. So she was kind of edifying me that my data in my paper was correct. But I have had kind of a spiritual experience with the data in the sense that when I've been writing my papers, I've been remembering different things I did on Mars and what a weird kind of recondite civilization it is, and some of the different life forms that I encountered in that life. For example, some of the creatures on Mars are sort of like bipedal turtles or teenage mutant ninja turtle types, where you have somebody who talks like a human, but they have like a face like a turtle or a reptile. So I was having flashbacks to a life on Mars where I was interacting with a more diverse menagerie of intelligent creatures than you do on planet Earth.
Because time is so non-linear. It's like a DVD. You know, you can jump to the middle, the near the end, and the beginning, and so forth, back and forth in a split second. So you can get that memory and access it.
I began to conceive of what I was doing, which was laying the foundation for harmonious diplomatic and cultural relations between the civilization on Earth and the one that we now know is on Mars. In other words, I felt at the level of the oversoul, if you will, a sense that I was engaged in a universal government function that was important, because I was laying a foundation for our dealings with the Martian civilization to be based on knowledge and on the prospect of harmonious collaboration with the Martian civilization rather than on ignorance and fear and thoughts of violence and warfare. So I think that past life on Mars and my current work may be linked at the level of my soul, in the sense that because I had the past life memories, I knew that it was a good thing that the data be positioned in a way that leaves open the prospect that the people of Earth and the people of Mars can creatively and harmoniously and peacefully collaborate with each other. And I know we were doing that with one of the Mars species back in 1970 when I met the three Martian aviators or astronauts, and they seem like very nice chaps. And so I think that past life on Mars may be informing this part of my mission in this life.
I think so as well. Okay. Wow, where to start? I have so many questions.
Fire away, Jessica.
Okay. When you were talking about how people knew about you in your future, that they knew what kind of work you'd be doing and so forth, you mentioned about how even Obama knew that he was going to be president, and that reminds me of that article I came across with the Lincoln and Kennedy coincidence, and even Marilyn Monroe involved. And they were doing...
I'm not familiar with what you're describing.
We talked about this article once before, the Lincoln-Kennedy, how similar that they both look alike at the timing and the synchronicities with all the presidents.
Yeah, the famous coincidences.
Yes.
Regarding their lives and deaths and so forth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that? Because it's interesting because it started like with Kennedy time, right?
Right.
Well, actually, sorry, before Abraham Lincoln.
Well, what do you mean? Just what are my thoughts on that?
Well, they knew that he was also going to be president as well, so it seemed like if they weren't advanced even in that time and had that information and knowledge, then was it time travel? Was it informed? Were they informed that way?
I think that the Kennedy-Lincoln coincidences are a function of the fact that President Lincoln and President Kennedy were great spirits who chose to incarnate as presidents of the United States, who were linked in a common identity as spirits, that they were on the same team, if you will. And so the coincidences or synchronicities are a function of their spiritual kindredship. I don't believe that the coincidences surrounding their lives and their assassinations are linked to quantum access, but I do believe they may be hallmarks of the way in which those two great men, two great leaders, in fact, were linked in the quantum hologram. Because, in fact, there are many more coincidences that haven't even been published. You know, people always talk about the obvious ones, like the fact that Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln, and Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy.
That's right.
And that President, for example, there are many more. The fact that President Lincoln when he was coming to Washington to be sworn in as president in 1861, was saved from assassination earlier by a New York policeman named John Kennedy. So there are many. I even myself, in my own research into the paranormal, found a Kennedy-Lincoln synchronicity that's never been identified before, which is that the diary that John Wilkes Booth had in his pocket when he was shot by Boston Corbett, when he was supposed to be apprehended so he could be tried for President Lincoln's assassination, he was shot to death in a farmhouse in Virginia. That diary was passed on to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton. And when it was later released to the government at large, 18 pages were ripped out and were missing. Well, if you go forward to the life of John F. Kennedy, President Kennedy was involved in the Bay of Pigs, which was the CIA's failed invasion of Cuba. And then he was assassinated several years later. Well, on the Watergate tapes, Richard Nixon, also viewed as a negative figure in history, like Stanton sometimes is portrayed, deleted 18 minutes of the Watergate tapes. And those 18 minutes were about what he was calling the Bay of Pigs thing, which was Kennedy's assassination. He was using the shorthand Bay of Pigs, the Bay of Pigs thing, to as a form of shorthand to tell his staff when he was talking about the assassination of President Kennedy by the CIA, partly as a retaliation for the Bay of Pigs fiasco. So here you have essentially both the Lincoln's assassin and a later president talking about Kennedy's assassination with 18 units of missing data. I mean, so when I began to dig into the Lincoln-Kennedy coincidences and see, read how many there are, I began to realize that there are others. But I don't think that's a result of quantum access. I know that they were sending us back to view former presidents. For example, they were sending me to the Lincoln assassination site to see who shot him and to see whether every time they sent me there, the same person would be involved in his assassination or whether he would indeed be assassinated on that night's visit to Ford's Theater. So we know that by focusing on the Lincoln assassination, Project Pegasus was able to prove the existence of the multiverse. That is, that the past and the future are multidimensional, at least within a limited context of several different timelines that can be selected. But I don't think these very profound quantum synchronicities regarding Lincoln and Kennedy resulted from the quantum access capability of the U.S. government.
Is that the same thing?
Rather, I believe that they simply are the fact that Kennedy and Lincoln are embedded in the quantum hologram as the spiritually advanced people they were, who sought the U.S. presidency as a way of having a benevolent effect on human history. If that makes any sense.
It does. Is that the same synchronicities with David Wilcock and Edgar Cayce?
Well, I mean, David alleges that he was Cayce. There's certainly a physical resemblance, and I can see David's career as being the fulfillment of, or the continuation of the activities of somebody like Edgar Cayce. I think that would be more explainable based on reincarnation.
They just parallel each other so much.
I know who I was in my last life, but I don't reveal it just because I don't want to be thought of it as the reincarnation of that person. But I'm carrying on my work from my past life in a similar way. So I think the doctrine of reincarnation explains that. But now, I don't have evidence proving that we haven't contacted past administrations based on time travel. We have, for example, the anecdote about that alleged angel who confronted Thomas Jefferson, I believe in the White House Rose Garden or in some garden like it in the U.S. Capitol, shortly before being sworn in as American president.
Could that be a time traveler?
Huh?
Could that be a time traveler, the angel?
It could have been a time traveler, because one of the things we did is we went back and we confronted Washington's troops and urged them to retreat in that famous, completely bloodless retreat from New York Harbor that Washington's revolutionary regiments performed in the middle of the night. We were sent there to actually tell those men we were angels, and we persuaded them to retreat because they were going to be annihilated by the British. So we know that quantum access has been used to create the preconditions for benevolent or beneficent past events. And that was actually a kind of a violation of the code that the project had decided, which is that quantum access in general would not be used to alter the past or future. But that was used to implement an event that we knew from the timeline had happened. But no, I don't think the Kennedy-Lincoln coincidences can be ascribed to quantum access, but I do think they show that there are patterns of coherence within the quantum hologram. That Abraham Lincoln and John Fitzgerald Kennedy had similar destinies in the quantum hologram, and that because they were so focused around really courageous leadership in terms of fostering civil rights and elevating the political discussion to pursue such high ideals, that the mundane facts of their life sort of corresponded in a highly synchronous way.
Awesome. We talked about that before, and I really wanted to get that question in again. Okay, so I want to go back to Mars, and when you were speaking about human-animal hybrids, and I was thinking that reminds me a lot of Atlantis, what they were doing in Atlantis, human-animal hybrids. What is your take on that? What do you think about Mars's connection with Atlantis?
Well, you've actually asked a very brilliant question that goes to some of the key data points in our whole understanding about humanity's ancient interaction with Mars. Plato called, in all likelihood, the great maritime civilization that was destroyed by the solar system catastrophe of 9500 BC, Atlantis. And you've also added the critical data point that there's historical references to creatures in the nature of creatures that were, let's say, half man and half horse in Atlantis. That, in other words, the Atlanteans may have been involved in genetic engineering.
Or Greek mythology.
And also the hybridized animals that appear in Greek mythology. So yes, I mean, how that could have come about is that the great maritime civilization that was scientifically advanced enough to create a colony on Mars placed some of its hybrid creatures up there, which would be a natural place for them to do so because it was another biosphere that they could release hybridized animals on and not have the consequences if they did so on our planet. So again, that also supports the notion I think Mars was a colony of the of the Earth civilization. But I think the connection here is that Atlantis was the great maritime civilization that preceded that catastrophe 11,500 years ago, that had built the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, whose center was at Cairo, which means Mars. And we find the similar landscape architecture of the Cydonia site on Mars at Avebury, England, at the Giza Plateau near Cairo, and in Washington, D.C., where you literally have the Masonic influence of the connection to the ancient Egyptian civilization as decanted historically through the Anglo-American civilization, which placed Cydonia-like sites at Avebury, England, and at Washington, D.C. So, it's all connected. I think the explanation for that would be that the prior civilization on Earth was already involved in genetic engineering and placed some of its creations up on Mars.
To continue the testing ground area, or almost just like a Frankenstein kind of, where you release all your projects all on the surface.
Right. They could have. Those creatures could have been sequestered up there. They could have been quarantined to Mars. They could have been released and not killed off there as they would have been on Earth. We have the whole human warfare with dragons on Earth, and we wonder if those were, for example, species of flying or sulfur-based reptiles that were simply pestilential to human settlements and needed to be basically annihilated. So on a planet like Mars, such previous creations of genetic engineering by humans on Earth may have been allowed to flourish. That's certainly something that may explain why such creatures are identified as existing in Atlantis, and it was really that civilization before the catastrophe of 9500 BC that was Atlantis.
And even inside the Earth, a lot of these creatures are said to exist as well, so it's just really interesting how they all parallel each other. Was Mars hollowed? Do you know?
I have no idea. I do know that, I have the past life memories of a more sort of ancient cave-like or Tolkien-esque kind of Mars underground. But the only The only thing I was in during those first 2 trips in '81 was like this big, deep underground military base, like utilitarian structure under Mars. I have vague memories of being on Mars several times later, but I'm not talking about them because I don't know whether those were dreams or lived experiences. They may have actually been dreams in which I elaborated on my experiences in '81. I'm sure I went up there in '81 because it was very stressful to go up there.
You have more memory
but
there yet
I don't
to
know
come.
if Mars is a hollow planet like we believe the Earth and Moon may be. I just don't know.
Okay.
It's certainly one with a lithosphere that covers an underground civilization.
What kind of animals did you see on Mars that we have on Earth?
What kind of animals do I see on Mars? Oh, wow, I saw a wide variety of animals
That we have on Earth.
that we have on Earth.
Mhm.
Well, let me narrate what those were. I mean, I have those in my PowerPoint, so let me summarize those for you.
Just to give people an idea.
Yeah, among the animals that are on Earth that we have evidence of either statues or living life forms on Mars, just from NASA image PIA 10214, are elephants, platypuses, or hippopotamus-like creatures. We really can't tell, but we actually have a hippopotamus or platypus-like creature that actually has little babies that are breastfeeding on its side near the body of water beneath Husband Hill in 10214. There are horses on Mars. There are cows. There are frogs, turtles, very large snakes. In fact, some snakes with both ordinary snake heads and faces and ones that look much more human-like and comic, almost like cartoonish faces, slugs, and snails. I mean, those are some of the existing species on Earth that I found corollary examples of on Mars.
Wow. How do they survive? There must be some kind of more plant life, vegetation. What are they eating?
I'm looking at these details. The elephant is a statue. The platypus is not a statue. It's a furry creature that's sitting near the water. And in fact, we can see right just in this image 4 or 5 little progeny actually breastfeeding on the side of the animal.
Do you remember seeing them physically?
I didn't see hippopotamuses or platypus-like creatures when I was up there. I isolated them in the NASA photograph.
Okay.
I didn't see horses either. I saw more of the, or cows, I saw more of the hybrids during my little jaunt on the surface with Courtney Hunt. These actually may be animals that have been introduced up there since then. I don't know. I mean, these are modern animals. The horse, the hippopotamus or platypus-like creature, the horse, the cow, the tortoises, and certainly the serpents and slug-like creatures or leech-like creatures are definitely living life forms. Now, one thing I can say about current Earth life forms up on Mars is that several very, very dedicated Mars anomalists have contacted me since my paper was published last year and have confirmed how commonplace serpents are on the surface of Mars, and that some of them are even 40 feet long. One of the creatures that I have isolated eating a humanoid looks kind of like a turtle with multiple legs coming out of the ground with no shell, and it's just chomping on a little humanoid. The slug that I mentioned, which is way in the right far distance of PIA 10214, has a black, shiny body like a snake or slug, but a human head, an oval, almost kind of Dr. Seuss-like face. So there's a lot of hybridization here. And I would say that one of the most common life forms would be in the second category.
How do you think they're surviving there, though?
Oh, you asked, yes. You know, Jessica, I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I'm not a biologist. My suspicion is that there's some form of nutritional sustenance that's being derived from the soil by the less aggressive species. Maybe they're even devouring the eggs or something of other species.
Even the horses?
Well, see, horses eat grass on Earth.
That's right.
One of the dilemmas here is I haven't found any green vegetation like grass that I've isolated, although even in this isolation, it's possible that there are little stubs of grass growing out of Tsiolkovsky Ridge. But that horse is just sitting there, and I have no idea what it's surviving on.
Could it be
It's
possible
clear,
that...
however, Well, it's clear, however, that there's very aggressive predation going on the surface. For example, by the plesiosaurs.
Yes.
And in fact, I have a screenshot where there's this worm-like creature that the humans are digging around as if they've killed a snake underground and they're munching on it. Okay, so I think the early evidence suggests that these different animal life forms on Mars are surviving like the surviving species of any climax or actually a collapsed ecosystem would, which is through very rapacious predation of other animal species. In other words, for example, we have when Jacques Cousteau traveled down to Clipperton Island, which is a desert atoll about 1,300 miles off the coast of Mexico, he found no vegetation, but he found one species left, a species of crab that was so rapacious it was cannibalizing its own members to survive. So what happens when you have basically a post-collapse ecosystem where there's been nutrient collapse is that the animals become aggressive and start eating each other, and you have nutrients cycling through animal through animal life forms. Now that ultimately is destined to collapse, right? Because just through excretion of undigested nutrients, an ecosystem based entirely on animals can't survive.
Yeah, that's right.
Permanently. So I don't have the answer to that. And again, one thing I would also add, not only that I'm not a biologist, I'd like for biologists to consult me about these questions, but one thing we have to remember is that life on Mars does not have to follow the same patterns as life on Earth to be life. I mean, all life is complex systems that defeat the second law of thermodynamics, right? Regarding entropy. You know, the fact that the physical universe tends towards maximum randomness of matter and energy. So any coherent system that defeats entropy through complex cellular and organic organization can be described as life. Now, we don't know, for example, how these life forms are being nourished. We don't have answers to their nutrition, their respiration, their reproduction. There is some evidence that some of these creatures are dropping their babies on the ground. They're literally adults and mothers and stuff looking around. They've dropped their babies on the ground like cockroaches do. So we have some clues to how they're reproducing. But thus far, we only have limited evidence that there's vegetation on Mars. One were the black and white satellite images that the late Dr. Tom Van Flanderen, who was an expert on celestial mechanics and at once was the chief astronomer for the U.S. Navy, he found fossilized trees on Mars that he described as ancient forest remains. So there you have an example of vegetation that may have once existed, and he thought he was looking at a petrified forest. In PIA 10214, I did find what looked like stands of trees in the far distance, and there's definitely water. So where you have water, you would have animals who could survive on algae, on lichen growing on the sides of rocks, but I really have no idea how these animals are surviving in terms of their nutrition. I do know that some are clearly very vicious predators that are eating other animals and eating humans, because indeed I have several photographs of reptile-like creatures literally eating humans. So we know that's going on.
Mars is red too, so and it kind of feels like a kind of a root chakra kind of existence there, very carnal.
Yeah, it is predominantly reddish brown, sort of like the desert around Sedona, Arizona. There are also many other beautiful colors on the surface. I mentioned the dark turquoise rocks. There wasn't a lot of vegetation when we were walking around up there in 1981, Courtney Hunt and I. And, you also have the obvious evidence of camouflage. Like you see camouflage in the plesiosaurs, how much they look like rocks, and yet have these telescope necks and heads coming out of them. And I mentioned how when we were walking back to the skull on my second trip, I thought the thing on our right was initially a rock, and then it turned out to be a plesiosaur. In fact, it's so close to one of the plesiosaurs that I included in the paper. It's kind of makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck, because this this boulder-like plesiosaur with a very round body and this periscope neck with like a more cobra-like head is what chased us. And as I said, several very dedicated Mars anomalists have contacted me to just describe how commonplace reptoid predation of humanoids is on Mars. The humanoid population on Mars can literally not go out on the surface without engendering the danger of being eaten. And that may explain why Hunt set me up for that event when we were walking back to the skull, just so I would never forget that incident. I think that may have been a staged incident.
So reptilian kind of people, were there dragon-like entities there as well, or they were just kind of, you said like Ninja Turtle, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Well, I'm just flashing back to my past life there, and I remember that, you'd be in a group of fellow Martians, and you might be talking to a bipedal hominid-like creature that looked primarily like a turtle. So in other words, the descent of intelligent creatures on Mars varies from the descent of just Homo sapiens on Earth. It was just a stranger culture in that way, I remember. And I also remember how Tolkien-esque and well-crafted a lot of the underground areas were. They were very well-engineered, but carved from the indigenous rocks and caverns and so forth.
Were there giant, dinosaurs there as well? Like the
I don't remember either coping with giant dinosaurs, and I definitely didn't see any giant dinosaurs when I was on Mars in 1981. The reptoid presence there, in terms of, let's say, the plesiosaurs, which at least on Earth were carnivores, and the one that we had the encounter with was certainly acting like it wanted to eat us.
Was it large, though? Was it really big?
Yeah, on Mars. Certainly indicates that life there would sort of be like Earth is like if you had small dinosaurs and some of these more aggressive reptile species still predominating. But it's kind of a bad analogy I'm making, because my impression of what we experienced on Mars and what Hunt had briefed me about is that the animal species on Mars are animals, and they're not really that intelligent. In other words, they're not able to look at a statue of a skull and see that it's a portal to an underground civilization. So I don't think there's the real high sapient intelligence of the reptoids on Mars, for example, that's been indicated in some of the UFO contact literature involving the so-called reptilians, or reptoids.
David Icke with the reptoids controlling the world. That's quite that compared to the ones that we have on Mars.
Well, and also when you go out hiking, even in the desert, I mean, really the only way to get stung by a rattlesnake is if you step on it, right? In fact, in all of North America, there are only 2 predator species left, right? The grizzly bears will stalk humans overground rather than fleeing them, and also mountain lions, or so-called pumas. Okay, so we've eliminated most of the predator species from most of the inhabited parts of the world. I guess every once in a while, somebody in a game reserve in Africa gets killed and eaten by a lion or something like that. That's certainly part of human history. But I think the point I'm making here regarding Mars is that on the surface of Mars, predators are a threat in the way that people who've been born into this present civilization really don't think of other life forms as being predators that would actually seek them out and eat them. Now, I don't think that animal, that predator, I'm talking about the plesiosaur that we saw when we were walking back to the skull to get access to the underground bunker there. It was certainly aware that we were critters on the ground that it wanted to eat when we started walking kind of fast to the skull, but it kind of looked at us for a long time. So I think it was kind of processing that we were a potential food source for it. It wasn't like there was this very highly intelligent dinosaur that was stalking us and we had to, shoot it with a ray gun. It was basically a pretty dumb animal that finally concluded that it should lunge at us and try to eat us. So I think the analogy maybe would be more to the dangers humans encounter in our present civilization, like where they go scuba diving and they're bitten by a shark. Sort of more of a random kind of rapaciousness from some of the predator species.
Do you want to talk about the hybrids that you are aware of on Mars?
Yeah, well, the second category I mentioned are species that once existed on Earth are extinct, and I go into great length in my writings about the plesiosaurs on Mars. The Martian ecosystem is also characterized by creatures that have, for example, the head and shoulders and arms and hands of humanoids, and bodies that are either similar to what we would consider is either insect or reptile. In fact, in one part of 10.2.14, an encampment where there are extraterrestrial seeming humanoids is also a location where there are these multiple lizards on the ground that I call Gumby lizards, because they look like they were cut out of plastic, like the animation character Gumby.
Okay.
The cartoon character Gumby.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so their bodies are just kind of like that. They're kind of rubber-like. I think they're real creatures and not some kind of cartoonish figures that were placed on the surface of Mars by NASA or in the photograph, as models. There are also, and I mentioned the interaction with the human with the grub-like lower body, where he was sort of snarling and barking like a human dog would, a hybrid between a human being and a canine. But he had a lower body that looked very much like a grub, even some of those white multi-segmented grubs that some Aboriginal tribes on Earth eat as a food source. And he didn't have any way of locomoting besides sort of snapping his lower anatomy together and sort of undulate across the yard, trying to maintain some semblance of direction with his arms and hands. So I think the best way to conceive of this is that some of the creatures on Mars are truly hybrids between human beings and insect and animal species. Another example of that, obviously, is the Scorpion Man. I include a picture of the Scorpion Man in my paper, and he has the bottom, the lower extremities of a scorpion. Wood on Earth. He has a multi-segmented body with multiple appendages and a tail that comes up in the back, just like a scorpion, of the order Scorpionida on Earth. So there are human arachnid type hybrids.
Too bad you weren't an artist.
Sorry.
Too bad you weren't an artist. I'm just, if we had someone who could draw this, it would be incredible.
Well, we have the photos. I mean, the Scorpion Man is one of the images in my paper, and when I show it publicly, there's often actual public shock. You can actually hear an exclamation where people in the audience are actually stupefied because they're looking at a creature on Mars that is a hybrid between the upper anatomy of a human being and the lower anatomy of a very large scorpion. So I think your point about Atlantis is well taken, because these are so divergent from life on Earth and imply cross-speciation that may have been introduced artificially by humans engaged, humans on Earth or humans on Mars engaged in genetic engineering. We can't discount the possibility that these are either ancient or recent genetic engineering experiments that have been artificially placed on Mars.
Do you think some of the genetic engineering was done inside Mars as well? The people there, that leads me to the next question about the people as well that are living there, but I'll let you answer that first question before.
Well, we know the following about the humans living under Mars.
Right.
We know that in 1970 they were in liaison with our Defense Department because my dad and I met three of them at Curtiss-Wright, and they left in an advanced spacecraft that was traveling at speeds that the U.S. Air Force supposedly wouldn't reach with the Aurora project for 10 or 15 or 20 years after that time.
What did that spacecraft look like?
Well, I mentioned how it was sort of teardrop shaped and it was silver and it was sort of hovering like a, is it a Nissan Z car? I mean,
okay, that's right. I remember
now. It was
now.
basically this aerodynamic,
I remember. That's okay.
looking craft that was by the loading dock there.
You don't need to repeat.
My point there is that we know from everything that occurred during that brief encounter with the three Martians at Curtiss-Wright that as of 1970 they were clearly more advanced than us. We also have the softer, more fuzzy logic data from the remote viewing that a very gifted team of remote viewers under Dr. Courtney Brown at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, performed, and he's described in several of his books about remote viewing and the Mars connection to the remote viewing program. And he has stated that the civilization under Mars is 150 years more advanced than ours. I don't know if that's the case, but certainly in 1970 they were flying something that was beyond what the U.S. space program had achieved. And so would such a civilization be capable of cross-speciating hybrid animals via genetic engineering? I would say yes, because we know that our own civilization has now started doing that, unfortunately. So yes, I think the hybridization of creatures on the surface perhaps has resulted from experiments that have been undertaken by the indigenous Mars civilization. But we also have the possibility that they are remnant species from the time prior to the solar system catastrophe of 9500 BC, when the so-called Atlantean civilization on Earth was sending people and potentially some of their own projects up there, or even carrying out cross-speciation on Mars. If they were an advanced civilization, as advanced as we think they are, namely capable of space launches from Baalbek, and using, for example, the Great Pyramid, because we had a colony there, they might have even engaged in genetic engineering on Mars because it was a quarantine site where they could sequester those experiments from Earth. So I think it might be all of the above, but I certainly wouldn't discount the possibility that the indigenous Martian civilization may have brought about those species through genetic engineering.
Or if they are doing the genetic engineering on Mars, like now, in the present.
Yeah, I mean, such species could have emerged naturally. We don't know why they would not have. Clearly, if there was the cataclysm that we believe happened, there might have been enough disruption of the genome of the Martian animals to cause rapid mutations that then would have been adaptive for some reason. So the hybrid species up there may be a result of the catastrophe or of other events that have affected Mars in prehistory.
That wasn't my question, though, but that's okay. I was just wondering if they are still genetically engineering animal humans.
I have no evidence they are. I'm just saying that the species up there that are hybrids could have been hybrids that resulted from genetic engineering on Earth, either in this civilization or the previous one, the Atlantean one, that we know had colonized Mars, or at least had several bases up there. Because I found one of those bases there on the home plate plateau. Notice that NASA called it the home plate plateau. It's kind of curious.
Yeah, very curious.
Yes, and yet we know that there's other data establishing that the human civilization on Mars is 150 years more advanced than us. So these hybrid species could be recent experiments, or several hundred years or what have you, or even more recent from the Martian civilization. We just don't know. All we know is that they diverge from life on Earth because they're hybrids of existing Earth species, but they also are similar, similar to life forms on Earth because they possess the traits of living Earth species. So there's something of a mystery of why there would be hybrid life forms on Mars. Another statement that has been made is maybe they're animals that have been released from the genetic engineering experiments that people have alleged they've seen taking place at deep underground military bases like the one that is under the Archuleta Mesa near Dulce, New Mexico. That's another possibility, is that they're just releases of hybrid creatures that have been created by our own military-industrial complex. Maybe to fend off the plesiosaurs from human colonists or whatever. Who knows? But they exist because we have photographs of them, and unless somebody can establish that NASA faked evidence of life forms on Mars, notwithstanding its policy of cohering and abiding by the decree established by the CIA's Robertson Panel report of 1953 that all evidence of extraterrestrial life should be debunked, and those claiming extraterrestrial contact should be subjected to smear campaigns. Right now we have to take NASA's data for what it seems to contain, which is evidence of life. If we later find that there was some kind of conspiracy or hoax with inside NASA to hoax life forms, I guess this data could possibly have been hoaxed, but some of it is so subtle. For example, I'm looking at right now at the 3 images of plesiosaurs that I isolated that I include in our PowerPoint for our public lectures that Mars is doing, and except for putting statues up there or basically models of life forms, I don't see how they would have faked this data. Like, one of the plesiosaurs is jumping out of an earthen embankment, and the shadows beneath him are all consistent with the sun, with position of the sun and everything. And the subtlety of these photographs would have required human beings up on Mars to put the models in place, and that itself becomes a proof of the fact that Mars is inhabited. So I think NASA's caught in its own lies here. I don't think it can lie the implications of this particular photograph away. it contains evidence of life forms.
You also said that there are some people on Mars that you met who are absolutely crazy. They've just...
Well, there was one U.S. personnel who had apparently been there for months and was in a state of extreme psychological agitation because he was a pioneer in a forbidding environment. But he was, I wouldn't say he was crazy. He was somebody who had undergone an exposure event. He was sort of agitated and speaking very quickly, just as if people might if they had been out in the elements for a number of weeks and had suddenly been rescued. You know, you encounter people who have experienced exposure. Sometimes if they're still ambulatory, they're in a state of adrenal exhaustion because their will to live has been summoned over many weeks. He was kind of in that condition. He was ruddy complected from being out in the sun. His hair was greasy. His face had a stubbly beard, like a week or 2 weeks of beard growth, but not a full beard. His clothes were kind of sticking to his body like somebody would be if they were perspiring a lot. He was kind of stinky. You know, he was somebody who needed a bath. And he was just very, very agitated because he had lost some of his fellow colonists to predators on the surface of Mars.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
This one, I'm not sure. Like, I know that you may not have the answers to all these, but I'd rather pick your brain and find out just in case.
Yeah.
Do you think some of the people could have made it to Mars via the Bermuda Triangle?
I think that there may be, that's an interesting question in the sense that I've been speculating that since we believe there are natural wormhole locations where natural factors may create a teleportation effect, I was thinking along this lines of the possibility that maybe some of the lake monsters that have been seen at Loch Ness in Scotland and Lake Champlain in New Hampshire and Lake Okanagan up in British Columbia are the result maybe of plesiosaurs from Mars who have accidentally wormholed to Earth. For example,
interesting.
My photographs of plesiosaurs look very similar to the picture of Champ that Susan Mansi took. Although Champ has a darker complexion in the famous Susan Mansi photograph of Champ. But the articulation of the body and the neck, the contours of the neck, the size of the neck relative to the rest of the body is very, very similar to that photograph of the Lake Champlain monster. Okay. I think it's much more speculative as to whether that possible natural teleport effect occurred at the Bermuda Triangle so that humans have simply jumped to Mars accidentally as a result of getting caught in some kind of quantum vortex in the Bermuda Triangle. I think that would possibly be fanciful, although since it's an area of high geomagnetic disturbance, I don't think we can eliminate the possibility that people have...
Can you tell us a bit more about Project Pegasus?
Sure. I've talked a lot tonight about the fact that when I was a child, the U.S. government was in possession of information about the fact that 40 years hence I would discover life on Mars and write about it in my paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, and play a role as a figure in the disclosure movement in a broader sense. And I mentioned this phrase quantum access, and I realize that I haven't really described for you what I mean by that and what the U.S. government had achieved by around 1970 as a result of its secret technical activities. Project Pegasus was a classified research and development program that was undertaken beginning in the late 1960s under the aegis of DARPA, which is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And when I first became associated with it, it was then known as ARPA. And at various times in its history, it's been known as either DARPA or ARPA. So when I say DARPA, I'm also mindful of the fact that some of the time when I was on the project, it was called ARPA, like when we were trained about what the function of DARPA was. DARPA is essentially the modern successor agency of research and development activities in the United States that actually began during the Revolutionary War when General George Washington commanded a group of scientists to develop for him and for the Revolutionary Army a more effective form of gunpowder. So DARPA is ultimately the modern successor agency to that effort that's been undertaken by the U.S. military for 230 years since the revolution to basically give the U.S. military more sophisticated technology of one sort or the other. Initially, it was obviously more sophisticated weaponry, but then especially during the 20th century, it also evolved into efforts to give the U.S. military and what would become the U.S. intelligence community after World War II more effective technology to gather information. So fundamentally, what Project Pegasus was commissioned to do was to give the U.S. president and the U.S. executive branch, broadly defined, to include not just the military but the intelligence community, greater capabilities in an area that they were calling remote sensing in time. In fact, when I was attached to Project Pegasus, I read a mimeographed DARPA technical paper called Remote Sensing in Time. Well, what did they mean? What they meant was giving the U.S. intelligence community access to information that's stored in the past and in the future. Now, this was going to be achieved through different forms of what I'm calling quantum access. And that quantum access ran the gamut of everything from conventional remote viewing by gifted psychics all the way to physical time travel to the past and the future. And when I was attached to Project Pegasus as a child, beginning in the fall of 1969 and ending in the summer of 1972, I was engaged in everything from performing remote viewing for the U.S. military to being physically spun so that I would go out of body and view things, to sitting in a device called the Montauk chair, which was a magnetic resonator that boosted human consciousness so that the psychic sitting in the chair perceived events occurring in his or her own future that one could then be questioned about to determine what the future held. And also two very advanced technologies, including teleportation and chronovision. Now, these two technical components were really the ultimate thrust of Pegasus during the time that I was attached to the project. The teleport device was found in the papers that Nikola Tesla, the brilliant Serbian-born immigrant inventor, left at the time of his death in January of 1943. We can even find in conventional biographies of Tesla, for example, Margaret Cheney's book about Nikola Tesla, that at the time of his death, there were two teams that were sent out to get his papers. One was a team of 2 FBI agents, and the other was a team of 2 officers from the War Department, which after World War II would become the U.S. Defense Department. The War Department agents got there first, and there's been a mythology that has emerged about Tesla and the fact that his papers were lost after that time. That is not the case. The War Department, in fact, forwarded Tesla's papers to the internationally renowned physicists that were then gathering in Los Alamos, New Mexico, to build the atomic bomb. At that time, a laboratory was created that was originally called the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and then later it was renamed the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Tesla's papers were sent there because if anybody on the planet was going to be able to help the U.S. War Department figure out what Tesla meant by these very arcane drawings and mostly technical specifications and mathematical formulae that he included with his papers, it would be the brilliant physicists then gathering in New Mexico to build the atomic bomb. His papers were never lost, and in fact, they remain at Los Alamos. In fact, during my investigation over the last decade, I in fact found that they're still there and that you need a special security clearance just to be able to read them. Okay, so after World War II, there was an effort to figure out what all the different devices and schematics and drawings of technical devices and mathematical formulae and so forth that were found in Tesla's papers and that were being held at Los Alamos did. I mean, what were they intended by Tesla to create? Tesla had been alleged to just be sort of fallen apart during the last 15 years of his life and just supposedly was just consumed raising pigeons. In fact, he was in a feverish state of intellectual activity, and he essentially devised basically the shape of things to come, the technology of the 21st century. So there was an effort after World War II under DARPA to build prototypes of the devices that Tesla had left in his papers at the time of his death and figure out what they did. What was he inventing? One of these devices was an object that consisted of two parentheses-shaped armatures that when they were set up in a room in Building 68 at the old Curtiss-Wright Aeronautical Facility, because Curtiss-Wright had been a kind of a laboratory for development, for research and development activities during and after World War II. There were multiple numbered buildings there where all manner of different defense projects were underway. And so in one of these buildings, they set up one of the Tesla devices, and all they could understand is that when they turned the device on, an energy field was generated between the two armatures of the device. The armatures looked almost like large stereo speakers or the radar booms on a U.S. naval ship. They were parenthesis-shaped and painted gray in color, and they were about 8 feet high on a kind of a stand. And the stand was recessed into the base of the object so it could sit on the ground in a completely freestanding way, like a stereo speaker. And when the device was turned on, this energy field was propagated between the two booms of the device. Let me describe what it looked like. If you stood about 10 feet away from the device, the energy field looked like water gently falling in a public fountain, kind of like a water sculpture in a metropolitan park. But if you stood up about a foot away from the energy field, it looked like raster on a TV set, basically a black and white snow pattern. And you could see that at 3-inch intervals on the concave edge of the device were these little portals of blue-green light that were causing squiggles to emanate across the field of the raster, across the pattern. In fact, they were more like the green running lights on computers, and as this light was projected across the energy field that looked like raster on a black and white TV set, the squiggle of energy going back and forth at 3-inch intervals looked more like a whitish blue color. And the engineers working for DARPA had no clue what this device did. And one day when they had the energy field on, one of the projects walked through the energy field to retrieve a screwdriver on a bench across the shop floor. And I know that this is how the technology derived, or the understanding of what this device did, because this was part of our training when I became attached to Project Pegasus. We had practical field training at the different project locations that supplemented what we were getting on these speed learning machines called Tachistoscopes that I've linked to the Office of Naval Research. And what we were told is that when he walked through the energy field to get the screwdriver, he found himself apparently tumbling forward and tumbling sort of directly at the same time. It felt like he was tumbling forward, but he found himself moving through a vortal tunnel in the fabric of time-space. And the only way I can describe this as having somebody who experienced it many times in childhood is it's kind of like the near-death experience. You find yourself moving at a great rate of speed through an illuminated tunnel, a tunnel that has sort of opened up in front of you, and you can kind of see this event horizon that moves towards a pinprick of light in the distance, but you're kind of in this tunnel of light, and you feel like you're moving forward, but you also feel like you're moving still. You feel like you're moving directly forward, but you also feel like you're falling forward on your face. It's a very strange environment. The closest thing I can describe it to would be dramatizations of people's near-death experiences in the so-called tunnel of light. It was a tunnel, and it was illuminated, but it was illuminated with weird patterns that, at least partially with weird patterns that kind of looked like those phosphine things you get in your eyes when you press your eyeball. You get these weird psychedelic patterns. there were these weird psychedelic patterns in this tunnel, but you still sensed that you were in a specific environment of light. And if you looked at the side of the tunnel, you saw all this stuff rushing past you. So it was kind of like being sped up in reality and having the whole universe sort of zip past your face.
What was rushing past your What was rushing past your face on the walls of the tunnel? Like, what things do you remember seeing?
Well, one time I remember as we were jumping from Woodridge, New Jersey, which is where Curtiss Wright was located, to the state capitol complex in Santa Fe. I looked at the wall of the tunnel and I saw like a farmer in Kansas or something, like looking through the wall of the tunnel at us, like something had just zipped in front of his face. So I think sometimes the tunnel might have even been appearing on the surface. I know, based on one of my fact-finding trips to New Mexico, that people have captured anomalous photographs in the state capitol complex in Santa Fe that look like tunnels or linear light patterns that may have been an after effect from what was happening. It was kind of like going through the quantum hologram and seeing that it had multiple internested dimensions embedded in it. So it was basically these light patterns of random events just going past you.
Various different timelines, too, and probabilities, right? Everything that could happen.
I believe so. So, like, if you're moving forward, you felt like you were falling into a dark tunnel. But if you look to the side, you could see these wavy bands of, like, black and white light, like if you were looking at different TV sets. And it was all rushing by very quickly, and you would see different people, places, and events just zipping past the wall. You're moving forward, and you're seeing these illuminated dimensions of different little tableaus of events going on the side of the tunnel. Sometimes I could make it out. Sometimes it just looked like wavy light. And that's what happened when you jump through the device. Now, I first jumped through the device, we know, sometime between 1967 and 68. Because after we popped into view in Santa Fe, and my dad told me, I told you to stay in one place because I've just spent the last hour and a half trying to find you here. Because we ended up in different locations in Santa Fe. When basically the tunnel would just sort of, you see the pinprick of light would suddenly get bigger, and suddenly you popped into view in some other location. There was no device on the receiving end. And so the first time that I can remember, at least, I may have gone in as a 4-year-old, but I know I jumped through the device when I was a 6-year-old between September of 67 and September of 68, because my dad got a car there at the state capitol complex in Santa Fe, and we drove over for a meeting with Dr. Harold M. Agnew when he was director of the W Division, which is the weapons division at the Los Alamos National Labs. Well, why is this significant? Well, that's where Tesla's papers were sent. The true history of American time travel research is that when Tesla died in 1943, his time travel technologies, which allow the quantum access of which the 21st century will be built, were weaponized. And they've been kept as official state secrets in the bomb factory at the Los Alamos National Labs. Because when we met with Agnew in his office at LANL, I know from investigating his biography that he was not yet the director of the labs. He was the director of the weapons division. And we know this took place between September of 1967 and 68, because during that meeting he asked my father how old I was, and my father and I both said simultaneously 6. Okay, so we can date the meeting to that time frame. Another significant thing that was said during that meeting, my father was basically showing me teleportation, but that particular trip was to bring a prospectus to Dr. Agnew. Dr. Agnew, I would later find in my project experiences, was sort of playing the role of the federal science administrator over Project Pegasus. He was at the Los Alamos National Labs. The teleport that we were using to get back to New Jersey, however, was at the Sandia National Laboratory, adjacent to the Kirtland Air Force Base near Albuquerque, New Mexico. But Agnew was scrutinizing this prospectus that my dad had written, I believe to involve civilians, including children, in the teleportation experiments that were then underway, because there was a discussion about what the prospectus held. And I remember that Dr. Agnew challenged the budget that my dad had written up, and my dad said too low, and he said no, too high. And Agnew also mentioned that they didn't want any receipts for expensing because they didn't want a paper trail.
What a thing to use that technology for weapons, of all the things it could be used for.
Right. See, this is one of the reasons I'm speaking out, is because Tesla's papers were never lost. In fact, Tesla's papers have been quarantined. They've been sequestered within the U.S. Defense Department as potential weapons, and they were never liberated to advantage human beings. Imagine the world that could evolve in the 21st century if you could go to a teleport at Grand Central Station in New York and jump through it and arrive at Union Station in Los Angeles several seconds later, imagine the billions of tons of polluting gases and particulates that wouldn't be put into the atmosphere, even from plane flights, if we had adopted teleportation when it first emerged in practical terms in 1970 timeframe. That is to say, I'm just dating that based on the decade. I know that we were doing several years before that, but certainly by 1970 we could have had an operational civilian transportation infrastructure founded on, or based on teleportation. Now, why do I know that's the case? Because in this discussion between my dad and I, when I was 6, 1967, 68 time frame, they had a discussion about teleportation, and my father said to Agnew, "Have you tried it yet?" And Agnew said, "No, but I want to." And from that, I draw the implication that, I draw the inference that teleportation as an operational technology had just emerged around that time, because my father had done it. He had just involved his youngest son in it to show the director of the weapons division at the labs that if it was safe for his fifth, and youngest child, it was safe for anybody's child. It should be used in the civilian sector. And when they had this back and forth about the technology, it was clear that the technology had just emerged as a practical matter, and that Agnew hadn't even tried it yet. So I think that establishes not only that this particular trip establishes not only a time when we know that teleportation had already been achieved and was operational, but also probably indicates the time that it actually emerged. Because if it had emerged much earlier, Agnew would have already tried it. Now, who was Agnew? Agnew was the prize pupil of the Italian physicist Enrico Fermi at the University of Chicago when the atomic pile there went critical. He was also at Los Alamos and Alamogordo when the atomic bomb was designed and tested, and he was in the chase plane, the Great Artiste, when the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan, during World War II. So Agnew, in fact, was a significant figure in American science history and the history of technical development in the 20th century. He was the only person present at 3 critical stages of the Manhattan Project, namely when atomic fission was achieved, the criticality effect, when the bomb was invented, and then when the bomb was dropped. So he's a major figure in 20th century history. He's also significant not just because he was the federal science administrator who would later shepherd the secret U.S. time travel program, but because of his relationship with Enrico Fermi. Now, I know the teleportation we were doing in the project derived from the works of Tesla, because my father said to me point blank at lunch one day in Albuquerque after we had teleported there, "Have you heard of the scientist named Nikola Tesla?" And I said that I had. We had studied him in the program, in Galileo, the curriculum that they were giving us. And he said, "Oh, yes, I see, okay." And my dad said, "Yeah, most of what we're doing in the project derives from the works of Nikola Tesla." But there was other major set of technical activities that was also being undertaken by Project Pegasus. And the linkage is to Enrico Fermi through Harold Agnew, Fermi's prized physics protege, as it were. And that's this. There was another device called a chronovisor. The chronovisor was basically an electro-optical device that propagated a field of supercharged particles that was so dense that it created a lensing effect holographically, where a past or a future event, the light from a past or future event, would be bent into the laboratory so you could look at it. And so if you stood in the hologram that was generated, you would experience being at that past time and place. Okay? This was the technology that in more recent times has been referred to as the looking glass technology. The term looking glass was never used, however, when I was on Project Pegasus. These devices were always called chronovisor. Now, what was the derivation of the chronovisor? Well, in the same way that Tesla's teleportation device had been ultimately become understood by the Defense Department by accident when the technician walked through the energy field and found himself teleported to Africa, by the way. He fell through a vortal tunnel to Africa and took weeks to find his way home. The chronovisors were also discovered accidentally. What happened was there were 2 Vatican musicologists named Ernetti and Gemelli, and they were really distinguished Vatican prelates and scientists, and they were studying the harmonic patterns in Gregorian chants, because Gregorian chants, often sung, of course, by monks, at least originally sung by Gregorian monks, have unusual properties where people not only experience spiritual positive experiences, spiritual grandeur and healing, but also physical healing. So these two very humble and decent Catholic priests wanted to see if they could figure out why Gregorian chants have special properties that can help humanity. And they were working with a microphone to try to split the signals of the voices in the Gregorian chants. And accidentally, and quite to their astonishment, something that Gemelli's father had said to him when he was a small child, when he called him by the nickname Zucchini, my little zucchini, came through the microphone. And they realized, my God, we've created a device by which we can access at least the sound signal of a past event. And so what did they do? They took this accidental technical discovery to the leading Italian physicist of that time, who was Enrico Fermi. And by 1952, Ernetti, Gemelli, and Fermi had developed a chronovisor that was not just aural, but visual, and that in fact they had a television-like screen that would tune in a past event. In fact, by 1952 they were claiming that they had a two-dimensional TV-like image of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth, establishing the historicity of Christ's actual life. And obviously this was a technology fraught with great potential, but also great danger, because on the one hand, the device would allow government researchers and consultants, presumably historians who might be hired by the Defense Department, to look into the past and see how the past really was, also be able to direct it on the future and see what the future would hold. But it was also a device that if it was publicly disseminated and it got out of the defense labs, if it got out of the Catholic University of Milan where Ernetti and Gemelli were working, and then later the defense labs in the United States when the Vatican approached the United States government about this device after Ernetti and Gemelli had partnered with Fermi to reduce it to a moving picture. The danger of it was that it would eliminate everybody's privacy. I mean, potentially the chronovisor is a device not only where you can see Abraham Lincoln giving Gettysburg Address, but where you can see Abraham Lincoln going to the bathroom. And so there was great alarm in the governments that knew about the chronovisor that it remained a secret technology. Now, who was I? I was a child brought into Project Pegasus to be trained on teleportation and chronovision. Now, why was that so? Well, on one level, I was my father's son. I mean, I've discussed how he had been on several sensitive aerospace projects as an engineer at the Ralph M. Parsons Company, which is one of the world's leading process engineering companies, a company that in fact would go on to build a whole city in Saudi Arabia, at Yanbu, Saudi Arabia. Ralph Parsons had been one of the lieutenants to Stephen Bechtel during World War II, when Bechtel took a $100,000 investment and by making Liberty ships for the Navy, developed a fortune at about $50 million before the end of the war. So Parsons had been a principal lieutenant to Stephen Bechtel, one of the principal industrialists of the 20th century. But the other lieutenant to Bechtel had been John McCone, who would go on to, after working for Stephen Bechtel and the Bechtel Corporation, would go on to a distinguished career at the Central Intelligence Agency. Almost all of what the Ralph M. Parsons Company has done since its founding that hasn't involved direct civil engineering projects like building cities and dams and metal smelters and things like that around the world, hydroelectric plants, sewer systems, and so forth, has been defense work for the U.S. government. For example, Parsons later in the 70s would have the contract for the MX missile, where there was the concept during the Carter presidency of actually sighting intercontinental ballistic missiles on a train that would be moved around the country. So Parsons had this linkage to the CIA, and I know based on my father's statements to me when I was on Pegasus and my later research, that as a Parsons engineer, he had been tasked by the government to stay on top of advances in teleportation. Those were the so-called dollar-a-year men. You may remember the Sarbacker memorandum from the UFO literature. Robert Sarbacker was another one of these gifted engineers or scientists who had been tasked to stay on top of flying saucer technology for the Defense Department. My dad's assignment by the CIA was to stay on top of teleportation, to be able to describe to the Central Intelligence Agency and later administrations and so forth what had been achieved in that area. He certainly had the ability to do that because I have his papers from Lehigh where he earned a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering in 1951, and about half of what he did was in physics. And I know he was also a brilliant mathematician because most of what he did at the Edison labs between 1956 and 64 was solve high-end math problems regarding electronic components that would become ultimately part of the computer revolution when the patents for those technologies were bought up by Robert Noyce of Intel Corporation. So my dad was more than an electrical engineer. He was a brilliant mathematician, and he knew his physics. And so he had been, as a trusted engineer and pillar of the community, he had been trusted with this assignment in teleportation. And so he was certainly an informed witness when he told me at one of the restaurants in Old Town Albuquerque when I was, an 8-year-old on the project, that most of what we're doing derives from the works of Nikola Tesla. But in this linkage between Agnew as the manager of the project, the person who was looking at budgets and so forth, interacting with different agencies, there was the linkage to Fermi and what Gemelli and Ernetti had achieved in Chronovision. So I was brought into the project initially during that jump to Santa Fe with my dad in 1967-68, but then officially in the fall of 1969 when I was beginning the 3rd grade, and I signed the Defense Department letterhead pledging my secrecy, and they began working with us in advanced education and also advanced parapsychological testing and training. Okay, so the Learning Lab was a place where I was getting saturation learning about the history of science and society, but it was also a place where they were honing my ability to see things at a distance as a psychic, to see things that were right in front of me and see what was actually there, and to report back what I saw, and to express myself, to even express myself using novel forms of communication where the person I was talking to was a project insider, would understand what I was describing, but somebody else wouldn't. So I was basically getting parapsychology training, advanced academic sort of knowledge-based training, and what the U.S. intelligence community would call alpha intelligence training. That would include things like perception, memory work, surveillance techniques, communication, self-defense, and so forth. I received the kind of boot camp type training you would give to somebody after they were hired by the CIA, short of jumping out of a plane. We didn't jump out of a plane, but we jumped in one of those parachute setups that they train paratroopers on. And we did different things. We learned how to go up behind somebody with a knife and slit their throat. We learned how to talk in this gibberish that the other person could understand. They basically turned us into little spies, because one of the applications I know they were thinking of using the teleportation for was to drop us into foreign countries as children to spy there. In fact, I was teleported in one case to a Parsons engineering site in Saudi Arabia. I don't know where it was. It may very well have been Yanbui. But they clearly were giving us military training, the training you would give to soldiers and to CIA agents, because I know they were thinking of using us as spies in real time. Okay, so we began jumping back and forth to New Mexico in the teleport device after we had received a year of this type of training in the Learning Lab, the parapsychological training, the advanced academic training, and the intelligence training, and also some physical training, martial art type stuff. We were trained in a form of self-defense that combines karate and aikido. So there were a couple of times in my life where somebody comes at me and I just swipe them out of the way. I use their inertia to send them flying on their face. Okay, so we were taught both how to take human life and how to protect our own lives and the lives of our comrades, but I was not involved as a child assassin, the other kinds of stories that people are describing. We were just given enough training to be placed in foreign locations in real time or in past and future locations and survive. Survive to gather the information they wanted us to gather there and return home safely. So I was spending 3 days a week, Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays in the Learning Lab, and then making up my other schoolwork on Wednesdays and Fridays. And then we would go home for the weekend. We wouldn't be talking what we just did in the Learning Lab or at Project Pegasus, because we'd have some fun exercises, activities in our main classroom on Friday and kind of forget what we had done. We're also being drugged. We were being given these little capfuls of mint green fluid that I think was probably scopolamine. Jessica, are you still there? I hit my computer.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Okay, just checking. Because I was finding that after they would administer this medication in the learning lab, when I would then go home and play with my brothers and sisters or my playmates in the neighborhood around my house, I would totally forget what I'd done all day at school. I also remember waking up on Army Field Hospital cots, extremely achy and dehydrated. So I know that they were manipulating us using medication. I also know that they had scared the hell out of us, out of some things they did to us to secure our secrecy. But I know that after a year in the learning lab where we played a card game involving clairvoyance called concentration, where the teacher would hold a card up to her head and concentrate on what she had looked at, and she would play that game for like 90 minutes, and I would get the card right all the time. So I had been identified as a very psychically gifted person in the project. We also, began all the saturation learning on the speed learning machines. That was very exhausting, and we had sat in the Montauk chair and visited episodes in our own future. In fact, there was this funny anecdote in which we were walking back from a room where the Montauk chairs were and going back to the learning lab per se, and David, one of my friends in the program, turned to me and said, "So who were you this time?" And I told him I was a lawyer in Seattle. So we had this little colloquy, like a cartoon in the New Yorker, where these smart alecky little chrononauts being involved in a secret defense project. And we knew that every time they put us in the Montauk chair and sent us psychically to our own futures, we would get a slice of whatever the future was on that timeline we were sampling. Where
That's
all the choices
cool.
in our so where all the choices in the intervening time between 1970 and that data point in the future had been made, all those choices. And yet I said I was a lawyer in Seattle. Now, at that time, I didn't have any relatives east of Pennsylvania, west of Pennsylvania, except my Uncle Ed, who was living in California at the time. And there were no lawyers on either side of my family. I had no enculturation in the law. So it was very odd that I did end up, in fact, a lawyer admitted to practice in Washington State. I'm not living in Seattle, but I may in the future. So we did a lot of the laboratory, learning lab experiences in 69-70. That was my third grade year. And some of the kids who were performing at too low of a level, either psychically or in terms of observing things and then reporting back what they had seen, were simply asked to leave the learning lab and return to their homerooms. But I was retained, and after the learning lab ended, after that first year, all we had really done that was non-ordinary is we had multiple trips to our own futures in the Montauk chair, and we had been spun to induce out-of-body experiences. And I remember leaving my body and going up to this environment where there were two planes of information soaring past each other in different directions. And I was flying along towards the vista of the horizon. And I could perceive that there was some kind of non-linear fourth-dimensional framework around the three-dimensional reality I found myself in. And when I was brought back and they stopped spinning me and I was debriefed by a nurse, some of the health teachers in my school district were Army nurses, which was part of the way that we were being handled as kids. They were using these U.S. Army enlisted nurses who had civilian roles as health teachers in our school district to handle us. And this particular health teacher asked me, she was from the local middle school, said, "So what do you see this time?" And I described what I saw, and she said, "Yes, many people are reporting that. We think it's the framework or the machine that's generating the hologram that we're living in. We're calling it the Matrix."
What did you tell her you saw?
I told her that I left my body, and I saw, when you go out of body, when you're being spun like that, initially you feel like you're falling. And then you dissociate, and you find yourself wafting out of your body, and you're actually looking at your body like you are during NDE. And you go up, and I saw myself go, I perceived going through the roof of the school and up into space. And then somewhere up in the sky, I found myself accessing this higher dimensional reality where this machine was processing information that was moving on two different planes simultaneously, in front of me and behind me. And I was soaring towards the event horizon where these two planes of information were interacting. But as I looked around spiritually, I kind of, tried to perceive what I was in. I saw that it was a machine that was generating a hologram of what we're in. In other words, there was a physical infrastructure beyond which I couldn't soar. And when I described that physical limit or infrastructure to her, she said, yes, we think it's the boundary of our existence. It's the device that's generating the hologram in which we exist.
Wow.
And she said, we're calling that infrastructure, that framework of our holographic reality, the Matrix.
Wow.
So that was 30 years before the movie, the trilogy of feature films around the theme of a matrix around our reality. But that's in fact what I had seen, and that's what I told him. And so beginning, after the first year concluded, as I said, we hadn't done very many non-ordinary activities. In fact, most of the first year was focused on the learning machines and on our psychic performance and on some of this intelligence training. But we were told to come back for summer school after the 1970 spring semester. They said that, the learning lab's going to continue, so we want you to just get on your bicycles at 9 o'clock in the morning and ride around your neighborhoods for a half hour, and then just kind of mosey over to the school grounds because we're going to convene at about 10. And so we had these summer courses from about 10 a.m. to 1 or 1:30 p.m., and there was no air conditioning at my school, and this was summer in New Jersey, so it was hot and humid. It was just stifling in the room that we were in. But what they did during that summer of 1970 is they introduced us to two devices that we would be interacting with in the project, namely the teleport device that was at Curtiss Wright and the chronovisor array that initially was at the General Manufacturing Company facility in Convent Station, New Jersey, but was then moved to an historical building that was undergoing renovation in downtown Morristown, New Jersey. And so initially there in the summer of 70, all we were involved in was teleportation. We were being bussed up to Curtiss Wright, and we'd been trained on how to jump through the device, and we were jumping through the device to get to Santa Fe. And then we were doing things there, and then we were jumping through the device at Sandia to get back to Curtiss Wright. Now, what teleportation felt like was, it was very strange. You would jump through through the teleport like you were jumping through a window, but you would feel, as I said, like you were moving and not moving at the same time. You felt like you were moving forward, but also falling forward, falling downward. And it seemed to last both a long time in terms of this time dilation that occurred in the tunnel, but then we realized it was only a short time that we were in the tunnel, because, and as I later verified in discussions with my late father in the late 80s before he died in 1990, we were surviving on the air that we had pushed into the Vortal tunnel with our bodies. In fact, my dad said that the first three guys who teleported after they discovered what the device did accidentally, with the guy who fell to Africa, the tunnel they opened up was so big that the guys actually asphyxiated and died as a result of not pushing enough air into the tunnel with them. So we were apparently surviving on the bubble of oxygen, the bubble of air around our face and chest that we pushed into the tunnel just as little kids jumping through into the energy field. And I guess because of the magnetic effect inside the tunnel, the air was staying around us in a bubble.
And what was the crystal helmet used for?
The crystal helmet that I was given to go to Mars in 1981, I only wore once that I can remember when I was on Project Pegasus. And that was, I was going to describe for you what the chronovisors were like, but I did wear one crystal helmet when we jumped, well, we didn't jump. We had a chronovisor probe to 2013 at ITT Defense Communications on November 5th of 1971. So when we were jumping through the shop floor model there, the teleporter at Curtiss Wright, to get to New Mexico, and then jumping through the device at the Sandia National Lab to get back to Woodridge, New Jersey, we had no specialized equipment on. All we had to do is when we were at the teleport location at Curtiss Wright, we had to remove our belts because metal couldn't be taken through the tunnel. It was dangerous. It would start sparking and stuff. In fact, one time a kid, actually it was David, went through the tunnel with a quarter or a nickel in his pocket, and it actually began vibrating and got hot and shot through his pocket and burned along his pocket, split the right side of his pants open and burned out of the pocket. And then when we hit the tarmac at Curtis Wright, that thing just hit the ground and just went off like a bullet. So both of us, either of us could have actually been killed by that coin that he had left in his pocket. So I was always embarrassed when we were in New Mexico, even when I initially started going there with my father before I was officially in Project Pegasus as a child team member and being trained with other kids, because I always had to put on this stupid Cub Scout type cloth buckle with a plastic clasp. So I always felt silly because it was sort of like a Boy Scout or Cub Scout multicolored belt made out of cloth with this stupid plastic clasp on the front. And I would leave my belt there, and then when we returned, we would walk in the building and grab our belts and stuff. So we had to get rid of all the metal on our person that was magnetic. Of course, our zippers didn't matter because zippers are made of a non-metallic alloy to avoid men, for example, being struck in that part of their body by a discharge of electricity, which could cause them to potentially lose or injure their genitalia. So, in fact, zippers are not magnetic. That question comes up sometime during my lectures. What about your zippers? And I say, our zippers didn't matter because they were not conductive. They were not magnetic. But anything metal had to be removed. So, for example, none of the children I remember being on the project had eyeglasses, and I certainly didn't have eyeglasses at the time. I had superb uncorrected vision. So that's one thing I remember, is that none of the child participants in Pegasus wore glasses, and none of the kids in school with glasses were in Pegasus. Okay, so that must have been because glasses have metal in them inevitably, and those kids' glasses would have become supercharged and hot, and either burned their faces or went flying when they finally arrived at their destination.
And why children? Why children? Why would they have the children teleport?
That's what I was going to get to. So I'm giving you sort of the basic thrust of the program. It was an intelligence gathering program that was going to be based on physically teleporting people through Tesla-based teleportation to past or future events, or just dropping them in as spies in real time in foreign locations, and also chronovision to derive information from the quantum hologram itself about past and future events. And the chronovisors would be used both by looking at the hologram and also standing inside the hologram. So why were children used? Well, there were four reasons given to me when I was on the project, and the fifth was provided by my dad later in life, again, when I had discussions with him in the 1980s. The first reason we were told is that we were experimentees. As my dad later said in the mid-70s, DARPA wanted to test the response of you children to those technologies. And as was clear to us every time when we began teleporting to Santa Fe from Curtis-Wright, beginning in the summer of 1970, that first summer school session we began teleporting as a group. We would arrive in the Santa Fe State Capitol complex, and roll would be taken by a young, recent college graduate named Bill Richardson, who would go on to become governor of New Mexico and energy secretary for President Clinton, a congressman from the 3rd District, and have quite a distinguished career in public service. But the first thing that Bill Richardson did in public service was greet us when we began teleporting to Santa Fe in summer of 70. Jack Pruitt, who was one of the team leaders, would gather us together after we all arrived and march us into one of the buildings there in Santa Fe, in the Santa Fe State Capitol complex, and we would stand in line in front of a door and walk one at a time in a room and sit down on one of those little chairs with a desk thing on it, and a young Bill Richardson would ask us our name first and last and have us spell and pronounce our last name. And so that was the context in which I first met Bill Richardson. But in any case, when we first began teleporting there in summer of 70, we would then be gathered up, they would do the head count, Bill Richardson would individually confirm that we were all there, and we would then be bused to an old school site in Lamy, New Mexico, which is outside of Santa Fe. And there we would be medically examined by a nurse, blood pressure, heartbeat, respiration, temperature, and we would then sit down at these long tables and take about 2 hours of standardized testing, and then we would be fed a sack lunch. And my dad later revealed to me in the late 1980s that I only missed one of those questions in all those batteries of tests that we undertook during multiple teleportations to Santa Fe during the summer of '70. I said, yeah, I was quite proud. In fact, I was bragging about it on the project. I would always say, Andy only missed one question. He said, I think it was a math problem. He said it was one of the more difficult math problems. You didn't carry the number correctly or whatever. So anyway, we would then be cognitively tested. So the first reason they were using children, indeed very young children. I mean, I look at a 7 or an 8-year-old today, and I go, my God, that's how small I was when I was in Pegasus. They were really putting me through very frightening experiences as a young child. I look at a 6-year-old. A lot of 6-year-olds today are really acting like, big babies, for lack of a better term. And I think, was I really that young and small and vulnerable when I first teleported with Dad to Santa Fe? But I have to, look back, and that's in fact how old I was. So the first reason that they're working with children is because we were experimentees. They wanted to test the effects of these different quantum access devices on our anatomy, on our physical, medical functioning.
They saw you as expendable then.
Well, we weren't exactly expendable because they had tested the teleportation with Navy enlisted. They had lost 3 guys, and then they had figured out that the vortal tunnel that was propagated had to be short enough for people to respirate with the air that they pushed into the tunnel. Then my dad said that I wasn't the first human child to teleport. I was more like the first American child to teleport, because in the second wave of testing that involved civilians, the U.S. Defense Department, you may have read about this from other sources, was actually engaged in the nefarious activity of negotiating with governments in South and Central America and bringing orphans to the United States, street urchins off the streets of, Rio and Maracaibo and Santiago and Mexico City and other, Latin American capitals, and bringing the kids up here and involving them essentially as guinea pigs, as expendable people. But if they survived the defense research and development activities they were involved in, they would then be adopted into American households and receive everything they needed as children, namely a roof over their head and food and clothing and education and love and so forth. So part of the story of Pegasus is the fact that, and that the people of Latin America should know and in a way take pride in, is that the first child teleportees to experience teleportation and to contribute to the evolution of quantum access in the early 1970s were actually unfortunate children from Latin America who the U.S. government essentially contracted with Latin American governments to bring to the United States and use in experiments. And of course that went unnoticed in New Mexico because New Mexico has a very large Spanish American population. So if there was a child, for example, with black hair, they were just presumed to be a Spanish or Native American native of New Mexico. But in fact, many of those kids being taken on and off of defense labs and military bases in New Mexico were street urchins off poor, unfortunate kids who were homeless and living on the streets of metropolitan areas in Latin American cities. I was in the third group. My dad said I was the first American child to teleport because he took me on those early jumps from Curtis Wright before I was even officially in the project. He said I was probably about the 20th or the 25th child to teleport. So I don't take any credit to being a time-space pioneer in that sense of literally being the first. Certainly I was the first American child to teleport, but I was, as he said, probably the 20th or 25th or so human child to teleport. That credit goes to the kids from Latin America who were involved before me. So by the time that I was teleporting to Santa Fe in summer of '70, they had already found that the technology was relatively safe, even for children. Now, the Navy guys had been lost because they asphyxiated. There was also an incident when I was jumping to Santa Fe later in 1971, where one of the children from another school, indeed from another teleport, arrived in Santa Fe standing in 3 inches of water in a public fountain that had been leaking in the state capitol complex, and he lost his feet. He basically arrived standing in that fountain and slid off his ankles. Now, some of the kids were doing weird stuff when we were in the Vortal Tunnel, just like on an amusement park ride. They would try to move their bodies around and sort of go tumble and sort of the zero-G type effects of the Vortal Tunnel. But I would just do what I was told, which is I had been told to jump through the teleport like I was carrying a football through a window, holding my midsection sort of bunched up and jump through it. So I would remain in that position until we found footfall in Santa Fe. And what I suspect that this child did is he must have somehow altered his physical position when he was in the Vordel tunnel, because he arrived at a weird angle and actually popped into view in the fountain. So something may have gone awry, either because of how he moved when he was in the Vordel tunnel or some distortion of the tunnel itself. But when I ran past his location, I could see that he was writhing on the ground with just stumps where his feet should be.
Oh my, it's awful.
Screaming, my feet, I'm only 9 years old. What am I going to do without any feet? And there were already 3 team leaders there. The man was holding him down to the ground, and there were 2 women with walkie-talkies there, because these team leaders were obviously in different locations around the state capitol complex. And one of the women saw that I had saw the child with his feet gone, and that I looked into the fountain. I saw his red kid sneakers with his feet and the stumps of his ankles, releasing a small rivulet of oxygen and blood up to the surface of the fountain. They were right below the water. They were just right in the 3 inches of water. And I was obviously shocked at what I was looking at, but she grabbed me by the shoulders and ran me away from this scene of mayhem, shouting in my ear, "You didn't see this, Andy. It didn't happen. You didn't see this. It didn't happen." Like reinforcing that concept. And then I was taken to a doctor's office in Santa Fe, where they gave me a big, rather painful injection in my left buttocks and some kind of sedative. And then my dad arrived after an hour or 2 and took me down. We just hung out in the restaurant with Connie. So it was dangerous experimental activity, and I wasn't immediately injured. I believe that my health was undermined by the process. But one of the children did have a catastrophic injury and unfortunately lost his feet. And then I had a discussion with my dad about whether that could happen to me, and he said, yes, theoretically it could happen, but we know it doesn't happen to you because we've looked through the chronovisor at images of you, and we found you doing things in your late 80s. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, you're still working. You're still practicing. I think he said practicing law. I think he tipped off that I was a lawyer. He said, you're still going about your career. He said something like that, and giving lectures and stuff, and when you're in your late 80s. Okay, so we know that you... I go, well, what does that mean? He goes, well, we know you survived the project with all of your parts. But unfortunately for this child, he lost his feet. So...
Do you want to talk a little bit about the Battle of Gettysburg?
Well, before going on to that, I want to complete my answer to your question in the sense that...
Okay.
So we were experimentees. Okay. The second thing we were is what I call necessities, with a double E. Like teleportees, we were necessities.
Cute. Okay.
And that is because the hologram that was propagated by the chronovisors was very vulnerable to collapse when they first started working with us. And so if we were told that when an adult would stand on the stage when the hologram had either been tuned in already or was then tuned in around the person, it would frequently collapse immediately because the size, the respiration, the blood pressure, the heartbeat of an adult would simply cause too much vibration and would collapse the hologram in the chronovisor. So they needed to train small, intelligent, cooperative children to use as the participant observers in the holograms. Because the chronovisor propagated holograms, initially 3-dimensional holograms and then 4th-dimensional holograms when I was on the project. So that initially we could be in a past time, for example, as a spectral presence in that time, but not be injured there. We were just sort of visible to humans and animals in that time and place, but we were just there as a light form that could perceive things. We weren't physically there. But then ultimately they were using the chronovisors to literally insert us in past events, where we could eat and sleep and stay there a long time and so forth, and be injured potentially.
I have a question about the chronovisor. Sorry, it was just really sudden that came to me. You said that they could look into your future and know that you've kept all your parts and so forth.
They have, yeah.
But is that, how do you, because there's so many different parallels and probabilities of what can happen, right? I mean, sometimes people can get a reading by a psychic, and the psychic can say, this is going to happen.
That's one of the more profound questions of what was going on Pegasus. When I was on Pegasus, they determined that the multiverse exists because when they kept on sending me or another child, for example, to the Lincoln assassination site at Ford's Theater, which I visited at least 5 or 6 times when I was there one of the summers, We were teleporting there for summers and then doing secret defense project activities there, and then we were teleporting back to New Jersey, arriving on the afternoon of the day we had left.
There's a summer
activity. So in my research of what happened to me, I identified that there were 4 hidden summers in New Mexico that I accessed during the 3 years I was in Pegasus. We did 70 and then back, 71 and then back, and then in fall of 70 we jumped to the summer of 73 and lived that in New Mexico. And then when we were sent back to 71 and then reached 72 by normal means, we then jumped and experienced a summer of 72 in New Mexico, and then that time loop closed when we jumped back to the beginning of the summer of 72 again. So during those 4 summers in those 3 years, I was involved in both teleportation-based and chronovision-based journeys, mostly to past times. And one of them was to the Lincoln Speech site, and I was reporting different things were happening to me each time they would send me to the same location. So accessing the past or future is kind of like Groundhog Day, the film with Bill Murray.
Yeah.
Of Canada.
Yes.
The Canadian comedic genius Bill Murray.
Yes.
Because it was the same context all the same time with the same people and the same limited set of probabilities, but each day that you lived over again changed a little bit. So like each time they sent me to the night that Lincoln was shot at Ford's Theater in 1865, what was that, April 12th? I would try to get behind his box to see who shot him, and only once did I even get into the box to see how Lincoln looked during his life. And he was really rail thin and very skeletonous, and his body was being illuminated by the light from the stage. It was even streaming through his beard, and I saw this image of this very tall, elderly, cadaverously thin man. I mean, I could literally see his skeleton. We now believe that Abraham Lincoln had cancer during the latter years of his life. And I can certainly confirm that the Abraham Lincoln I saw sitting there looked almost like skin stretched over a skeleton in his suit. And we know from his pictures from 1865 how he had aged during the presidency. I mean, he went from looking like the 52 or 3-year-old he was when he was elected to somebody who looked like he was 90. He was very aged and very cadaverously thin. But every time they sent me back there to knock on the door or just to enter the box and just try to see Lincoln and just sit there and see who would come in and shoot him, or whether Mrs. Lincoln would shoot him or Major Rathbone would stab him or whatever. I never saw John Wilkes Booth, but I did see Lincoln. But each time they sent me there, something different happened. Like, I'd go up to the box and a Union officer would tell me to get lost. They'd say, "No, this is the president's box, young man. You cannot have access to this. Go back to the theater." Or then the one time I finally got up there, the door was open, and I walked behind the booth, and there was Mr. Lincoln and Mrs. Lincoln sitting there watching the play. So I was at the meeting there in summer of 71, what I call the first summer of 71. This was a summer of 71 that we experienced in New Mexico. We lived there in New Mexico before teleporting back to Curtiss Wright, arriving on the day we had left at the beginning of our summer of 71 in New Jersey. And during this meeting, there were about 30 engineers and scientists like my father in the auditorium, the main auditorium at the Sandia campus. There's kind of like almost like a college lecture hall there that seats about 300 or so, but there are only about 30 people there. And he said, I regret to tell everybody that we've decided to cancel the time travel to the past involving the children, because for one thing, every time we send the same child or a different child to the same time-space coordinate in the past, we're always getting, something different happens. We're always getting discrepant data. So while we're gathering data, it's not data that we can use. And in light of the inherent dangers to the children involved, we've decided to cancel that part of the program. People were actually groaning in the room. My dad was angry, actually. When we walked out, we were with Connie Chavez. She was permitted to go to that meeting with my dad as his guest, just as I was. When we walked out to the car, my dad was actually, fulminating about how stupid it was to cancel the time travel to the past, because it was gathering data. I mean, it was data from some past, so it was still potentially valuable information. But they wanted actionable intelligence. They wanted to know the specific past or future that the timeline that we were on directly connected to. Now, the paradox here is that before his death in 1990, I had a number of discussions with my dad where he knew, and the project knew, specific elements of my destiny, just as they did had shown with the Mars findings. For example, he told me that I was going to graduate from law school. He told me that I was going to pass the Washington State bar exam. He told me that I was going to be invited to attend graduate school at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. He told me that my mother was going to develop cancer and I was going to come back and take care of her at the house. He told me that I was going to move up to Seattle. Ultimately, my career was going to take off like a rocket ship. Okay? So he gave me this data, and some of it has come true, but none of it seems to have accidentally not come true. So it looks like certainly by the late 1980s, they were able to somehow identify the specific timeline that a specific person would access in the future. But I'm kind of digressing here because I wanted to finish the reasons why they were working with kids. We were clearly experimentees, physiological guinea pigs. We were clearly necessities because we were tiny humans.
You're able to track the person through the hologram and all parallels and probabilities as well.
In other words, the study of the hologram using remote sensing technology samples the hologram. But a person's life is ultimately the residue. As Ernetti had said, every person from birth to death leaves a trace in the quantum hologram of light and sound. So I think the way to look at it is, you could tune a camera on an amusement park, and you would see different people entering the amusement park and going on the different rides in different chaotic patterns. Some people might get on the roller coaster right away or whatever. Some person might buy some cotton candy or whatever. But when one person goes to the amusement park, their day at the amusement park is one light and sound signal through the whole realm of potentialities at the amusement park. So I think that explains the dichotomy that we confronted in the program.
Good metaphor.
In other words, my multiple trips to the Lincoln assassination site are a set of squiggles that were unique, discrete squiggles in the quantum hologram that I was making. But they were trying to gather intelligence from the quantum hologram, not trace our activities. So every time they sent the same or a different kid to the Lincoln speech site, they were getting a different squiggle. So I think that's it. I think certainly by the time my dad died in 1990, the CIA had a way, in fact, Courtney Hunt used to call this running a line on somebody. They had a way to discern your actual destiny.
Because there are many people who have people come up to them and say something about who they are, who just somehow knows about them, and it seems like they're foreshadowing of things to come, and maybe they haven't had physical experience time traveling, but perhaps on some spiritual level that it's occurred, or a point where we will understand time travel and it will be for all of the people to be using, and we'll be like, hey, let's go back to ourselves at this time and so forth. Or somebody knows you in that future timeline and they go back to you at a certain time in the past.
Yeah, I think that psychically we can clearly sample the quantum hologram. So those kinds of events may be explainable in terms of a very psychically gifted person. Their mind can go out and pervade those other dimensions where those identities mean something. But at the end of the day, the life that we live is the result of a set of decisions that cause, when we have the collapse of the wave function at the level of quantum mechanics, the person ends up living a discrete life that can be traced. Like let's say you had a professional baseball player. They got up to bat at different times at only so many finite baseball games. It's not really helpful to say, well, Tom Seaver never pitched against you, or you never hit a grand slam during the World Series. Because whatever that person ended up doing on the baseball diamond was their career, right? But theoretically, they could have had multiple different careers just by making different choices. Like maybe they would have gotten an offer to change what club they play baseball for, or had been traded. So that would have diverted their destiny. But ultimately, when you have the collapse of the wave function around any specific event in your life, that is the discrete sampling of the quantum hologram that you experience. So when they were using these devices to go forward in time and focus on a person's destiny rather than all the multiplicity of events that could happen in the hologram itself, they were studying that limited data set. And I think they, based on what my father was telling me, they could identify discrete outcomes. Like this person is destined to die in 2061 or whatever. I say that because I believe that's when I died. I think I was shown something when I was on the project. I lived to be 100.
Wow.
I was shown a biography that said 1961 to 2061. I think I die when I'm 99. I think I die like in April of 2061, something like that. I don't think I reached, my birthday in 2061, so I think I die when I'm 99.
Wow.
Which is kind of interesting as a penultimate number right before 100, as somebody involved in time travel research as a kid and later. But so I think that explains it, is that they were able to track a specific person's trajectory through the quantum hologram. But that when they studied the events independent of a person, they got multiple outcomes. Because an event is always person dependent, right?
Yes.
Somebody decides to get out of bed, put their pants on, and drive across town and go fishing rather than go to work that day, right?
Yes.
So every discrete moment in the quantum hologram is a singularity. It's not a multiplicity. But quantum physics shows that it's going on, the Schrodinger's cat analogy shows it's going on in a multiplicity where that person does decide to go to work that morning, or decides to sleep in bed, stay in bed, or get up and, read the newspaper for 3 hours or whatever rather than go to work. So I think that the variability is in the quantum hologram, not in the sample of the quantum hologram that a person's life is composed of.
Did you?
Are you ready? Are you ready to type? To tape?
Yeah, I've been taping the whole time.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we start again.
Yeah.
So I was saying that I'm fairly certain that that's the case because they were clearly viewing the quantum hologram rather than elevating our significance in the probes, and we were actually tasked. And that was the third purpose of involving children, is we were told that we were tabula rasa, we were blank slates. And that is to say that in the holograms generated by the chronovisors, children would see things that adults would tend to miss because adults have biased perception resulting from their experiences. So I remember them using the phrase tabula rasa and explaining that it was a Latin phrase that meant blank slate, blank table.
Interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, and so that was part of it. And we actually received specialized training. I mean, I sat in that learning lab and did hours and hours of analysis of these IQ-like problems with, the pattern type, pattern recognition IQ testing.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very esoteric images ultimately where you couldn't tell whether the right answer was the scrambled eggs with the green center or not, So we were clearly participant observers in the intelligence gathering, the remote sensing in time, if you will, that for which Project Pegasus was principally organized. And then fourth, we were told that we were basically trainees. That is to say, we were time-space cadets. It was expected that when we grew up, we would be in a fully fledged time-space program under DARPA that would rival the space program under NASA. And that is verified, whatever, it's corroborated by the discussion that I was privy to between my father and Donald Rumsfeld that night in Albuquerque at the bar, where he said we plan to send the kids through the Naval Academy as a pretext for involving them in later project activities. Okay, so we were trainees, and we were told that if we qualified in the future, we would be one of the chrononauts in the time-space program. Now, that's what we were told when I was being trained on the project, or just that I just gleaned from interacting with the adult team leaders on the project. But when I spoke with my father in the late 80s about my project experiences and his, he said, no, they may have told you all that, and all that was true, But the principal reason we were using children is we were finding that when we were training adults to time travel, for example, Navy enlisted men, again, sometimes they were going insane when they would come back to the present. He said, we learned that it's not as easy to go from this location in time space to another and come back with the ease, for example, that we know human beings can scuba dive. Most people who are not afraid of drowning or of water can be trained to put on scuba gear and go 20 or 40 feet underwater and then enjoy the terrestrial environment, explore it, and then come back out and in the aquatic environment, then come back out and reestablish the primacy of the terrestrial environment. That movement between fundamentally different environments is something that humans seem maybe even naturally endowed with the ability to do, because we were diving in for seafood in the lagoons that we were evolving in and so forth. But moving people between time-space coordinates, between times, rather than just physical environments, is something that in many adult time travelers was having such a deracinating effect psychologically that the program found that many of the adults who were trained to time travel later lost their minds. They went into catatonic or fugue states they couldn't extricate the people from, or they committed suicide after panicking when they were back in the present or whatever. Something about the notion that time is relative. And I remember some of these feelings myself when I was time traveling as a child in the project. The awareness that time is relative and that you're like in this ocean of probability caused thinking sometimes it was almost like a fear that the physical universe would drop out from underneath you. There was something fundamentally psychologically destabilizing by going, let's say, from 1971 to 1863 to give Abraham to see Abraham give the Lincoln, to see Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, as I did, from a time lab in East Hanover, New Jersey, in the spring of 1972. So my dad explained how they were working with children so that as we developed in the project, we would be familiar with time traveling. And he used the analogy of how I had been initially averse to water and didn't like to swim. But after I was introduced to swimming when I was 4 and 5, I became like a human fish. I mean, I would even enjoy putting on just a snorkel and a mask and just go down and swim around in our pool in California for like minutes, or go swimming in the ocean like that. I became like a human fish after originally not enjoying the water. So he said, we knew if we worked with children like you that we would have adult time travelers who could easily move between different times, between our time and other times, and not lose it. So that, in fact, apparently was the primary reason that we were being used. We were trainees because they hoped to acclimate us to time travel in a way in which we could psychologically integrate it so that we would be effective and capable chrononauts when we developed into chrononauts as adults, as young adults in the project. So those are the 4 reasons I remember being told, or either in the learning lab situation or when we were practically interacting with the team leaders. But then that's a 5th sort of overarching reason that my father shared with me in the period in the late 80s when we were talking about what we did on the project.
So when you were sent back to Lincoln time, for example, were you having to dress a certain way as well?
Actually, yeah,
in that time period?
That's a good question. Actually, I did. When we were doing the chronovisor probes to the Lincoln assassination site in New Mexico, one of those summers, it was the first part of the first summer of 1971 for me, because the second half of that first summer of 71 was pretty much dedicated to just. I was going up to the Sandia campus with my dad, and we were looking at images of me doing stuff in the future because they had canceled the time travel to the past, and meanwhile they had determined that I was destined to be the whistleblower in the project. So we spent the second half of that summer doing something unexpected that my father had been kind of ordered to do, which is take me through scenes of my own future and ask me questions about what was happening. So when I was sent 5 or 6 times, I think it was, to the Lincoln speech site, I was dressed in kind of this evening finery that a child from the privileged class in Washington, the kind of that Tad Lincoln would have been dressed in. You may have seen photographs of Abraham Lincoln's youngest son, Tad, where he has kind of like this elegant jacket on. He has like pants, but then he has like this elegant waistcoat that's almost like a bullfighter's cape, sort of. It's like this fancy jacket. We don't really have anything like it in our time. But it was kind of a little Lord Fauntleroy kind of fancy evening wear that a child from the privileged classes in Washington would have worn during that time. Now, so that was for those repeated jumps. And I remember always getting muddy shoes because the dirt outside of the sidewalk there was always muddy. You know, there were horses going by and stuff outside of Ford's Theater. But when they sent me to the Gettysburg speech site via a different device, this was via a time lab in East Hanover, New Jersey, that was using plasma confinement to send people to past events. I was dressed as a Union Bugle Boy. And when I tumbled through a set of wormholes to Gettysburg, they put me down on a road north of Gettysburg that was known to go south by southeast and then due south right into the heart of Gettysburg. So I popped into view there, and I immediately noticed that my Union Bugle Boy hat and both of my shoes and one of my socks had been pulled off in the process of getting there. And this was a process where they could insert you in a past event through a set of wormholes, and you were zipped all over the place. It was like really quite a riotous ride to get to the past location. But then when you were in that time-space location, you would get like this massive Kundalini effect, and you would just find yourself back in the plasma confinement chamber back in East Hanover. So we did one probe in that device, I did, to the Gettysburg speech site of November 19th, 1863. And I walked into town. I was told that the first time I crossed somebody on the road, I should say, "Hey, friend, which way Gettysburg?" And I did that with this tall, gaunt Union soldier who was walking by like he had, suffering from shell shock from the Battle of Gettysburg 4 months previously. And I yelled that to him, and he pointed his shoulders in one direction and gave this very officious, almost like a salute to me. Like he pointed very officiously to the direction that Gettysburg was. And I said, "Thank you." But I took this remaining sock that I had on, I threw it in the bushes, because when I walked into Gettysburg, I didn't want to, we were always trained to avoid attracting attention. So I got into Gettysburg, and I was essentially accosted by this man in downtown who I've identified as the Gettysburg cobbler, John Lawrence Burns. I've actually identified him in an historical photograph as the man who accosted me as I was looking into what would have been called a millinery shop at that time. It was basically a men's clothing shop with things like hats, cravats, stick pins for cravats, canes, socks, shoes, and so forth. And he brought me in the shop, and he took me to the back of the shop, and he took these big brown civilian shoes off the wall and stuffed them full of packing paper and put the shoes on me, because my feet were naked at that point. I don't know if he gave me any socks. I don't think he gave me any socks. Then he took me to the back of the storeroom, where there were all these jackets, men's jackets on the floor. And he outfitted me in a Union Army parka, a winter jacket that was kind of like one of those cloth winter jackets from the 50s, where before down jackets were introduced with nylon fabric.
Was this
it was sort of a cloth jacket with cotton batting inside.
Was this before traveling? Was this before traveling, or after you traveled they changed you?
Well, I had been outfitted at the East Hanover Time Lab. This woman named Valerie had outfitted me as a Union Bugle Boy, and I said, "Are you going to give me a bugle?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Why not?" She said, "Because you don't play the trumpet, you play saxophone, and I can't give you a saxophone because it's metal also, so you can't take a musical instrument through the teleport." So she outfitted me with basically an historical simulation of a Union Bugle Boy jersey, pants, socks, and shoes with no metal in them. And again, there was one of these cloth belts that was kind of disguised under the jersey, and a hat. And like I said, when I was falling through these different wormholes to reach Gettysburg, Pennsylvania on November 19th of 1863 from spring of 1972. My hat had been pulled off and lost in time-space, as had my 2 shoes and one of my socks. So I took the remaining sock off, threw it in the bushes, and walked into Gettysburg. By the time I got into town, I was shivering. I mean, my teeth were chattering uncontrollably because it was a mid-November day, a couple days before Thanksgiving in Pennsylvania, and I was cold. And this guy saw me shivering, I was looking into the stores, and he came limping up onto the wooden sidewalk and said, boy, what are you doing out in this cold weather without even any shoes on? You're going to catch your grip. Apparently grip was the name for the flu during the Civil War period, which I didn't know at the time. And he took me in the store and gave me these big, floppy, oversized men's shoes and a Union Army winter jacket. He then hobbled off to the Lincoln speech site, and then I hobbled after him, shuffling along in these big, oversized shoes. But when I got over there, awaiting Lincoln's arrival, I even saw my dad there. And I said, he was dressed as a farmer. And I said, Dad, what are you doing here? And he ignored me. And he later explained that on that probe to Gettysburg, he knew I was going to be in the project because he saw his youngest son at an older age there at Gettysburg that day. So he knew, oh, God, it looks like my son Andrew is going to be part of the project. But my dad had been sent there on a previous jump at a previous time, dressed as a Pennsylvania farmer. He was from rural Pennsylvania, so I guess it was easy for him to pass in overalls. And so he didn't even answer me. He didn't even turn to the side and acknowledge my presence. I literally turned to him and said, Dad, what are you doing here? And he didn't even turn. Okay, so, but as I was standing there near the dais, Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address like on this dais that was about 100 feet wide and about 15 or 20 feet deep. About, 3 feet off the ground, I would say, with patriotic bunting around it, but nothing above it. There was no roof or canopy or anything. He was giving it in broad daylight. And I wanted to see it. Even though I was afraid of Abraham Lincoln, I was afraid because of that 1863 Alexander Gardner photograph of him where he looks like a chimpanzee, basically, a brooding chimpanzee, a menacing chimpanzee. I kind of was somewhat hesitant about watching Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. I thought I might, pee my pants or something in excitement. But what ended up happening was that there were these 2 Union officers over at the corner of the dais. And one of them was this really manging-looking guy who was peeling an apple and eating it right in front of my face. And the other guy was this extremely handsome officer with a mustache who was sort of leaning against the corner of the dais, like the most handsome dandy in the Union Army. But the more mangy kind of muleskinner, kind of rough character really got in my face and started asking me a bunch of questions about why I wasn't with my regiment, what was my regiment. He said if I knew where my regiment was bivouacked, and I said, what does bivouac mean, sir? So I was really being caught up in the fact that the locals there were paying attention to me, and I really hadn't been trained with enough Civil War history to answer this guy's questions and not feel like I was immediately going to be arrested or something for being either a carpetbagger or a deserter. So what I did is I walked about 200 feet from the dais, and then because I was hoping nobody would notice my big oversized feet, I put my left foot forward but my right foot cocked at a 90-degree angle. And that's where I was photographed at Gettysburg in what until only a couple of months ago was the only known photograph to capture an image of Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg on November 19th of 1863 when he gave this famous speech there. In other words, the child in the foreground of that famous photograph where Lincoln was identified way in the back of the picture in a few pixels of either sitting down or standing up on the dais. I think it was when he was sitting down, because he still hadn't arrived on the dais when I walked away from it. I'm in. In other words, one of the first time travelers, namely myself from Project Pegasus in 1972, is depicted in the only known photograph of Lincoln at Gettysburg.
That's incredible.
So that kind of links, I mean, there are a number of data points to the Civil War. In fact, it's interesting how often the Civil War came up in the project. I think they were using it because it was a time of such social distress and dislocation that adults really wouldn't notice that there were children who had suddenly popped into view in some location. They would have thought that they were hallucinating because of the stress of the war. you think of a song like Hard Times by Stephen Foster, which he wrote in 1864 after the United States had already been in a civil war for 3 years. There was such stress and heartache and struggle during the Civil War period for most people that may explain why they were so frequently sending us to the Civil War. But in fact, the first chronovisor probe that I was involved in, which took place from the General Manufacturing Company facility in Convent Station, New Jersey, that, of course, being the map-making faculty of Standard Oil that became the map maker for the Allied Army during World War II, and hence was part of the defense system by the time I was a school kid. They sent me to a Civil War battle. And that's when we were there in three-dimensional chronovision as just a spectral presence. But this Union soldier saw me, this Union sergeant with the sword saw me and said, boy, what are you doing on this battlefield? Get off this battlefield, son, you're going to get killed. He's really trying to save my life because he saw me stagger onto the battlefield. But when I first walked towards what was going on, I heard this noise, and I looked over to the left. I was walking towards what was going on, in chronovisor immersion in the hologram. And I looked to my left, and I saw these people sitting along the side of this grass field, like they were watching a football game. And then I thought I heard what was crowd yelling and cheering because of a football game. And then I heard shooting and cannons going off, and I looked to my right, and this Civil War battle was unfolding to my right. They were shooting at each other. It wasn't a football game, but people were farther down the field watching it. So the first chronovisor probe that I went on, and the only one that was done from that location in Convent Station, because they then moved it to Morristown because some kids had come in their bicycles when one of the holograms was on, and hence they had a threat to operational security. So they moved it to Morristown. And that's when I first heard the phrase OPSEC for operational security. So that first chronovisor probe was to the Civil War, and then I had the probes to the Lincoln assassination site, and then the probes to the Gettysburg Address, where I ended up being photographed. And the strange thing is, in November of 1972, when we drove across country as a family to relocate to Southern California after Parsons moved from New York City to Los Angeles, I was in the front seat of the station wagon with my father. My mother was asleep on my right. He was driving on my left. My four siblings were kind of conked out in the back seat of the station wagon. We drove along the Hammelburg-Purdy Road, which goes across the southern purchase of the Shiloh battlefield, and my dad and I saw a fully formed ghost of a Confederate soldier. So I now wonder if, as a result of being inserted in the quantum hologram, where the events of the Civil War were going on, both a battle and then the Lincoln assassination site and then the Lincoln speech site, somehow the energy from that time somehow was attached to me, and for that matter to my father, because he had been to Gettysburg. So that when we were inserted in the Shiloh battlefield, where all that warfare and death and so forth had occurred, one of the Confederate soldiers appeared to us. He was walking along the Hammelburg-Purdy Road there, and he was walking so slowly that my dad actually went up behind him and honked the horn, and I could see that he was wearing what was left of a gray Confederate uniform, the shirt, the pants, some brown shoes. And then he slowly turned around, and we realized his color wasn't normal. He looked like a kinescope image of a Confederate soldier. In other words, he was not the right color for a living human being. He was an apparition. I also found out that there was a CIA agent named Nick Nucero who was investigating an event that happened to some teenagers who were hiking Mount Diablo in Northern California, when a transformer exploded on a foothill in front of them, and supercharged particles flew in a big umbrella around them like a fireworks display. And through the field underneath this umbrella of supercharged particles, they saw for several seconds, apparently I think about 15 or 20 seconds, a U.S. Civil War battle going on. Now, the first Civil War battle, the first Civil War location I accessed via chronovision was in New Jersey, and this event was in California. And there were no conventional battles, certainly, in either of those state territories. And I asked the lady at the chronovisor there at Convent Station, how could you have sent us to a Civil War battle if there weren't any Civil War battles in New Jersey? And she said, we now believe that event is over this location where we are, but in a different dimension. It's like hovering above us.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, so I've had a lifelong interest in the Civil War, and it evokes a certain recognition of a past life in the Civil War. And I think because my memories of having been in the Civil War period were stoked by my exposures to the same data as a young chrononaut on Project Pegasus. But I'm really engrossed in Civil War history as a result of my experiences in the project.
But had you not remembered that you actually physically time traveled there, then you would have thought, oh, I'm so connected to it and so interested. Maybe I had a past life there.
Yeah, I went so deep with my time travel experiences in Pegasus, and I was also basically tortured to forget.
Which we'll get to later on.
Yeah, and it was so young in my childhood that frequently people will lose almost all or part of their conventional memories when they go through puberty. So it was a real exertion of the will to go back and recover everything that happened. But I also didn't just recover my memories of the project. I isolated events later in life where I had talked about what had happened with my dad, or when I had revealed something to one of my classmates or friends at school.
Did you get back your psychic abilities as well that you had when you were younger?
Not really. I mean, I received so much left brain training on the tachistoscopes, and then got such an extensive post-secondary education where I essentially earned 6 degrees and reported 5 of them. Because one of the degrees I earned at UCLA was an advanced math program run by the Naval Postgraduate School that we were instructed not to report. So I think I'm in running there with astronaut Story Musgrave in terms of actually earning 6 degrees. But I think all that left brain education kind of dampened my psychic ability. But in other words, I'm operating often, I'm ESTP, right? Or ESF, what is it? ESFJ? Or no, I'm ENTJ. So I'm doing more thinking than perceiving a lot.
Oh, Myers-Briggs, you mean?
Yeah, on Myers-Briggs, I'm ENTJ. I think I was a more intuitive, artistic person at birth, but I think that I ended up becoming more of a field marshal personality type, the ENTJ, and I'm doing more thinking than perceiving, or however that works, more thinking and judging than feeling and perceiving, because I got so much left brain training. So yeah, I still have psychic ability, but if you look at my photograph, like the one that I use on my Facebook website, the dynamic part of my face is the right side of my face, which is being governed by my left brain, which is the logical, verbal side, and the right side of the brain, which is controlling the left side of my face. The left side of my face is just sort of watching. So I think that psychic ability is still there, but I don't access it with the ease that I did when I was a child. And they worked with us extensively with parapsychology in the learning lab, but they were also cramming a college liberal arts degree program in the modern history of Western civilization and of the history of science into our minds. And so I had different times that information has come out. Like I participate when I was an undergraduate at UCLA. I participated in the college quiz bowl, and the question that the questioner was starting was, centuries before Nicholas Copernicus, this Greek philosopher framed the heliocentric theory of the solar system. And right after the questioner said, centuries before Nia, I leaned forward and pressed the button and said, Aristarchus of Samos. Actually, I said, who is Aristarchus of Samos? And my friend Steve Faber, who became a comedy writer, said, Andy, this isn't a Jeopardy, man. This is the college quiz bowl. You don't have to say who is or what is. So I said, oh, I'm sorry. I said, okay. My answer is Aristarchus of Samos. So stuff that I put in my mind on the speed learning machines is still up there, but I can't really access it very easily.
How did they know what exactly place to send you to? For example, they could have sent you right in the middle of war, and you could have just been a casualty caught in the crossfire.
Well, I was sent to a Civil War battle. But in that instance, it was only when we were participating in three-dimensional chronovision. So I was there. I wasn't physically there. I was there as a spectral phenomenon. I was actually physically, biologically still on the stage in Morristown. So what we had been told, relative to your, in answer to your question, is we had been told that they had selected times when we wouldn't be killed by predators. For example, when they sent me to the time of the dinosaurs, they sent me to the time when there were no meat-eating dinosaurs.
They sent you to the time of the dinosaurs? That's new. That one you didn't tell me from before.
Well, the first probe that we did from Morristown, when they turned the hologram on, I found myself walking along a red earth ridgeline, kind of like Sedona, but maybe a little bit closer to like Flagstaff, Arizona. And when I got to the crest of the hill, I looked over to my right, and there was this huge valley in which these large, long-necked dinosaurs, I think they're from the group called sauropods, were chumping on the grass. And when we came back, Jack Pruitt explained that they sent us to a time when all of the dinosaurs were vegetarian. And he said, but listen, if either a meat-eating or a plant-eating dinosaur had stepped on you, for example, with its big feet, can anybody tell me what would have happened? And we said we would have seen a shadow go over us and then see the inside of a dinosaur's foot, and then we would have seen the inside of a dinosaur's foot lift off of us and see the bottom of a dinosaur's foot moving away, and then we would have been fine. And he said, that's right. In fact, I answered the question. Mm-hmm. And Jack said, yes, Andy, that's right. In other words, a lot of the chronovision probes were just being done as a spectral phenomenon, not as physical teleportation. Okay. But then when the chronovisor was synthesized with the teleporter, by the time I was, for example, sent to Gettysburg in 1863, I was physically sent there. So by 1972, they had synthesized the teleporter with the chronovisor, and we were physically being inserted in past events, and we were physically jumping as well to future events. But that was through that one jump I took to the future that was physical, that I can remember, there may have been several, was done from the Stargate device that they built at the Cerritos Cultural Center by summer of 72.
I understand that you didn't fully, you walked out into the field, so you didn't complete what they wanted you to do, your mission, let's just call it.
Well, you mean in Gettysburg?
Yes.
Well, I was supposed to go. It was basically what had happened was my father and I were interacting with Dr. Sterling Colgate, who is went on to a distinguished career in astrophysics at the Los Alamos National Labs. But in those days, he was doing stuff at the laboratory level in both New Mexico and New Jersey. He was actually taking the teleporter to relocate at Curtiss Wright to relocate to New Jersey to work at the time lab there in East Hanover. And the opportunity to go see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address was kind of a treat that was given to me because I had served well in the project. My dad and Dr. Colgate confronted me at the time lab in East Hanover and said, do you want to go to Gettysburg to see Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address? Do you want to go to 1863 to see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address? And I said, geez, I don't know. See, every once in a while they would confront you with something in the project that was kind of like intimidating, like, jumping off the high dive at the swimming pool.
Okay.
It required kind of an exertion of courage to think, okay, that now you're going to send me through this, because we were often having to think on our feet when we were sent to a certain location. I mean, this is like the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, and yes, I was a child with an IQ of 187. Yes, I was a kid who was so psychic that I could always guess the card right every time the teacher drew one card out of a stack of 52 cards. But since I had been through this time travel stuff in the chronovisor, for example, where they said they could always see us, but I spent, for example, several nights sleeping in this god-awful tenement in the Five Points neighborhood of New York City around 1900. I had some real stressful sojourns out there in the time-space continuum. So when he said, do you want to go to 1863 to see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address? He said President Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. I initially said, no, you can go there if you want. In fact, he had already been there. So subjectively, from my dad's experience, when he had previously been sent there, he had seen me there. So he knew I was going to go there at some point. And so did Dr. Colgate, because when I said initially, no, I don't want to go there, my dad, standing in the lab that day, clearly knew that I was destined to go there because he had seen me when he was sent there to that same day. And so Dr. Colgate said, well, let's give Andy a few weeks to think about it, Ray, and then we can come back and you can ask him again. So the next time he took me to the time lab at East Hanover that Dr. Colgate was supervising, which wasn't a very big facility. It was only about the size of like 2 high school chemistry labs. They had this plasma confinement chamber that Colgate was using to insert us in the past. I agreed. Dad said, Valerie will dress you so that you're dressed like the people of that time. And there I went. I was dressed as a Union Bugle boy, and they sent me to Gettysburg.
And
but there wasn't any special seminar on like Civil War Army terms, so that if I was challenged by 2 officers at the corner of the dais where Lincoln was going to give the Gettysburg Address, I would know what a bivouac was. The bivouac was apparently the encampment that my regiment would have been at. They would have been bivouacked, near Germantown, Pennsylvania, or whatever. So we had to kind of think on our feet and try not to attract attention to ourselves. And the principal thing we had been told is avoid arrest and imprisonment or any kind of incarceration or confined spaces, because we're going to have to send the portal in to pull you out sometimes.
That's really good advice. Avoid being arrested.
Yeah, they wanted us to always be, the default thing to do was just to walk away from something so you were in some field, excuse me, so that they could extract us and get us back to the present. And that was clearly our objective as well, because it was scary in the sense that it's not like you were a kid from New Jersey who had hitchhiked to California or, even hitchhiked to Pennsylvania. You were a kid from New Jersey who was in Pennsylvania in 1863. So, we knew the seriousness of what we were doing, and it was very intimidating in terms of worrying that, hey, I might not get home.
So why did you not, so you went out into the field, though, rather than going to see Lincoln. Why did you do that?
Well, the 2 Union officers were questioning me intently in the corner of the stage. And so after the guy said, son, are you a little bit touched in the head? Have you seen too much of the fight? And I said, yes, sir. And then they both laughed, and I walked away. I walked about 200 paces from the dais because I just didn't want anybody else scrutinizing me, because it was clear to me I now had this Union parka on and these grossly oversized shoes. So I realized I was dressed in clothing that I had not been outfitted in back at the time lab in East Hanover, and I had already received the scrutiny, actually initially, of 2 ladies standing on the left side of the dais there who were kind of whispering about me behind their fans, like I was a carpetbagger or something, because they were clearly looking at that I was dressed as a Union Bugle boy, but with men's brown street shoes. So they must have thought I was a local kid or a carpetbagger who had, taken clothing from the combat fatalities and so forth, excuse me, in Gettysburg, which is back in July of 1863. So, or early July of 63. So, I had initially received that unwelcome attention from the ladies who were gossiping about me, and then I was actually directly accosted by those 2 Union officers who must have been part of Lincoln's security detail or just the military battalion that was protecting the stage site there, just maintaining public order, or just wanted to see Lincoln give his speech there that day. So I intentionally walked away and just stood there waiting to get back to East Hanover. And then when I popped into view back I had like this Kundalini effect, and the immersion in the device kind of wore off, and I found myself back in the plasma confinement chamber back in East Hanover. When I walked out of the chamber, my dad said, "What the hell do you think you were doing?" I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "We sent you to Gettysburg to see Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, and you just stood there like a goddamn statue." And I said, "Dad, I was doing an evasion procedure because the Union officers were questioning me over at the corner of the stage." And he said, like hell you had to leave or whatever, like hell they were. Ultimately, you broke off and you could have come back to the stage, but you didn't. Then later, I started questioning about what he had experienced there that day at Gettysburg, and he said, "Yeah, I went in there too. I was there. I was dressed as a farmer, and I looked over to my right, and there was my number 3 son, but he was a couple years older than when they had sent me to Gettysburg. And that's when I realized you were going to be in the project." So my dad first learned that I was going to be in Pegasus when he had been sent to Gettysburg and he had seen me there, which again is one of the weird sort of paradoxes of the whole set of experiences we had. So then I asked him about Lincoln. I said, will you send me back again so I can see Lincoln? He said, no. And I said, why not? And he goes, we're afraid that there'll be 2 images of you there.
That's
so
wrong.
that was because I was being physically sent there to the actual event. See, that also is instructive. And that was from the plasma confinement chamber in East Hanover. But that wasn't a concern when we were visiting the Lincoln assassination site via 3-dimensional chronovision back in summer of 71. You see? When they were physically sending me there via plasma confinement, and I was actually time traveling. They didn't want to send me there again to the same event because there would be 2 versions of me there.
That's what your father told you, right?
When they were sending me via chronovision to sample, repeatedly to the Lincoln speech site, that didn't occur.
That's what your father told you, right? When you asked if you could go back.
Yeah, I was crestfallen because actually I had played Abraham Lincoln in a school play around that time. And I said, oh, Dad, won't you send me back so I can see Abraham Lincoln? Give the Gettysburg Address, because I was really guilty. I had seen the side of his face and body at the chronovision probes from New Mexico, but I hadn't stood in front of the stage and seen Abraham Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. And I was really crestfallen and I wanted to, and he said, nope. And I said, why not? And he goes, because that's actual time travel, and there'll be 2 versions of you there. And then when I saw the image of myself in a news magazine, I took it to him. I said, Dad, look, they got an image of me. I think it was in Life or Look magazine. They published that picture that had been discovered of the Lincoln speech site in 1951, and it had been analyzed to show that Lincoln was in the picture. And I took it to my father and said, look, Dad, they photographed me when he was there. And he said, yep, just don't tell anybody. And then after I got back home, a couple of weeks after basically the fiasco where I missed seeing Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address, I had like this cosmic, massive Bart Simpson moment where I was crestfallen. They had sent me to Gettysburg and I'd failed to see the speech that Lincoln gave there. I asked my dad about Lincoln, and what he said was that Lincoln just looked like a man with a beard on the stage, but what he couldn't get out of his mind is how high-pitched his voice was. He said he had this stringy, high-pitched voice, and my dad imitated him. He went, 407 years ago. So Lincoln had a really high-pitched voice, which is something interesting that my father observed from standing in front of him when he was giving the speech. Now we know that Lincoln had a disease called Marfan syndrome, which stretches the connective tissue and sometimes stretches the vocal cords. And it's such a tall, thin person as Lincoln, apparently his vocal cords were stretched. So
interesting.
That's a fascinating corroboration, because I remember my dad saying that, just like that. He said, yeah, he had this really high-pitched, stringy voice, and then he imitated it like I just did. And so then we later found out that Lincoln had Marfan syndrome. So that was one of the many internal proofs that I've developed about my experiences. Certainly not the only one. Certainly the photograph is demonstrative of the fact that it's me, because if you examine that photograph, you see that boy is in the pantaloons of a Union Bugle Boy outfit, but he has a Union parka on and grossly oversized men's shoes. I'm talking about like size 14 men's shoes.
Yeah, touched in the head for sure.
Yeah.
So you also traveled into the future, correct?
Yes, they were sending us to a location in front of a very beautiful green glass building at a kind of an industrial park in the Southwest somewhere in the year 2045 through this very large black anvil-shaped time gate that they constructed on the gymnasium floor in the gym, the basketball court or gym floor, in the Cerrillos Cultural Center building or complex in the summer of 72. And we were still getting training in that building. And when we saw that thing going up, we just groaned and went, oh, God, now we're going to have to jump through that. But this was this big gate-shaped, kind of anvil-shaped thing, it looked like a big printing press with different electromagnetic components and lights and stuff on it that they built on the floor of the gym there in Cerrillos. And there was a notch of blue light at the bottom, kind of a dense blue light. And we ran up a ramp with some of that black no-skid rubber mat on it, and ran through the portal, which was the dense doorway of dense neon blue light. And again, teleported very quickly and popped out in 2045. Now, the explanation there is that this was a teleport that generated a much denser energy field and hence a much more effective Vortal tunnel. In other words, now we were literally jumping to 2045 in a couple seconds.
What is 2045 like? What is the future like there?
It was sort of a garden suburb, sort of industrial park, like an R&D center, like Research Triangle Park in North Carolina, kind of like that. It was a very opulent green glass building. There were no cars. There was no pollution. There were large grassy areas with very beautifully landscaped trees and shrubs. And on the large sidewalks, which were sort of like some of those large walkways that you find on university campuses, people were going by on those sedgeways that Dean Kamen invented.
You mean
I remember seeing those.
Segways?
I remember saying to my dad, Dad, these people are going by on these things that look like lawn fertilizers that they stand on top of and lean forward.
Okay.
And he says, yeah, we saw those. That's some kind of invention that somebody comes along with.
Segways.
The segways, the.
Yeah.
So in this big college campus-like setting, sort of a Research Triangle Park with very opulent glass buildings and these big, wide walkways, so there were a few people went. I saw one time a guy went by past the building pretty rapidly on a Sedgeway, like at 20 miles per hour or so. So it was a steady state society that had survived whatever environmental vicissitudes or population pressures or whatever the world had been subjected to in the intervening years. It clearly was a sustainable society.
More of a garden
paradise. When I went inside, I noticed that the people working there looked kind of young and tall. And as I walked in the second or third time, I realized that I did multiple trips to that building.
Did they dress you for that time, too? Did they dress you for that time? Otherwise, you would have stood out.
No, I was just dressed in my ordinary clothing that I was wearing in New Mexico. And, in fact, people's clothing was a little bit more Star Trek-y, but it really wasn't that much different than our time. It was a little bit more...
So you didn't stand out?
Like these office pantsuits, but I think one of the guys I was actually interacting with was even in a suit and tie, so he may have been an engineer from my dad's side of the project who was stationed there.
Interesting. Okay.
But I was just thinking, I was sent there numerous times because I entered the building different times to get the data scrolls. And one time when I did, these two kind of office gals, they were like tall, attractive young women who were clearly working there as researchers or whatever, walked past me, and one was a Caucasian woman, and another was a kind of a light-skinned black lady. They were both very pretty, I remember. And the African-American woman turned to the Caucasian woman and then pointed to me, and under her breath, all excited, said, "Oh, that's Andy. That one must be Andy. Look, that's Andy right there." Because I had been known to them in their time as a result of my book and my public lectures about my experiences in Pegasus in this time, and presumably the movie that's going to be made about my experiences. So
you're famous, and they recognize you time traveling into their time.
Well, I was in their project location, so they may have been briefed on the history of the project. So their knowledge of me as people who were probably born around 2020, because they were around 25 years old, it was 2045. Maybe 25 or 30 years old. I'd say maybe mid to late 20s.
I'll be about 60 in that time.
They knew I don't know how they knew who I was, but they did know who I was. So it could have been from their own project training, because my involvement in the project they would have been briefed on, because I was going to be one of the kids who was going to show up. But I think it was more of the fact that, at least during their training, if not in general cultural terms, they knew that I was the teller of the tale. They either knew from having the project training, they would have been briefed on the project, that one of the children they were going to be interacting with was destined to grow up and tell the story of what happened to me in the project. But for all I know, that book may be a book that they are familiar with in their time, if it's that celebrated as a book. I don't know whether it is, but they certainly knew who I was. So somehow they knew who I was.
Did you have a desire to want to stay there? It seemed to be very peaceful and serene.
Not really. several of us who were in the projects kind of doubled back like I did and lived with our mom for a period of time as young adults. I frequently just wanted to go home to New Jersey in the 1970s. That was certainly one of the more pleasant environments to visit, and I was always treated very nicely there. In fact, the teleport was actually the wall of a conference room in that building. You just jumped through the wall. And we would pop into view at the microwave tower array, the microwave tower at the Lobo Overlook site in Continental Divide, north of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, near Wolf Creek Pass. By the time I was a fifth grader, I had time traveled so much and then doubled back to my ordinary time-space reference that time travel became kind of like a lucid dream that I could participate in. In other words, I relaxed and I enjoyed the experience. And I'm kind of proud of that because I was pretty much intimidated when we began. So there was a lot of growth there.
Understandable.
During those years. I've described how sometimes I felt like a yo-yo on the end of a string. Like somebody was doing a yo-yo trick and I was at the full extension of the possible. You know, I knew that I was doing something very special, and I felt like the most privileged character on the planet.
That you are. Not very many people can say that.
Well, I was one of them, but I did relax, and I did enjoy the bliss of going to another time and coming back safely. Just like you'd have a rapture experience, scuba diving and checking out the fish underwater and everything, and then coming back and drying off in the sun.
Oh, you treated it like vacation.
Ultimately, I did enjoy a bliss experience from the immersion in another location in the time-space continuum.
Did you ever teleport to different dimensions? Different realities?
The whole question of dimensions is kind of clouded. I mean, everywhere where we are in the quantum hologram, that's where we are. So each of us is really always in one, at least semi-overlapping set of dimensions, but basically in one dimension. I didn't teleport or time travel with the other devices truly in an interdimensional sense. So, for example, when we spent the time in New Mexico and then doubled back to our alpha timeline in New Jersey, my dad never took me to New Mexico where I could see myself going around doing things. In fact, they were avoiding that happening. So I think that would have been truly interdimensional because in the linear A timeline that we'd broken off of when we would, for example, teleport to New Mexico, we did things in New Mexico, and then by teleporting back to the afternoon of the day we had jumped through the device in New Jersey, that time loop was essentially being unkinked on the linear B timeline. Do you see how that works?
Mm-hmm.
We jumped from our linear A to a linear B time loop that had opened up, but by jumping back to the afternoon of the day we left, we essentially tied off that time loop and it broke off from our linear A timeline. But we never crossed the lines over again, for example, by traveling physically in real time to some place we had teleported to. I did have a strange experience involving interdimensionality, though, and I think it's instructive.
Okay.
And that is when we jumped from mid-November 71 to the beginning of the summer of 1973. My dad actually took some sensitive military, these mailing tubes with sensitive military secrets in them. There were schematics of some of the U.S.'s most sensitive missile systems. That's what he explained to me when I asked him what was in the tubes. So we jumped from Curtiss-Wright, but when we arrived there, I thought it was still 1971, and when we visited Connie at the restaurant, she was angry at my father for not returning quickly as he said he would. And he said, Andy, come over here and tell Connie what year it is. And I said, what year it is? And he said, yeah. And I went over and said, what do you mean? It's 1971, isn't it? And Connie practically fell off her chair. Because, in fact, it was around June 1st of 1973. So we rented a rental house. And during my first and second fact-finding trips to New Mexico, first by myself and then with my friend Dixie Karras, I found that house. I found the woman who had rented it to us and everything regarding that summer of 73, living in White Rock in a summer sublet in a house there with my father. In fact, I told everybody who I met there in the shopping center, the Sherwood Shopping Center, that the Mexican restaurant was once a chicken place called Chicken Country. I told him that the Smith's grocery store was once a Gibson's department store because my dad had bought me clothes there when we first got there for the summer there at the beginning of the summer of '73. And the D'Angela's Italian Deli was now like a branch office of Strategic Applications International Corporation, and then it was a web host company when I went back with Dixie. So I really reconnoitered White Rock and proved everything that was there. I even proved that the family that we had rented the house from, the father worked as the space coordinator for the engineering department at the Los Alamos National Labs, and I identified another house we stayed in earlier that he also owned in White Rock. Now, when I started living at that 20 Grand Canyon Avenue, or Grand Canyon Drive house there in White Rock, I had a stupid idea, but it actually ended up being an important experiment. My dad left for work, and I guess it was for a meeting, maybe to see Connie or whatever, and I was left back at the house, and I called my mother in New Jersey. I had asked Connie the day before what the area code for New Jersey was. And I knew what our 7-digit home phone number was. It was 539-4948. I still remember it. But I think the New Jersey area code was 201 or something like that, 212, something like that. I guess 212 is New York City. Yeah, I think it was 201, that part of New Jersey at that time. And so I asked Connie, and she gave me the area code for New Jersey. And I called my mother, and I said, "Mom, do you know who this is?" And she said, "Yes, this is my son Andrew. How could I not?" And I said, "Do you know where I am?" And she said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm in New Mexico with Dad. We're on a secret government project. We teleported here. I'm taking special classes in a lab under the auxiliary gym at the Los Alamos Public High School," which I was thinking she was wondering what the hell, where I was coming up with that. And she said, "No, you're not. You're right here in the house with me." And I think she said something like, "So don't play tricks on your loving mother," or something like that.
Holy cow, that's so cool.
And what happened was, when she received the call, I was in the house because this call was undertaken 3 weeks after we arrived in New Mexico via teleportation. We then spent the summer of '73 there, and then when we jumped back to New Jersey at the end of the summer of 1973, having pre-lived in the future, we returned back an hour later after we had left, around November 15th of 1971. Because I remember asking my dad when we were sleeping at the Albuquerque Holiday Inn, every night before we would go up to Sandia and teleport back home at the end of the summer, we were staying for one night because we had dropped our rental at the Holiday Inn. I remember I used to get up when it was all hot and I couldn't breathe. My dad was snoring, and I used to go into the bathroom, and rather turn the light on, I would turn the faucet on with cold water and cup my hands and drink from the spigot in the bathroom. And that's how I learned to kind of drink without making any noise where I'd wake my dad up when we were on the project together and sharing the same hotel room. So 3 weeks after we got back to the fall of 1971, my mother received that call, and I was in the house. So then when my dad came home from work, now when he came back from work in New Mexico, when the call was placed, he said, "Did you place a call from this house?" And I said, "Yeah, Dad, I did." And he goes, "I know, because Connie told me that you asked her what the area code was where we live." And he said, "You can't do that." And the funny thing is, he then tried to turn on the... So my mother had clearly received a phone call from me at the house, and I was in the house. So she was somewhat consternated about what had actually happened. And she looked down at the rec room from the kitchen where I was playing, and gave me a kind of a look she would give, like "What are you up to?" And then when my dad came home from work, she said, "Ray, something strange happened in the house today." And my dad said, "What?" And I said, "Well, I received a phone call from Andy." And he said, "So?" And she said, "But he was in the house." And my dad said, "Well, so what?" And then she said, "Ray, we only have one phone." And my dad kind of thought a minute and said, because he was always actively deceiving my mother about our the fact that we were literally spending time loops in New Mexico in which that were branches of our ordinary timeline.
Your mother had no idea.
She was actively being deceived constantly by my father. In fact, one time we came back from Curtiss-Wright an hour before we had left, and my dad checked his watch and realized it and had me go out and play hide and seek. He just asked me to skedaddle. And then when I doubled back about an hour later, my mother was looking around for us. She had been confused about where we had suddenly disappeared to. But my dad had been down in the basement in his carpentry shop, and she had seen me down there. And we had gone to Curtiss-Wright, but we had arrived back at our home in Morris Plains like an hour before we had left. So, yeah, we weren't there, so go figure. There was some kind of screw-up with timelines, I remember.
Why was he being dishonest to her? I mean, isn't she his wife?
Yeah, she should have known. She certainly knew I was in some kind of specialized learning environment at the elementary school. But they were trying to protect the families by upholding the need-to-know-only basis doctrine vis-a-vis people's wives and other children. I had actually been coached on how to lie to my mother when I was in the project. So
interesting. Did she ever?
So he said to her regarding how she could have taken a phone call from me when I was physically in the house. Well, maybe he ran over to the neighbors and called from there. And she said, no, Ray, that couldn't be it, because right after I hung up, I went to the kitchen and looked down the rec room, and he was down in the rec room. So my dad said something like, well, maybe it was some kind of psychic event or something.
Okay.
So, yeah, so...
Did she ever find out?
My mother... I questioned my mother literally on her deathbed in 2003 about whether she knew about the project, and she said yes. Now, I don't know if she was understood at that point that I meant that the project had involved basically non-ordinary experience involving time travel technology. But she certainly knew that she had signed the parental permission slip to put me in the learning lab, that it would involve the administration of medication, and that it was Harvard-directed. I think they had deceived her as to what was actually going on.
Well, at least
so I don't think she knew the full gamut. But my sister reminded me that during one of those summers in the early 70s, they had just a knockdown type of argument where my mother actually damaged their bedroom door, slamming it shut. So I think what had happened was that my dad had told her everything. She was outraged that I'd been involved in something like this.
Did your siblings know?
My siblings certainly had a basis to know, because in my memory work that I did, I recovered the eight anecdotes in which I told them something about the project. Like, for example, when we moved across country in November of 1972, we were driving through southern New Mexico, and my dad turned to my mother in the car and said, "Hon, where should we stop for lunch?" And we were like in Las Cruces or Roswell or someplace way in the southern part of the state. And I leaned forward. Now I was sitting in the back of the station wagon during this part of the trip, because my brother Greg had moved to the jump seat in the far back. And I leaned forward and said, "Dad, why don't we drive up to Albuquerque? Maybe we can have lunch at the La Placida. Maybe Connie will be there." That was his old friend who essentially was his mistress that he was carrying on with when we were on the project in New Mexico. And my sister Cindy turned to me in the car and said, "When were you ever in Albuquerque with Dad, and what's La Placida, and who's Connie?" And I just gave her some stupid answer like, "Well, oh no, I was in New Mexico with Dad in the learning lab." And I think my mother heard that. But if I told her the truth, I would have said, I was in New Mexico with Dad frequently between 1969 and the present, because we were teleporting there. I spent 4 hidden summers there in the last 3 years. La Placida is where his long-term friend Connie Chavez works, and Connie is his mistress. They've known each other since 1953. You know, if I told the truth to my sister. But I was still just a little kid. I mean, I was just entering the 6th grade when we moved to California. So I had a very deep and rich experience in the project and with my father, but there was still, some tension in our relationship, because he was not giving me any credit for anything. In fact, that's going to be one of the scenes in the movie where I get angry at him and I'm kicking the dirt walking in front of him and Connie, and I say to Connie, he never gives me credit for anything. And we're going to script the fact, even time traveling, even though I'm a little kid, we're going to basically show that, like a lot of parents, my dad really wasn't cutting me any slack. And so we didn't have the most ideal relationship. He didn't fully know how to relate to children.
Did he keep his memories? They never wiped his memory, did they?
No, because when I would ask him things about the project, when my mind would return to our project activities in the 70s and 80s, at different times at the house, he would have a ready answer. So no, he was never brainwashed.
Okay, before we get into more of those kind of questions, did you travel into other places in the future? Other times?
Well, there was the set of jumps via the Stargate at the Surrealist Cultural Center to 2045 to recover the data there and bring it back to the present via the teleport in that building.
What kind of data?
These were the summaries of intervening events. This was the history of the future, so to speak.
The history of the future. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But before then, when the chronovisor technology was still emerging, we had been trained at Curtiss-Wright for a time probe that took place on November 5th of 71. This was about 10 days before my dad and I jumped to 1973. And we wore a crystal helmet and a titanium-coated jumpsuit, like a metal-coated pajamas and boots. And they took us up to a chronovisor array that they had set up in this big research area at the ITT Defense Communications Building in Nutley, New Jersey. And instead of about 3 or 4 technicians in the room, there were like 40 people scrambling all over the building. All throughout the whole mission control there. There were military officers in uniform. There were stenographers with stenography equipment. There were engineers like my dad with their pens and slide rules in their left pocket, and so forth. And we were actually physically fastened to these posts on the stage. And they turned the light on, and we had been instructed that there'd be about a half hour of traveling forward. And that when we felt 3 pulses in our forward momentum, we should then look quickly to the left and right, and we would see an object that was the target. And we later found out, when we went back to the learning lab the next day or next week, I guess it was, that was Friday, yeah, that the target was the Supreme Court building on the Mall in Washington, D.C., and the year was 2013. Now, when we were taken back in time, I was disrobed on the stage. I had my underwear on and some socks, but I was disrobed, and they actually poured my boots out. I had perspired so much. And I walked off the stage. The stage was only about 2.5 feet high. It was just kind of an experimental riser there. And I turned to the facilitator and said, "Where's my father?" Because he had greeted us on the sidewalk when we were walking into the building. In fact, I walked hand in hand with him into the building. And she said, "I'm sorry, Andy, but your dad became overwhelmed. He had to spend some time by himself." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because you disappeared, son." And as they were walking me out of the building, out of the experimental laboratory there, I said, "What do you mean?" We disappeared. And he said, "On the stage, son, when they turned the chronovisor on, you all disappeared." And I said, "Oh, really?" Then they walked me down the hall to this meeting with this debriefing by a Naval Intelligence Office. These guys were all lieutenant commanders. They were O&I officers, Office of Naval Intelligence. At the investigatory level, they're usually lieutenant commanders. And he said, "Okay, Andy." He sat me on a seat in his office and said, "Okay, Andy, tell me about the target." And I said, "The target is underwater, sir." And he got up and he started smoking. And he tried to pour me some ice water from a pitcher on his desk, because they knew by then certainly that the different technical exposures were making the kids very dehydrated. Don Rumsfeld had mentioned that during the briefing in April of 71 in the auditorium at the Surrealist Cultural Center, that the only known side effect that they had identified thus far was extreme dehydration from the teleportation. So in this case, we had been under this bright, bright light for an hour or more. And so he reached over to pour me some ice water, and he spilled ice water all over his blotter. And went, oh, damn. And then, he continued to pace around the room and smoke, and he was asking me questions like, well, how do you know it was underwater, Andy? He was just trying different techniques to see if I was making it up. And then I told him, well, when you sent me down toward the target, I saw it was this, I think I said colonial-type building, but I really meant a Roman-styled Washington-type building. Because I was used to Ford's Theater, or not Ford's Theater, but the Ford, what was that called? Not Ford's Theater, but Ford Mansion, which was Washington's headquarters in Morristown, where I was born. And so, yeah, I guess I called it the colonial building, but I meant the Revolutionary War, Roman style of the Supreme Court building. And he said, yeah, what did you see? That was the target, the building. And I said, well, it was kind of forming out of a group of bubbles, but I could still see that there was algae on the columns of the building. I actually said that green stuff that grows in ponds.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, oh, you mean algae? I said, yes, algae. So what they had done is they had put us down about 50 feet in front of, or maybe even 100 feet back, like 100 feet in front of and above the Supreme Court building. And I experienced it as you would if you were in scuba gear and you had been paragliding and you fell into the water and went under the water. In other words, when they sent me towards the target, I actually experienced splashing into the water and seeing what was there.
And how old were you at the time?
That was November 5th of 71, so I had just turned 10 in September.
And where was this, what was underwater? What location was this?
No, this was on the Mall in Washington, D.C. This was the U.S. Supreme Court building.
Okay.
On the Mall in Washington, D.C. So this indicated that at least on that timeline that they were sampling, the U.S. Supreme Court building was underwater.
And could it be because the people who were, involved in this project were, of military and a fear-based kind of mentality, that kind of probability is what they would have manifested?
Well, they were clearly sending us there to that location to see what condition the nation's capital was in, that Washington, D.C. was in, following some cataclysmic event, presumably the events of 2012. But yes, I would say yes to your question in the sense that they were looking to see whether a catastrophic event had affected Washington, D.C. by 2013. So we may very well have been finding what they were looking for.
And what do you think about 2012?
I think that because Project Pegasus proved the multiverse, and while all of us have a discrete destiny that will ultimately manifest, to the extent that the future is a realm of pure potentiality, as Deepak Chopra has called it, and a set of critical proximity events occurring in pure principle, as Buckminster Fuller described it, I think that we should imagine a 2012 that involves a global renaissance and a spreading of social equity and love and harmony between people and wellness and healing and environmental restoration.
That's already occurring. There's a lot of people that are starting to remember not just past lives, but future lives, multidimensional lives, interdimensional lives, lives in between lives.
Right, like when I met you between this last life.
That's right.
Yes. So yeah, I think we should just simply toss the fear-based paradigm over our shoulder and say, okay, let's experience a 2012 that is the beginning of the great future we're going to be living in.
Yeah.
So no, I don't believe that disastrous event has to happen. But on the other hand, when you have a government that's not just fear-based, but that is deriving contingency planning from intelligence findings,
yeah,
based on a linear, no-threshold model of reality rather than a non-linear, unlimited threshold, non-existent threshold of reality. I mean, Courtney Hunt, the CIA officer they put in my life, I mentioned him earlier in the interview, he told me one time that he encouraged people not to think about their past lives or different times in history with too much too engrossing of a perspective, because the CIA had determined that sometimes people would slide between lives. Mm-hmm. They would literally slide into a life that they were, let's say, engrossed in. And there had been some kind of study of somebody, I think, who was studying some period of history, and then they found him in that period of history. This was like validated at the university. So I think that the future is malleable, and it's malleable based on our hopes and fears. And since both our hopes and fears can affect the future, I think we should cultivate our hopes and eliminate our fears. Because in that way, a more benevolent future will emerge.
And also just understanding that technology is training wheels for what we can do on our own. So right now they're using these advanced machines in order to, Tesla understanding of technology to create these time travel machines, but we can really do this also all on our own as well, and we're going to get to a point where we'll be able to do that.
Right, and avatars throughout human history have even stated that. For example, Jesus of Nazareth said that if you follow after me, you will become like me. And if you look at what he was doing after his resurrection, he was walking through walls and spiritually teleporting to different places and was semi-transparent. We already know from physics that if you are in a totally locked room, the chances of getting up from your chair and walking through the wall and out of the room are greater than zero. So even without spiritual improvement, we know that people can do mighty things already.
And you were saying... Oh, sorry, did you want to finish that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I really, in a sense, wanted to give you a follow-up with that thought, with the idea that, from my perspective, what my experiences in Project Pegasus teach is that one human child can defeat the U.S. Defense Department at its own game. I think that the human story that's told in my story is about the fact that the very mechanisms of the U.S. Defense Department, in one of the most sensitive and secret projects, were used to make me even forget what I had done. But I kept my eyes open, and I cultivated my inner life and my spiritual strength as a child on the project. And then when I grew up, I recovered the full story of what happened, and I'm now telling it. So I view my experiences on Pegasus really as another example of the triumph of the human spirit.
It's just incredible because, you hear of stories like Arizona Wilder and Bryce Taylor and all the horrible things they've gone through and the effort that was made to have them forget, and yet they've overcome all of that and remember. And after remembering everything and handling the trauma of remembering all the things that you have taken part in and what you understand of reality is a big psychological feat. And to be motivated and inspired to still share and get that information out, I think is highly commendable.
Thank you. But I just meant, Bucky Fuller used to say that he was just, Bucky A. He was just, or Bucky B. He was another example of the human race, right? So in saying this, what I mean is, look, as a kid, I was a bright kid, and I was a fairly healthy kid when I didn't have my bronchitis attack. And I was born into a stable, church-going family where my dad was employed. My mother had been fully employed before she got married. I was the youngest of 5 kids, and all of my siblings doted on me. And I had a strong family life, a strong school life. I was being raised in a disciplined way as an observant Roman Catholic. I was getting good exercise, good nutrition, good sleep. In other words, I was basically a unit of the human race. In other words, a human child who hadn't been wasted by war, poverty, ignorance, or disease, which are, as President Kennedy said, are the common enemies of mankind. I had been, in other words, one of the lucky kids. I had been one of the kids born into one of the wealthiest, most politically successful countries, and one of the most politically powerful, if not the most powerful country in the world. And I had gotten a lot of things that other kids still are not getting, like adequate nutrition. And what I mean is, as a result of just being that nth child who was invested in by my society, invested in with love and support and encouragement from my family members, and food and shelter and clothing and education from my society as well, I was a fairly healthy kid. And I think you see that in the pictures of me when I was a child. And as a result of that, I was still able to process and then overcome what happened, which involved being involved in this classified defense-related research and development project, being tortured in it, first of all being traumatized just in terms of what we were doing, but then being intentionally tortured and brainwashed. And I still defeated the system. I still defeated the nameless, faceless system that is the government.
Incredible.
That doesn't really care about a kid. That doesn't think twice about intimidating a kid into silence or making him experience an atrocious headache while he's being brainwashed into forgetting what he's just done on a secret basis for the last 3 years, because that's what they did to me.
If you remembered anything, you would start getting a horrible headache, right?
Right. They did do this brainwashing session when all of my project experiences ended, where I was placed in a medical lab, and they put these big needles up my spine, and they infused my spinal column and brain with pain,
Wow.
especially my head. My head felt like it was going to explode. It was the most atrocious, nauseating headache you could experience.
Now, did it?
I felt, yeah.
Sorry.
And they were and the guy who was doing this was speaking to me in a sing-songy voice for a couple hours, telling me this is how I would feel if I ever thought about what happened in Project Pegasus. So when I look back and I talk about these things in a dichotomous way, people will say something, well, your father put you up to that. But the true story is that they had a copy of my book, and Connie confronted my father about my claims that they had tortured us to make us forget, and he didn't believe it. So reality is always more complicated than people will make it out to be when they're trying to interpret things based on ideology. But what I mean is, I had gotten a lot of privileges and benefits being an American kid of that era. I had even better nutrition than my father did. My father grew up during the Great Depression eating apple butter jelly and apple butter and toast for 2 meals a day.
Andy,
Okay?
Andy, can I ask another question?
Sure. I just wanted to say that.
We don't have much time.
I think the significance of the story is that I did overcome the negative things that have been imposed on me in the project, and one person beat the U.S. Defense Department.
It's like a pioneer in that way.
Well, I mean, people are always looking for movements to join to get things accomplished. I mean, the telling of my story is basically my work. I've gotten some help from some people, but it was based on primarily my own effort to go back and prove what happened, and I did.
Telling your story,
and I've recovered the whole story of what happened.
Telling your story, your passion, your determination, and simply just you being you.
Exactly, but also, I mean, but I'm just another example of the human race, right?
Yes.
So just like Bucky, man, I mean, I'm just another human being of the human race in general, and that means, just like Jesus said when he said, "What's inside of you is greater than the world." Greater is inside of you than exists in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he meant, and that's what this shows. This shows that one human child could beat the U.S. Defense Department in terms of holding back this critical information that can be used to benefit society, like teleportation.
And it all crumbles. Now, is it true that they have, they're going to reveal to the public that they have a time travel device they know how to build, basically? They know how to build one. And they're going to ask people to donate. They need millions of dollars in order to do this. Is this correct?
I don't have any information about current...
We were talking about this. Do you remember? You don't remember?
Okay. Perhaps if you could put it in context.
Where we were speaking about how they have, they're going to share with the masses that they know how to create a time travel machine, and they need a lot of money in order to make it happen, but lying to the people that, they already have one.
Oh yes. Well, what I was talking about was, if you look at the conventional, contemporary science reporting, they're talking about people's efforts to perform quantum teleportation, which involves breaking something down and reassembling it somewhere else. Now, that's not effective for physical time travel of human beings or teleportation of human beings, because disintegrating a biological organism arrests cellular metabolism and also central nervous system function and everything else, and basically kills the person. The person is killed being disintegrated, and they can't be brought back to life after their cells are reintegrated, or their atoms that make them up are reintegrated. We were not doing that. We weren't doing quantum teleportation. We were doing Tesla-based teleportation via vortal tunnels that the device was opening up in time-space. In other words, we were doing the opposite of what was then being depicted on Star Trek to confuse the public. What I meant is, over the next several generations, if this information is not liberated in the way that I'm trying to liberate it to help humanity, human civilization, led by essentially the English-speaking countries in the Echelon group and the European Union, will pioneer teleportation and spend billions of, re-pioneer it and spend billions of dollars doing it. And those are dollars that could be spent on nutrition and disease alleviation and education and the upliftment of people from the common enemies of humanity: war, poverty, ignorance, and disease. And so there's a moral dimension to this. We cannot tolerate the spending of public dollars to redevelop technologies that were developed 40 and 50 years ago just to keep them secret, because that's why those billions of dollars would be wasted in redeveloping teleportation.
Of all the things, the money that could go to?
It could go to having hospital ships that would go around the world and cure children, correct their cleft palates and cure them from guinea worm, and give them medication to prevent malaria and cholera. It could be done. I mean, I was just thinking of the. I was trying to think of what event it was that could have been used to pay for 100 hospital ships. It was some big recent waste of taxpayer money. But there's a moral dimension to this, and that is that clearly the government is allowing the same things to be reinvented so that the science journals and so forth can be filled in the public sense, in the public realm, with data that suggests that certain technology hasn't been developed yet secretly. And I consider that really immoral, because those dollars need to be allocated for present problems. We still have too many children who are hungry. We have something like, 3 out of 10 children in North America even are living in poverty?
Yes.
Okay, so as long as there are impoverished and hungry children in the world and impoverished, hungry people, it is immoral to be spending these dollars to develop arcane technical applications that were developed secretly 40 years ago. So in that sense, the disclosure movement is a moral movement as significant and as weighty as the abolition movement. And I've been saying this in my public lectures. The abolition movement was about freeing people from physical bondage. The disclosure movement is about freeing them from metaphysical bondage.
Metaphysical
not
bondage.
Knowing the true extent of the development of science and technology in their civilization, not knowing the true history
who they really
of their
are,
solar
what
system.
they're capable of, that one child can take out the whole government.
Right, what one or a small group of committed individuals is capable of achieving against the mighty forces of government and corporation and public inertia and everything else. Look at the phobic reaction I've gotten to my Mars data. It's basically me against 1,000 cynics and character assassins. But what I mean by the world being in metaphysical bondage is, as long as teleportation exists and people aren't doing it to get to work or to travel across the country, we are in metaphysical bondage to archaic technologies. And the contemporary technologies that we should be using to pattern our civilization are being sequestered as state secrets. And that metaphysical bondage is perpetuating physical bondage. Because as long as we continue to spend dollars on these psyops in which technologies that have already been developed but that are kept secret are reinvented by other researchers, often going way out on limbs that will prove utterly fruitless and very expensive, we are wasting the money that we need for other solutions that we need to explore. And that is keeping the people in physical bondage, just like slavery did. It's keeping too many children in poverty, too many children in starvation. And so we have to realize that the disclosure movement can't just be about whether or not little green men from other planets have come here. They have. It has to be about liberating people from metaphysical bondage so we don't waste resources and end up protracting the time in which human beings on Earth have to languish in physical bondage. Bondage to homelessness, bondage to hunger, bondage to to ignorance, to disease, to poverty.
Do you believe that Tesla was a time traveler, or was inspired by other beings, or?
Well, you know, we know that Tesla was a brilliant individual who had a series of paranormal experiences when he was a youth. We know he in all likelihood, was an extraterrestrial contactee of some sort. He claimed to have been in communication with extraterrestrials throughout his life. We know he established binary communication with the indigenous humanoid population on Mars in 1902. We also know that he was essentially an extremely brilliant person who may have been, for example, on the highly functional range of the autism spectrum. He may have been somebody, for example, with Asperger's syndrome linked to a very, very high IQ, because he was apparently able to see into the nature of reality in a way that most people can't, and that is to see into the energetic effects, for example, that go on in the universe. The energy, for example, that he discovered that the teleporter actually derives from the natural universe, is a natural energy form that's latent in the physical universe, and that has among its properties the capacity to bend the fabric of time-space. So I think that it's clear that Tesla was a very unusual person. He was definitely a genius. He may have been an idiot savant in some way relative to his prodigious nature of his intellect, but he seems to have been a brilliant writer and lecturer too, so that his lack of communication deficits would seem to indicate that he wasn't autistic. But he also seems to have been a contactee, as I mentioned. We also don't know something that's implied by everything I've talked about tonight, and I'm sure your listeners will have thought of this as well, and that is, we don't know to what extent project personnel from the U.S. Defense Department, beginning around 1970, when these quantum access technologies were reduced to practice, we don't know to what extent they were used to brief people in the past. I mean, there's something called dependent but relative causation. In fact, I developed that terminology. What if this happened? What if, based on Tesla's papers, as I've described, and I'm alleging that this is what I was told happened, this is how the teleport developed. The War Department, later to become the Defense Department, got hold of his paperwork, built what was in them, namely the teleport, and then used them to go back in time to directly consult with Tesla, even give him the information. Then the emergence of these time travel technologies emerges spontaneously from the quantum hologram, but with causation that is both dependent and relative at the same time. I'll give you another example. So I was writing an SAT primer for high school students, a textbook to help them take their scholastic aptitude test. And I put at the beginning of the book a saying that one of my SAT tutorial students had shared with me, which was her family's motto for learning and for striving in life. And the proverb went, good, better, best, and never let it rest until the good is the better and the better is the best. It was basically just an inducement for personal excellence. And I thought of putting that in the beginning of my SAT book. Now, my SAT book, which will be published, was one of the books that was in possession of the project people when I was on Pegasus. In other words, back in the early 70s when I was on the project, my father and some of the other project people on occasion would take these black national security pouches to the lunch table and pull out books that I would write or edit in the future. They had acquired these books from the future by sending people there. Now, what if one of those books was my SAT book with that proverb in it, good, better, best, and it was read aloud at the lunch table, remembered by one of the project engineers, and he was the grandfather of my SAT tutorial student who shared that saying with me. In that chain of causation, the chain of causation would have been totally circular, the so-called snake eating its tail, that even going back to the ancient Egyptians and the ancient Chinese, was their metaphorical, animistic model of the universe. And in this instance, that saying in my book would have been caused dependently by the prior causation of, for example, my student telling it to me, her learning it from her grandfather, her father being a project engineer in Pegasus, and then hearing it at the lunch table when my SAT primer was teleported back from the future to 1971. Okay, so every time that you interpolate the future into the present via time travel, there's been an emphasis on the notion that you calve off a new timeline. What you actually do is you create chains of causation that are circular, that are both entirely dependent and entirely independent at the same time. I use the example of, what if you put a pretzel in the microwave to cook it? Everybody would say, okay, I'm going to put the pretzel in the microwave, or in the oven, let's say, not a microwave. I'm putting the pretzel in the oven to bake it. Okay, you can see yourself doing that, right? Now, what if there was a pretzel in the microwave or in the oven that was in the oven baking, but nobody put it there? The universe would have been responsible for the pretzel, the salt on the pretzel, the heat in the oven itself, the kitchen that the oven was in, the house the kitchen was in, et cetera, going all the way back out to the highest levels of organization, right? Okay, that may be what the quantum effects of time travel tell us about the actual nature of the universe, and the fact that the universe is just a great idea that's being imagined into existence by the Supreme Being. What time travel does in that instance is it creates a Mobius strip. It creates, if you could model that solipsistic loop of causation, which I call dependent relative causation, or basically dependent independent co-creation or relative causation of the same event, you basically create a Mobius strip, and if you were going to model that event physically, it would be an object with one edge and one side, no beginning and no end. And so I use the pretzel example just to say, well, we can all think about throwing a pretzel in the oven to bake a pretzel, right? But we can't imagine a world in which we go to the oven and the pretzel's in there. Well, that's what happens when you take data from the past, from the future, and you bring it back to the past, and it ends up becoming the cause of the effect. It ends up bringing the effect back to the past, essentially plants that effect in the past, and causes that effect to become the catalyst for the cause of the effect that you brought back in time. So just to spin this analogy one more time, if after identifying future U.S. presidents, the CIA has been approaching them and apprising them of their destinies as president, and training them, and even putting the teams in place to get them elected after they have trained them, and even manipulating the electoral process like they did in 2000 when they made George W. Bush president, even though he hadn't won the election. By taking data from the future like that and using it in the present to create the future, you are creating the very effects that you've monitored or detected from the future in a way that works with them in the present to create the very future that you've sensed. And there's a syllogistic or solipsistic dimension to that. That is one of the reasons why, for example, my father was always instructing Connie not to share with me any of the things he had told her about me. Because you don't want to alter the present by giving somebody prior knowledge of a future event or contingency unless you're damn sure they need to know it. And that the benefits outweigh the risks of that. But I think that if we look at the history of the last 40 years of U.S. presidential politics, if we consider the fact that I met George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush at the La Hacienda restaurant in Albuquerque when I was on Pegasus, and they were being run through to be told what their destinies were, and that George W. Bush, his 25-year-old son, was all over those tables at that restaurant where the project people were dining, joking repeatedly, my daddy and I are going to be president, as he was, in his silly way. If we then factor in the fact that I heard Bill Clinton spoken of as a future U.S. president, and we also factor in my entirely happenstance-based encounter with Barack Obama in the spring-summer time frame of 1982, in which not only he, but some of his allies in the anti-apartheid movement had been knew to a personal certainty, a factual certainty, that he was destined to be president, we have to conclude that the very presidency of the United States may have already been altered by quantum interpolation of future data. And that's a significant reality that we need to confront. It's a dreadful thing to contemplate, but all of the information I have from serving on Pegasus and then later having my chance encounter with President Obama when we were only 20 years old indicate that that is in fact what has happened. There is an inner party, an inner directorate within the U.S. government that is relying on quantum access to influence events. And I'm hoping and praying that my work in the disclosure movement will end that conspiracy.
Are you there?
Yeah?
Oh, okay.
So
Wonderful. Well said.
that's the political dimension. We know that quantum access, that what Project Pegasus achieved in teleportation-based time travel and in chronovision with the Arnetti and Gemelli devices, that became part of the intelligence function. In other words, a major dimension to my experiences is that, in the intelligence community, people speak of sources and methods. What the people, the world, and certainly the United States and the rest of the world were never told, when they were spinning the Philadelphia experiment cover story, which was a cover story scripted by the Office of Naval Intelligence, to de-link via disinformation the critical linkage between Tesla, teleportation, and the Los Alamos physicists. They didn't reveal to the people the very intelligence sources and methods that were then emerging, which wasn't just about torturing somebody at Gitmo or parking a helicopter over somebody's house with thermographic imaging in it, but in fact involved using quantum access to achieve remote sensing of past and future events. That's what Pegasus achieved. That's why after Pegasus concluded, or at least that phase of development under Pegasus concluded in 1972, Ralph M. Parsons made such a profit that year that Ralph M. Parsons bought Adnan Khashoggi's yacht, the most expensive and largest private yacht in the world at that time, and named it Pegasus 2 for Project Pegasus, even though Ralph M. Parsons had never owned anything called Pegasus 1. And the ship itself had not been Pegasus 1 under the flag of Adnan Khashoggi. So there is a deep political implication to my story, and that is that at least one faction in the permanent secret government of the United States, what we might describe as that power elite that includes people like Donald Rumsfeld, people who have worked in elective office and the intelligence community and secret military projects, been in the military, and then worked at cabinet level and also for very powerful private corporations. People like Don Rumsfeld have been in a world for the last 40 years in which they have been reading intelligence reports about the future gathered by the quantum access technologies that Project Pegasus developed. I find that so serious in its implications, in its deep political implications, that I've been willing to step forward and possibly be assassinated, that is, lose my life as a result of bringing this information to the attention of the world. But it needs to be brought to the attention of the world because major events are being planned on the basis of the expectation of future events. For example, the invasion of Iraq in 2003. I'm confident that on at least one timeline, the U.S. intelligence community had concluded that Saddam Hussein acquired weapons of mass destruction and used them in some way, maybe to bomb London or Paris or New York City or God knows where, maybe Miami, maybe Rome, and to end the Vatican. And I believe we invaded Iraq in 2003 to prevent him from getting those weapons of mass destruction, which was certainly a worthwhile initiative. But in the confusion after that, we saw the Secretary of State of the United States, Colin Powell, embarrassed by having made false claims before the United Nations that the U.S. government had determined, in fact, that Saddam Hussein of Iraq was in possession of weapons of mass destruction, not that he might get them. And I think that confusion resulted from the fact that they had used quantum access to determine that at least one or several major timelines Saddam Hussein was going to acquire weapons of mass destruction and either use them or use them to blackmail the West. But then by invading Iraq in early 2003, we prevented him from getting weapons of mass destruction. So we had the egg on the face of the United States leadership was the outcome that results from detecting a future event and preventing it by intervening in the present before it happens to prevent it occurring. Now, when I was on Pegasus, the project engineers and scientists and administrators were fairly unanimous in their belief that that should not be done, that quantum engineering should not be done based on quantum access. They wanted to just use quantum access to gather information about the past and future and use it for Defense Department contingency planning. And I think in among that, with that we can include the deep underground military construction in the Southwest, for example, the construction of the Denver International Airport as a continuity of government hub for the U.S. federal bureaucracy in the event that Washington, D.C. is destroyed. But I think it's fraught with profound implications, and so I'm speaking out because I think a lot of people intuit that we're being manipulated somehow, but they don't have my information, so they don't know that the manipulation that has occurred is one in which devices that allow for quantum access are giving the government insiders information about the future before it happens. I also don't believe that, Groucho Marx once said something characteristically brilliant of him, and he said, "I don't want to be a member of any club that would have me as a member."
I remember that.
And
I love
I look at
Groucho
it
Marx.
that way with these members of this permanent secret government. I wonder if sometimes the Donald Rumsfelds of the Washington power elite look at themselves in the mirror and say, I never should have been allowed to be a member of this power elite because nobody should be a member of a power elite, much less myself. And so because I know what my limitations are, and I know what the limitations of other members of the educated professional class are in the United States, I think there's a great potential for abuse of power by a small coterie of insiders who are career government officials and corporate executives to be in possession of the history of the future. I don't see them using it to eliminate warfare. I see them using it to engage in warfare, to determine what wars need to be waged. And what we've seen since the end of World War II, which was supposed to create a regime of peace and of international human rights protection that was going to end warfare and end totalitarian governments waging war on innocent populations, is one war after another in which innocent people are being slaughtered. I believe that warfare is being used in contemporary life to depopulate the planet, and that the thrust has been on wars of aggression that take advantage of innocent populations that power elites believe should be genocided. I think that's what the true history of post-war warfare shows, in whatever country it's been waged. Many of the wars have been propagated into existence through propaganda and the creation of artificial opposition between tribal factions like the Hutus and the Tutsis and the Rwandan genocide. And because I'm convinced that quantum access is being used to determine what wars to wage, I think the emphasis is off. The emphasis should be on using quantum access, for example, to expedite technology transfer from the future to the present, so that we create a better future right around ourselves. That we take information from a successful future and use it to engineer a sustainable present. And there has been very little work in that area. Because these time travel technologies were essentially sequestered by the War Department at the time of Tesla's death and forwarded to Los Alamos, they remain weaponized. And as long as quantum access remains weaponized, we're going to be living in a world that is being weaponized.
That'll change. I think that they've split off into various different probabilities of a weaponized kind of a war fear-based reality has been split out there, and I think now it's kind of looping back into our timeline where we have to kind of deal with all these different fragmented aspects of ourselves and heal them and transcend them.
Right, right. And I think that's occurring too, and I think that's why I'm getting such a positive response when I lecture and I meet people personally. Like that recent event up at James Gilliland Sanctuary in Trout Lake, Washington. It was really a peak experience for me because for 3 days people were coming over and talking to me and asking great questions and thanking me and everything and for my work. And I really got positive feedback. And I'm convinced that people are hungry for positive change, and they know they've been lied to by the U.S. government, and they just want the U.S. government to come clean and tell them what they've developed. And I think they know intuitively that I'm telling the truth because they knew things like time travel had already been developed. And they knew that people had already been on Mars, for example.
I mean, I remember people who were listening to you who were total skeptics at first. You totally turned them around. And you were speaking for so long, you lost your voice.
I do lose my voice occasionally. I'm pretty vociferous. But yeah, I lost my voice there up at James's place. But it was such a great experience. So people were coming over and they were asking me great questions, and you were interviewing me on your camera phone, on your camera. And I realized that we're all on the internet now because even somebody can film you on their camera, on their digital camera, and then download the interview on the internet.
Mm-hmm. So
we're all living now in a common culture, an electronic village, where the messages that we send out have to be the critical, life-sustaining ones, because those are the messages we're spreading around and with everybody and sharing with the whole planet now.
And
so it's,
particularly what people are doing right now. For example, you're a lawyer, but you're also a galactic, universal matrix lawyer, too, of the laws, of exopolitics, which is, really quantum and beautiful.
Yeah, thanks. That's actually been pursued by several of us. Of course, Peter Gersten of the New York and Arizona bars was involved with working on the subject of UFO secrecy. And, of course, my friend Alfred Lambermont Weber is another attorney who is a major figure in exopolitics and the disclosure movement. So I think this is a new paradigm that I'm pursuing that a few other people have been pathfinders on, but that will become more commonplace for lawyers, because lawyers are basically, they're either social architects of some kind or they're social problem solvers. And we have to do both in this area. We have to resolve some lingering problems in our political culture that have resulted from secrecy, but then we also have to go about architecting the future. And that's something I think that lawyers should be involved in, because lawyers know how to craft the social patterns into protocols.
Well, I just actually used a lawyer as an example for everybody who has their 9-to-5 jobs. And they just think, oh, I'm just this, I'm just doing that, but they don't understand if they quantified it, then they would find a deeper understanding for themselves and their passion and what they're here to do. It's just when they think in 3D linear terms, it becomes very depressing.
Right, and as somebody like yourself, of the next generation, and being a crystal child and everything, and being as perceptive and intuitive and as intelligent as you are, you can see that. For example, I won't say who it was, but somebody in the exopolitical journalism community told me that she thought I was grandstanding by making my revelation about Mars and the way I was doing it. But I told her, look, I'm just standing for something. If you call publishing papers on a website on the internet, where occasionally I publish my own photograph so people know who wrote it, or I interview myself, or I'm interviewed by you on the internet, or I give a lecture every once in a while, if that's grandstanding, then more people need to grandstand, because all I'm doing is standing for something. I'm trying to tell the story of what happened in Project Pegasus and how the U.S. government developed quantum access capabilities back in the early 1970s. And I'm trying to roll out the information that gives us new perspectives on what's going on Mars. It's an inhabited planet, and that we already have had U.S. personnel up there. But beyond that, I'm not trying to solve all the problems in the world, and I'm not elevating myself, but to stand in my own truth and reveal what I know. And to do that, you need to stand for something. You need to be a somebody. You need to say, I'm proud of who I am. This is who I am. Here are my credentials. Here are my past accomplishments. Here's the information I have to share today. I hope that you can derive something from it. But I certainly haven't, for example, been claiming to be the only person who's discovered anything significant about Mars. I mean, humans have been speculating that Mars is inhabited since the days of Percival Lowell, who studied Schiaparelli's Canali on Mars and had read Flammarion's book, The Planet Mars, and actually built the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, because he wanted to prove that Mars was inhabited. So the tradition within natural history to purport that Mars is inhabited and that certain data establishes it, that's been going on since the 1880s. And we wouldn't have a Lowell Observatory if that was not Percival Lowell's passion. And in fact, I might add that as a result of Percival Lowell being inspired to build the Lowell Observatory to prove that the canali on Mars that Schiaparelli had accidentally discovered were in fact artificial waterways, that led to the discovery by a young astronomer named Clyde Tombaugh at the Lowell Observatory of the planet Pluto, which was named Pluto with the first and second words or letters being PL in honor of Percival Lowell. So if Percival Lowell hadn't been obsessed by the notion that Mars is inhabited, we would not have discovered one of the planets in our solar system. Now we have the luxury of better imaging from both above the surface of Mars and now from on the surface of Mars. And a lawyer from Washington State can announce 100 years after Percival Lowell built the Lowell Observatory that Schiaparelli and Lowell and Tesla were right, as was Flammarion and the early Mars researchers, that Mars is an inhabited planet. And I kind of feel a neat connection with them in that sense. I mean, I really feel when I, researched their lives and careers and recovered photographs of these individuals, the early Mars pioneers, and then took the information forward to the works of great researchers like Richard Hoagland and Tom Van. Okay. Well, when I really dug into the rich over 100-year history, the 120-year history of people who conjectured that Mars was an inhabited planet and tried to find different ways to defend it, beginning with Schiaparelli and Flammarion, and through the works of Percival Lowell and Nikola Tesla that were inspired by people like Schiaparelli and Flammarion. And then I took it through the modern Mars anomaly community, embodied in the works of people like Richard Hoagland and Michael Barra and Dr. Tom Van Flanderen and Graham Hancock, who wrote an excellent book called The Mars Mystery about the prior civilization on Mars. Even though a lot of this work was directed at establishing that there are ancient monuments on Mars, and that I have discovered the fact that there are life forms on Mars, I still felt like I was part of a great tradition in natural history. And that was probably the neatest thing I think that's happened thus far in my Mars research. I think even neater than going up to Mars for the CIA in the early 80s, which was pretty much just a pretty stressful experience. Something I can kind of savor at the end of a long day is the fact that I've made a contribution to this great tradition in natural history. And I'm proud of that, and I also feel connected to the people that are in that tradition, people like Lowell and Tesla and Flammarion, and Hoagland and Barra and Hancock and Van Flanderen. I mean, we've had a really rich tradition in natural history that for over 100 years was insisting that Mars was either once inhabited or still was inhabited. And I feel very cosmically privileged that I was able to prove finally that it is inhabited, not by writing about people's subjective claims of being up there for the U.S. government, which is always subject to refutation on the basis that there's no physical proof to establish your presence there.
Okay,
but
we don't.
No, in the photographs from NASA's own rovers on the surface of Mars, we now can show that Mars is presently inhabited with Martian life forms.
We don't have much time now. We're pretty much come to the end. Thank you so much, Andrew, for sharing for 6 hours. And we'll have people write in if they have any questions for you, and we can do a follow-up interview. And I will also get your links for your website and for your email as well.
Okay, do you want to put those up, or do you want me to say what they are now?
You can say what they are now, but I'll put them up as well.
Okay, my Mars research papers are at a feature called The Discovery of Life on Mars, Uncovering a NASA Cover-Up. That's at the top of the website, www.exopolitics.com. That's exopolitics.com. They're being sponsored there by one of our leading exopolitical theorists, Alfred Lambermont Weber, who is the chairman of the board of advisors of the Mars Anomaly Research Society that I founded. I'm the president of that organization. And so Alfred is posting my papers at the top of his website, which I think he's to be commended and thanked for, and so I am doing so.
Alfred Weber?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also have a group on Facebook that is entitled The Discovery of Life on Mars. So anybody who joins Facebook can ask to join that group and join it. We presently have about 400 members.
Wonderful. I'm joining.
Okay. And there's a feature at that in the recent news section. I'm basically posting links to all of my papers on Alfred's website. So you'll pretty much be able to track what I'm doing with all of my material, both my book about Pegasus and then my other book about Mars. But you'll be able to track all my breaking research papers on Mars simply by logging on